welcome to NA Div 2 DPC. I'm going to be hosting that team. Joining me is Fear and Gods on the panel. Gods, you were just telling me it's a nice sunny day. How are you feeling? Has the sunshine lifted your spirits? Excited for some NA Div 2?
It has. It's, middle of winter in California. I love global warming. It's great. It's nice and warm.
Yeah, it's and here I am in Australia, and I'm in my long sleeve t-shirt. It's overcast as heck, nice and cool. But what about yourself, Fear? So you've really dressed up for the occasion.
Yeah, I always dress up my best whenever NA Dota is playing, just as a tribute to the region. So hopefully that'll empower them to try hard as well.
Yeah, that's definitely empowered me to make sure that this is the best panel we've ever had. We're going to start off, though, by having a look at what happened 2 days ago here in NA Div 2. We had the Penguin squad going up against Dog Champ. We saw the return of Dog Champ finally. It was 11 days since we'd seen them play an official. And both these teams had stand-ins, but for Dog Champ, it just didn't matter. They played exceptionally well, Gods.
Yeah, they did. It was kind of fun to see them again because it had been way too long. They were versing one of the easier opponents, but it didn't look like, they'd been slacking in their time off. They showed up. They absolutely stomped both games. We're always really hype watching RCY. He's such a superstar in the making, it feels like, for the NA region, a player to kind of look out for on, maybe a tier 1 team in the future. Both games here, game 1 on Pango, and then we saw game 2 as well on, I think it was Queen of Pain, where he just absolutely stomped. And Penguin squad they just got outclassed, outskilled. This wasn't really much of a competition.
Yeah, there was a skill difference, but also lineups. I mean, in this game, Fear, they went for Troll, and then in game number 2, Penguin squad went for PA. So a little bit of an interesting draft, some would say, considering this current meta.
Yeah, they did win against Fart Studios with this Troll, right? So he probably went back to that series thinking, this is a hero we've won with, I've had some success with, maybe we'll run it again. But PA, this hero I just have not seen look good anywhere. So hopefully they don't pick it up again when they do play another series. Do they have any more series on Penguin Squad? I think they might have one more, right?
Oh, I think
one more.
Good.
Yeah. Or not. Just kidding.
Do they? No, they do. They do.
Okay.
Penguin squad first as well. No, they do that. I was looking and I was like, I know they've only played 6, but I can't see who they're coming up against. Yeah, on our long day, on our 3 best of 3 day, they do have another one.
Yeah, all right. So they got one more game, and this match later that'll happen as well. They still have a chance, so they really need to bring their A game and definitely start winning some more games.
Yeah, going down 2-0 to Dog Champ definitely isn't the easiest thing for Penguin Squad. Doesn't put them in the best position. But another series that we had that day was Felt up against C-Dub, and Felt got it 2-0, so they are in a much better position. They're in a fantastic position, in fact, for the potential to be coming up to Div 1. C-Dub versus Felt. Gods was on the panel for this one. I had to recall. I didn't want to ask Fear about a game he hadn't seen, So Gods, with this series, we saw Fade just pop off. He got the Enigma twice after getting a few target bans towards his way during that draft, and he really just showed up.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back Enigma games where he had great performances, but also some Felt drafts where, they stuck with some of their comfort, like their aggressive carries. They had Nature's Prophet game 1, game 2 with the Chaos Knight, but they tried a few different things. Like they brought out the Riki as a support, which obviously we've seen a lot of and a lot of teams are doing, but it's not something we'd seen yet from Felt. So I think it's a good sign that, every time we talk to Fade, he's talking about the team, improving, developing. They don't want to just make it into Div 1 to just flop right back to Div 2. They want to try and, their goal is to get to Div 1 and then stay there, finish in that top 5, top 6. Obviously, they're not expecting to suddenly beat teams like Shopify and TSM. But series like this against C-Dub, who's one of the kind of, consistent up-and-coming teams at the NA region, they've looked pretty good all around. The fact that Felt won this pretty convincingly. This game too was wild, back and forth. If anything, I think this was a game C-Dub maybe should have won. At one point, they were diving enemy tier 4s. You can see they took the top lane of Rax, but Felt able to kind of just hold on and punish those C-Dub overextensions and mistakes.
Yeah, very much so. Game number 2. This one was insane. This one was fantastic because when we got the interview with Fade afterwards, he was talking about how they thought that they definitely were in a position to be winning, but there were a lot of different mis-executions. But there was just one big team fight, a fantastic execution from them in that bit of the base. And yeah, they looked good. It's hard to sort of fault a team that can come back in a game that goes 43 minutes and ends up winning it there. So nice little 2-0 for Felt. We won't be seeing them today, though. We can have a look at our schedule, or we can talk about... Actually, no, it's going to be leaderboard. I don't know where my brain is at today, but it is all over the shop. We're going to talk about leaderboard first. Felt with the 5 wins, 1 loss, and then DogChamp with 4 wins. So they're both sitting very nice. They're up in first and second. The Cut and C-Dub, all with 3 wins themselves, various either 2 or 3 losses there. And then Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, only 1 loss between the 2 of them, and then Eternity down there in 8th, definitely going to be relegated, which makes this first series for today, The Cut versus Fart Studios, very interesting, because knowing that Penguin Squad and Fart Studios are that close in scoreline for relegation, there is a lot on the line, and then the final series being C-Dub up against DogChamp. So we can talk about that last one first, Fia. Have a chat about how you think C-Dub are going to be able to stand up against DogChamp, who are right now sitting undefeated.
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is DogChamp was the only team to make Felt look bad, as Felt has beat everyone else now. Now C-Dub, they don't always look the best. They never look terrible, but at some point they just don't look like they're at the same skill level as some of the top teams like Dog and Felt. So on paper, I wouldn't root against Dog personally. I don't think there's a single match now that the Felt Dog series has played out, where you're going to be like, DogChamp, they're not the clear favorites here.
Yeah, and we even heard in the post-game interview that they thought they'd already gone up against the toughest opponent, which was Felt in their eyes. So they're just taking it one series at a time. In this first series to start our day off, right, guys, is The Cut versus Fart Studios. Surely we can expect a lot between these 2 teams.
Yeah, Fart Studios have been, I think, overall a bit of at least a slight disappointment. I think there were higher expectations of how this team could do with some of the experience and players on the team. The fact they're fighting to stay alive in Div 2 is obviously concerning for the team, and they're playing up against one of the teams who's been pretty good. They played Div 1 in the past. They may not make it back to Div 1 this tour. But Fart Studios, every single game in the series is entertaining. They've had more 3-game series than any other team. It really feels like in any given day, in any given game, like a different Fart Studios can show up. I think overall there's some very consistent good play coming out from Nusham especially. But then, things can be a bit hit or miss with some of the other players.
Yeah, and that does beg a lot of questions for the fact that sometimes Fart Studios really shows up, and sometimes it's very game dependent, let alone series dependent. It also felt a little bit like that with The Cut. They obviously have 2 series losses for themselves, so it's not like they're sitting out here undefeated. It's not like teams can't pull them apart for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think for the most part, when I think about The Cut, I think about a team that has a highly individual, skilled players. Their teamwork isn't the best. When they don't have a great laning stage, things can be pretty rough for them. But I think what's also interesting about this match as well is that if Fart Studios does win this, I think that will guarantee Felt going top 2, right? So there's a lot on the line here, because every other team will have 3 losses, and Felt can only have 2 losses at that point. But so for The Cut's chances, they have to win this one, and then I guess hope that Penguin Squad can beat Felt, and then there could be a chance for them there somewhere down the line. But yeah, I mean, The Cut, they just look good individually. Scourge McDuck, he likes to play his signature hero, so does BSJ. I think we do actually have a player comparison at some point here, and we'll talk about that. Yeah. But I think they live or die kind of off of their carry players at this point and what they choose to play.
Yeah. Here you go. You can talk a little bit more about it. There is the player comparison there. This is all you, Fia. Yeah,
I mean, Scourge McDuck, he loves playing these heroes that are high tempo and like to win their lane. He'll play the Lina, high tempo, like to win the lane, but everyone plays Lina at this point. But he loves playing this Bristleback. At some point we were deciding, is he gonna pick Bristleback? Because all the other games, they picked it where it made sense. Then he would just pick it randomly in the first phase, just because he's so comfortable on it and so good on it. For, Fart SJ here, I think he's still exploring his own hero pool at this point. he is a very veteran player. He does have a very deep hero pool, but I kind of wish some of those heroes that he is pulling out from the past would just stay there, such as like the PA, the Juggernauts, the PL. Like these type of heroes are not really good in the meta, right? He's trying to pull out like some conventional picks, and they just haven't been working out.
Has to be a very, very specific game. Actually, even that PL game, didn't you say it was one that...
It was a good PL game, yeah. Just the hero is
Yeah.
just so hard to pull off right now because the meta is like dictated by fast play, tempo, getting a net worth, and it's very hard to like throw your... I mean, teams are so good now because the map hasn't changed forever at keeping our lead and not throwing it away.
Yeah. All right, well, it'll be interesting to see the importance placed on these two players, where they are going to be picked in the draft and what it is going to be, how much comfort comes into play. But the team comparison graphic as well here, Gods. Does it sort of back up what Fia was saying about how the POS 1s like to play and how it translates into the team play now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I get from this. I think we've seen a lot. Fart Studios have had just more games played because of all their 3-game series. That's why some of their numbers just look a bit higher here. I'm not sure what I'm getting from these numbers here, other than Fart Studios seem to be fighting a lot more, doing a lot more hero damage. I think in terms of just general play style, the Cut have done these. To kind of go back a bit to what Scourge McDuck's hero pool, the way their team plays around it is like they have these super heavy mid-game timings. Like they've had other games where they have like Lycan in the off lane with a Bristle, no stun draft, and then they just roll over the enemy team like around that 20 to 30 minute stage of the game, usually just with like one playmaker. Like we saw B-God Skywrath Mage is like their only playmaker, or they'll have a Hoodwink. I'm not sure if Save is playing today or B-God, but generally speaking, the Cut is prioritizing like kind of tempo over playmaking when it comes to their playstyle, whereas I think Fart Studio is a bit more conservative. They'll have Jenkins on Magnus multiple times, they'll draft Tiny, they'll draft Pengo, they'll have these more kind of traditional team fighting playmakers that I think Cut are not relying on as much.
Yeah. The one hero that really sticks out between these two teams is that Nature's Prophet, and is this going to be needed to be either first phased, or is it very much down to whoever's going to be having first pick in your eyes, Sphere?
Sorry, were you talking about the Nature's Prophet?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I just got
what were you
word
distracted
that B-God is actually standing in, so...
Yes, he's...
Very, very important information. Was that he has carried them in a few games here. But yeah, Nature's Prophet, we'll go back to that, stay on topic here. Yeah, I think this hero is very easy to first phase. We've seen Fardus J played a couple times. It looked okay. I wouldn't really blame him for the games that he did lose on this hero, whereas it felt like the whole team kind of just fell apart. But you can play it in the off lane for the Cut. You can play it as a carry. Same situation here. I know Jenkins can play this in the off lane as a carry. He's just a very versatile hero right now. And I don't know if either team is going to like prioritize it that much where they're just going to pick it early, because we've seen a lot of weird stuff where like Fart Studios love their Mag early pick, or the Cut love to have some early Queen of Pain for Shaggy. Like they have their own style and preference that doesn't really follow the meta in most cases.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting pickouts from Fight Studios for, potentially POS 5. You talked about that Mag. There's always that Flex sometimes that could come out for Sonic. We've seen him play the Pudge. There's just some interesting things that go in his hero pool, and it does...
But
I was going to say, exactly. That's what I was leading up to. He's not playing today, so we're going to see this. Still going to be this early pickup of a Mag, if there are going to be some interesting... Because what else? I think Pudge was the most interesting one that we saw on Sonic. But I'm excited to see both these teams now having subs. I don't know how the Fight Studio one is going to really play out. We've seen Bigo play for the Cut before. But Gods, do you think the stand-in for Fight Studios is going to bring something fresh, something exciting from the POS 5?
To me, it raised the question of, is he going to be POS 5? Because Monkeys Forever is the stand-in. And, in the past when Jenkins, he's played with Monkeys Forever before, I think on Arkosh and stuff. And back then, Jenkins was more the 5 position, and they put Monkeys on core. So it's going to be a decision for the team as like, okay, which of them is playing support? Because basically it feels like they've got another offlane player now. yeah, I'm not sure which way that's going to go. I think it will bring a completely fresh, different look to Fart Studios. Whether that's good or bad, only time will tell. I think Sonic was a bit of an X factor where he was limited by his hero pool, but when he was on his hero and it was the right game for that hero, suddenly things could look really good for Fart Studios. But it was just like too specific of a scenario for him to really shine in a lot of these games.
Yeah. Just maybe something going back to basics for the side of Fart Studios could be something good. Maybe help BSJ out a little bit in the lane there. But Fia, anything else between these two teams that you're very excited for now, knowing that they have the 2 subs?
I think both teams picked up like a sub where I think it'll actually increase their power levels. Both these teams have, in a way, like struggled a bit, right? The Cut's doing okay, Fart Studios below expectations, but Monkey's Forever has played 5 before. He's comfortable on the position, which I think he'll most likely play in. And, B-God, he was the X factor for this team. He was the guy you went to when the game was close to like get you the clutch. So it should be a very interesting game.
Yeah. What are some of the B-God heroes? Have we mainly only seen him on Hoodwink?
Hood and Sky.
And Skywrath, yeah.
Skywrath, is it?
He likes to play that hero.
Series.
Yeah, he likes to play that hero that runs around with a Blink and Ethereal Blade and a Hex and just solo kill people on the side lanes as support. Seems to be a high, heavy nuking type of hero that gets lots of farm and builds selfishly. He's not going to build like a Greaves or in the offlane like we saw Save doing.
Yeah.
Would you say he... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add, after their opening series, when he completely stomped 2 games in the sky, we talked to them and they were like, yeah, we want to play as many games with B-God as possible because I think they were losing all their scrims with Save. And then basically B-God is like, as much as you could consider him a player on their team, he kind of is, although, they're limited by the DPC rules as to how much he can play.
Yeah, how many times you can play with a stand-in. Do you think that B-God is probably one of the most greedy 4s we've seen in any Div 2 Fear, or would you even coin him as probably the greediest up there?
I mean, as far as itemization goes, yeah, sure. Like, he does always itemize for himself. I'm not going to say he's just out there, like, stealing last hits or, like, taking farm away, right? But, like, he always itemizes for himself so he can kill enemy heroes. So, him and maybe Aframush seem to have, like, a similar playstyle in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a little overlaps between those 2 players. Again, with the Cut and Fart Studios, draft is now here. Before we see the draft, though, before we really get into it, I do want to ask you guys. I didn't get to ask, but guys, is it going all 3 games during this series? Is this going to be our closest series of the day?
I think it's going 3 games. I think especially seeing the stand-in with... Well, I guess both... I agree with Fear. Both teams level up with their stand-in, but I think it's a good player to bring in Monkeys, but... I think for the Cut, they mean business that they're bringing in B-God to secure the win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to speculate here too, but like, if your team's not doing really well, sometimes, you like to scapegoat someone, and then move on and be like, all right,
damn,
mental refresh, let's go, and we might just see a totally different squad.
I'm excited for it, but Fart Studios, they pick up the Hoodwink themselves. They get Tree and Hood there with the Cut getting DP, and then going to be having closing phase pick gods.
Yeah, this is, I think, against the Cut specifically, you have to be careful about picking like offlaners in the first phase, because we've seen like if Fart Studios pick a Beastmaster or something, the Cut will go Bristle. So I think being in second pick, it's a very safe opener just to go double support. Treant 5, you'll get, some carry that can go with it. Hoodwink as your 4 is just all around always going to be this nice, useful playmaker to have. And the Cut basically get to, get more out of this first phase because they don't have to, there's nothing Fart Studios can really pick that is going to be like, oh crap, we're going to lose to this, because you always get to counter it. Whereas the Cut, can get more chances to counter pick here.
Okay, well, with the Death Prophet and Spirit Breaker field, would you be safe in assuming that it's a Spirit Breaker off and then DP mid, like it's 2 cores here? Or would you like to see a little bit of flex maybe with where the Spirit Breaker goes?
I mean, this is a interesting pick, because normally we do see the Spirit Breaker when the Cut run it in that offlane position, right? And Spirit Breaker, historically, we see it a lot on POS 4, but that's not really a hero we want B-God to be picking up, right? It doesn't fit the bill of like what we've seen and what's been impressive from him, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did just slap DP mid for Shaggy. He doesn't mind early picking his heroes that he's good at, and an offlaner. I would prefer that than seeing B-God on Spirit Breaker 4, to be honest with you, but I'm also okay with Empyrean pick it up as a POS 5 if they want to go that route. But I kind of hate that too. So let's just say I hope it's an offlaner and mid combination. I'm not sure why they picked in this order, but yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, do you have any insight, Gods, as to why they could have gone for the double core opening when it feels like you really didn't need to? Or is it just two heroes they want to play some pawns on?
Yeah, I think they're looking at Spirit Breakers as, especially with their drafts, when the cut, we're talking about them not picking many stuns across their cores. Like, I almost think it may be a support Spirit Breaker, at least the option to flex it is there between offlane and 5, even though 5 Spirit Breaker isn't the strongest. I think just it gives you that one way to start a fight. Like, if they're gonna try and build this, like, kind of Death Bowl type draft with Death Prophet plus some kind of carry that, the Bristle type hero, it may not be Bristle, but especially against the Hoodwink, which is, I think, a big part of why Fart2 has picked Hoodwink, is like, okay, this guy loves Bristle, let's pick Hoodwink, let's get the break. But yeah, I think for cut, I have to imagine it's still at least a bit of a flex pick.
And then with these bans, are you liking what's coming out? Do you feel that they're nice and tailored? Okay, so they clearly think the Spirit Breaker is going to be a core because, a Techies and a Sky are being banned out by Partner Studios.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing they could do strategically is probably put B-God on the Spirit Breaker, because it'll most likely leave a bunch of offlaners that could be good. And if we look at B-God's hero pool, like, they're banning all those, like, solo potential, Ethereal Blade carriers. They took the Hoodwink, Sky's gone, Techie's gone. There's not a ton of options left. Like, Snapfire does okay. He doesn't seem to really favor the Rubik, because Rubik is more of like a team fight type of support. And I might be like over-analyzing him and his capabilities as a player. I'm just kind of going off what we've seen and what he's looked really good at, seeing if he could replicate it. But maybe we'll just see a new side of B-God here. He's only played 2 series, I believe, for the team, so we don't have a lot of data on him.
Yeah, we don't really.
Curious to see where these teams go with the carry pool. The last time we saw Fart Studios actually won a series, and part of their strategy, they gave away Death Prophet, I think, both games, and just first phase Bloodseeker against it, which is still in the pool here. So definitely Fart super comfortable and loves the Bloodseeker versus Death Prophet matchup. And it's still in the pool, so I got to imagine that's something Fart Studios are considering, since they won both games with that matchup in the past.
Yeah, I mean, what else is in the pool that's good versus these 2 heroes?
What?
Phantom Lancer.
Yes, but it's bad against the other 3 heroes, let's assume. Well, you definitely don't pick PL this big, but...
Yeah, no, for sure not. Like, I think right now you address in the safest way possible, just pick a mid, because mid's the lane that's you're least likely to lose. And it kind of like covers your bases as far as like the side lanes go. I do like this a lot. If it does well against the DP mid, which it should be, it probably won't win. You're not going to crush DP mid, but there's not many heroes that crush DP in lane. We talked about it before. One of the easiest to execute heroes from any lane, really, as long as you're a core, just by spamming Siphon. But you do buy the early Vessel, which stops the Siphon, and you also have the Cyclone, which is really good against Spirit Breaker's passive, as it removes the Bulldoze and makes them much more killable.
Yeah. And who needs to ban Bristle when you just pick up heroes that make Bristle's life miserable? Like the EMP against him, the Hoodwink, like this does not look like a good Bristle game.
Disruptor, your favorite POS 5 fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite POS 5 against the cut. But is it my personal favorite POS 5? No, not really, but this hero is strong right now. I think he's a little undervalued in maybe some other regions. I'd like to see this hero more like coming into the major or whatever it might be, because it does have, like, ever since they added the damage to Glimpse, he does seem a lot more powerful in the laning stage. He gets the Ags. He's incredibly powerful in the late game. I do think the hero is very powerful.
Dire team pick.
Oh, and then a Zeus. Okay.
Okay. So that Zeus, you're thinking more mid lane here, which means
No,
Death
surely
Prophet.
Are you?
Four. It's surely
Yeah, I'm
Four
with that
is-
on this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a
Does it buy
post
an ethereal? Can it buy an ethereal blade and kill
True.
people? Sounds like
Yeah.
he got to me.
Sounds like big on here. Yeah, there we go. So Zeus Spirit Breaker offlane duo. That okay? There we, I'm on board with that.
Yeah, it actually feels very the cut in every way possible with this Spirit Breaker Zeus combo.
Oh, is Monkeys playing core? Is that why they picked Brewmaster? I mean, Jenkins can play this hero, but this was always one of the Monkeys Forever classics too. So
Oh yeah,
have not seen much Brew.
That's a hard question to ask, right? Because I personally do not think anyone but Monkeys will play that. I think they will go to the extent of playing Treant offlane and Brewmaster 5 if Monkeys is going to be playing POS 5.
What? Maybe that's the back pocket that they have is Fart Studios in one game are gonna have Jenkins offlane and Monkeys Forever 5, and then the next game they're just gonna flip it up. They're gonna swap it.
Keep your opponents guessing.
Yeah, that's the real debate here.
Yeah, I
But
mean, that's...
Brewmaster-
No, go ahead. I have nothing to add there. Carry
Okay.
on. Ask the question.
I was gonna say, how does Brewmaster fit, right? In this sort of lineup, obviously going to be going off lane no matter who really does end up playing it.
I mean, another Dispel for Spirit Breaker, which is quite annoying. You do have Silence. You can get on top of the Zeus. I mean, I'm trying to advocate for a hero that just one person on that team just loves playing, so I can tell you it fits because Monkeys Forever is on Fart Studio today.
That's the
There we go.
real in-game analysis here.
Yeah, it's this good kind of chaotic team fire that like really frontlines well. Like I'd love to see them pick up one of these like strong ranged carries. Like Drow gets banned out, but I think like even Sniper could be a consideration still. Just because I feel like Brewmaster really enables those style of carries to really shine because Brew is so good at protecting them. You cyclone somebody, you frontline really well. So I think these ranged carries could be appealing for BSJ here.
That's why they do ban out. The Drow is one of them, and then Faceless Void.
I mean, that's kind of where the Spirit Breaker pick gets in your head a little bit, It's like you don't really want to play Sniper against a core Spirit Breaker, but at the same time, they do have a Death Prophet, so you need some ranged damage as well. I mean, you don't have to be ranged damage, you just need to be, at some point, able to burst DP. If you can't burst DP and she's able to always sit in the middle of the fights, that's where this hero generally picks up most of its wins. So, I mean, he does a last pick on BSJ here, or Fard SJ, so he's kind of getting to see the whole picture, the carry-to-carry matchup, his lane matchup, which at this point, I think he should be pretty confident in. It will be Spear Breaker, which is not the hardest hero to lane against with even melee heroes, so he might have more of a free lane in this type of scenario.
Okay.
They're doing it.
Of course.
They're doing it.
The question as I saw the life stealer, like the carry bands coming out, I'm like, okay guys, what's left for Scrooge here?
Yeah. And obviously Fart wanted this because they know it's his most played hero. They banned out everything else he could play. Like the other heroes he's played the most is Spectre. He's played twice, and I think Nature's Prophet he's played 3 or 4 times. So they were like, please pick Bristleback. And they must have some kind of pick ready for it, I would imagine.
It's nothing super obvious, like Slark looks pretty okay. Oh, yeah, that one works.
There you go.
I mean, that was
on
my
time.
first. It's just like pretty good versus Bristle. You get a silver
Wait.
edge.
Guys, look at who Jenkins is playing.
Yeah, of course. Well, no, of course. I mean, he's not playing. He's not playing Brew.
We don't know
yeah.
who's 5 or 3 yet.
I mean, obviously,
yet.
we are assuming the lanes are going to change.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would not like to see an off lane 5, but that
I
was
want to see it.
Do you really feel?
I want Jenkins to play offlane tree. That is infinitely
All right, quickly
more
message
entertaining.
him right now. Message him right now and be like, bro, go in the off lane. I want to see it.
He's currently not on my friends list, so I can't.
Oh. Okay, that's
Thanks
fair.
for
That's
making me
understandable.
feel bad, though.
Well, it's all right. He's not on my friends list either. So, gods, if you could just send that message.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That'd be awesome. But instead, we can talk about it. We can analyze the Fast Studio lineup as if it will be Monkeys Forever playing offlane, Jenkins playing Pos 5, and how you like these two lineups, Spear.
They both have something. The Cut has a very explosive draft, and if it does work out, it's going to be online very quickly with charges, global, from the Zeus. They can play really quickly if Shaggy has a great laning stage. It's going to be very high tempo, but if they start feeding or the lanes don't do super well, I think Fart Studios' draft is going to scale much harder.
Yeah. What about yourself, Gods? Do you have faith in this Bristleback for Scourge again?
I don't, because I think the entire game plan needs to go pretty flawlessly, because later on, like, he's going to get thrown up in the air with a Cyclone, he's going to get EMP, there's a Hoodwink for some break. Like, there's so many things that make this Bristle game really difficult, so I think the Cut need to kind of steamroll over this game, or they're going to get outscaled.
Okay, we'll see if the Cut can show up. We'll also see how Fart Studios are going to play with their standard here. We are jumping into game number 1 between the two teams with our casters, Waga and Breaky.
Thank you very much. The Cut versus Fart Studios. As mentioned, both these teams definitely playing for a bit of something, a little bit of different in terms of a bit of something. Fart Studios trying to remain alive here in Division 2 going into next season, not finish bottom 2. The Cut, they still are technically eligible for a top 2 finish. Victory here keeps that alive. Other things going their way, you never really know. So looking forward to this one. As mentioned, joined by Waga here. Waga, we got some interesting stuff with this draft, though. We got Monkeys playing the Brewmaster. What do you think of everything going on?
Yeah, so I was actually playing with Monkeys yesterday. I was hanging out with him for a few hours. We were doing drinking games before he then went to play scrims, which I assume he was playing the scrims then with Fart Studios after that. I actually talked to him as he joined the lobby here. I'm happy to see him play. Obviously, he loves playing micro heroes, so his Brewmaster is a treat to watch. He's very, very good at this. He loves Broodmother. He loves, all the disgusting micro style heroes, but not necessarily so much the Beastmasters. More Brood and Brew are his real mastery.
Yeah, no, Monkey's a great guy, and definitely excited to see him sitting in here for Fart Studios. And to clarify, it is going to be him playing the offlane role in the end. So we knew that he was going to be playing it. Obviously, Jenkins has been the offlaner for Fart Studios, but with this rotation, not that surprising, though. Of course, Monkeys has history himself playing offlane, and specifically playing the Brew in this case. So to clarify all that, Jenkins on the tree and support.
Yeah, I think Monkeys is a way stronger offlane player than Jenkins, to be honest. I love Jenkins, but Monkeys is, he's an offlane specialist. I think Jenkins does pretty good job on support generally, so... him being on Treant, nothing too uncomfortable for him there either, I would say. I've seen him play +5 and do just fine before. So we'll see how the Bristleback pick into Brewmaster is going to work, by the way. Because Brewmaster has been used in the past as a counter pick to Bristle, and they knew they were playing against it. So we'll see if this is going to bother him later on. The Cyclone spam is a very good way to deal with heroes like both DP and Bristle.
Yeah, and then they went with the final pick, Slark, mentioning a carry hero for Fart SJ in terms of in that Bristleback matchup. But yeah, Scourge playing the Bristle, as the panel was talking about. This is a hero that he's very comfortable on for the Cut, paired with that Disruptor, who, as we know, has that, 11-1 record, I believe, overall in Division 2. Very, very strong support. So are you leaning towards one draft or the other, or you feel unsure right now?
Both drafts have some merit to them. I would probably prefer Fart Studios draft overall, but Fart Studios have looked kind of shaky in the previous games. Cut have looked stronger throughout the season here, so that puts me at a dilemma where I like the draft, but am I confident that they're going to play better?
You got on the Zeus, by the way. Of course, we've been seeing him play as Skywrath as they stand in for this team earlier on. Playing the Zeus, though, a similar kind of hero, of course, brings a lot of magic burst. But a hero we usually see that mid role, especially here in Division 2. What do you make of him playing the support this time, though?
I think support Zeus is pretty great. I think it's underutilized. The Heavenly Jump made the hero so much better as a support than it previously was. Interestingly, going for that Arc Lightning in the lane, sometimes we see it with the Lightning Bolt during laning stage, but it's just too mana intense, I guess. The Arc Lightning, you can do more damage to multiple targets.
Yeah. Bottom lane, no surprise. Plenty of back and forth going on down here. See Brewmaster with that Thunderclap and the Cinder Brew now currently leveled up. But mid lane matchup, Invoker versus Death Prophet. Right now, Invoker 12-4, Death Prophet 11-2. Very even. It is a Quaswex Invoker. What do you make of this matchup?
I think the nice thing about being Quasflex Invoker is that you're a natural Vessel buyer, right? That's the big standout to me here is you need Vessel against DP a lot of the time, and Invoker kind of just hits that check mark for you. He's going to go for it. He's happy to go for it. It's not out of his way. So the matchup mid in particular, I think maybe DP has a slight edge, but it's no massive lead.
So going back to Monkeys here, playing this Brewmaster as a good top player. There's a little bit of chance at action, but never mind. But yeah, on the Brewmaster, what's the style of build that we should expect to see out of him playing the soft lane Brew?
I mean, I haven't really seen people play Brewmaster in the recent patch. Like Fear said, advocating for a hero that's not really relevant right now, right? Like, but when you have specialists, you might just get the hero picked anyway. So that's what we're seeing. I imagine that it's going to be... Oh, he gets pulled back into Bristleback. Probably going to be fine here, just taking a bit of damage. Build-wise, I think we're going to see the whole Aeon Disc, you know, with Aghanims. I've seen him go Aghanim Scepter before. Really enjoying the free spirit that you get. Permanent uptime. Use the Fire Spirit to farm, and then you have the Cyclone Spirit non-stop later on. It's really just the Cyclone Spirit. It's not even the Storm Spirit. It's just it's Tornado.
I love how he's one of those heroes, the Observer, showing it off too. You scroll over the Ag Scepter and Shard for him. It's just like this whole these paragraphs of just text. You're like, if you don't play this hero often, you're like, what am I reading right now?
Yeah,
what is
I mean, to summarize it briefly, you get one Brewling even when you're normal, and it operates very well within 1600 range of you. If it goes farther away, it gets massively slowed down and really can't do anything. Yeah, it's a beneficial tool to kind of push and shove lanes.
Still no kill yet, and honestly, for Division 2 NA, that's pretty rare. Oh, you know what? There we go. It is going to happen back and forth at the top lane. Fart SJ credit for the first blow, though, and he wants another. Not going to get it just yet, though. Peacock keeping his distance. So, right on cue, it felt like, coming up to the 5-minute mark. Have our first clash, and it's advantage for Fart Studios, though.
Yeah, they do get the first blood there. They took some good damage, though, but nice start for Fart SJ there, getting the permanent Agi. Well, a lot of damage was done mid as well. The DP playing aggressive onto the Invoker here, but CS is dead even on mid. 27-7, 27-7, both of them right now.
Level 6 is coming out, of course, a bit more impactful, certainly for the Death Prophet. Gets that Exorcism. See if he makes a play with it in terms of putting some tower presence as far as the push goes. Also 6 minutes in general coming up soon, and we know how important that is, and we already see supports rotating over, including the Zeus towards the top rune. Gonna meet up against a Treant. Scan will hit as well, so he knows this Treant's coming.
Yeah, everybody is engaging for this. Both supports on both teams are aware how important rune control is, even in this matchup where heroes don't care that much about runes.
Ooh, Shaggy gets it. He got the regen, bottled up. Jenkins doing his best to take, but now Jenkins in trouble. Being slowing down. Beat-God will finish him off. Mentioned
Newsham,
using that heavily jump.
Kill. Oh, the ward drop.
Is he
He
gonna
drops
get
a
it?
ward, gets vision.
I'm somewhat of a disruptor myself.
Well played there. Gets the kill on Disruptor.
And
Zeus. Yeah, Newsham in the flank is just like cleaning up. He
Yeah.
loses his teammate in Treant, but ends up getting 2.
that was really sweet how he did that. First of all, the Observer ward drop gave him the vision for the first kill, and then he blind lands the Bushwhack, you know, correctly reading the movement there as well, coming out from B-God, who gets caught out. Really well played by Hoodwink here.
Top lane, Treant, after the resurrection, goes top and puts some pressure on the Chives, but he'll be fine. Especially with Zeus teleporting back in. Bottom lane, Brewmaster, does he have a glimpse? He does. Empyrean, using that glimpse, and Monkey's likely dead. Nothing more he can do at that point. Newsham gonna just run away and survive himself, but good kill on the Brewmaster. Disruptor coming back in.
Yeah, Disruptor strikes again. Top, though, we see some damage. Chives, he has that status rest, though. He should be fine. Look at his build, by the way, on Spirit Prick. That's interesting. Going for a double Wraith Band into the face boot, so very heavy armor. He actually has 17 armor under a tower, so he wasn't taking much damage at all from his Lark auto attacks.
Yeah, that, and, Treant Protector certainly brings a decent auto attack himself, 101 damage, but all that armor mitigating plenty, so considering with that build. Sadman is, actually bottom lane. Kinetic Field's put down. There is once again another brawl of Monkeys Forever. Just so much damage. The stacks are adding up. Again, Nusham, not much he could do right there.
That is a horrible death for him as well. Now, no TP. That was his second death quickly in a row, and Glimpse just doing work on bottom lane. We see exactly what we have seen so much of. Just Disruptor and those glimpses. People just don't respect him enough.
Yeah, he still gets picked up, and it's just, 11-1, just saying. Yes, he did have that loss, but yeah, this hero's certainly one of the most powerful in Division 2. And time and time we're seeing that glimpse especially is a big reason for that. But how about this tower pressure? I mean, you see Sadman coming over, of course, with that exorcism, and there you go. It's a free tower kill favoring the Radiant.
Yeah, that's a great move. That's a great early move. And honestly, the Cut, one of the teams that have been, getting some almost flack from the panel every now and then that they, they're not necessarily a team that is so heavy on the team play. It's more, just good players and like things kind of work for them. But this was really nicely coordinated, moving down here and, playing around their strong heroes and taking a tower that you're not expected to get this early on. And that makes it so much harder for Fart Studios to make the natural rotation and get their bottom tower.
And you can also see Monkeys, again, the struggle does continue. He's not even level 6 yet, where Bristleback has more than a full level, essentially, over him at this point. Of course, that Promo Split, very important ability to pick up, but going to get it here shortly. As Nusham and Jenkins are in the area, so not exactly sure what the game plan is right now. Are we going to see a smoke, maybe? No, they're going to do some of the stack, I suppose.
Yeah, they need level 6 on Brewmaster if they're gonna go for the smoke, so clearing the stack here, important to get him to that level 6. He has it now though, so now they could take a fight. The issue is, he doesn't bring enough damage to kill the Bristleback on his own. Like, their lineup doesn't kill Bristle, so I think they have to play towards mid perhaps, or make a move somewhere else.
Yeah, they're seen though. They're not smoked up currently. There's a couple of wards spotting this rotation, so this is all the information Shaggy, or aka Sadman, needs on the Death Prophet. In fact, he's gonna try to run into them now. He has Disruptor coming over. They want to pick this fight.
Yeah, he's feeling fairly confident here.
On the top side, you have Slark coming in though. So far, that's Jade rotating. We just hit 10 minutes.
He's also on a ward.
Isolated though. Yeah, he's on a ward, and obviously being Slark, you got to know that. And Shadow Dance is going to be activated very early on. Still gets stunned on through though. He's in trouble. Does not have a lot of life to work with. But there's a proper split combo from Invoker as well, and lockdown on the Zeus is successful. They take him out. You see the Cyclone keeping Chives up in the air. They pull him back down. Can he charge out? 2 more seconds. Has another strike. Not going to matter though. So it does work out for Fart Studios in the end.
It was a really well-timed Slark ulti there. The Zeus ulti just hit slightly too late and missed damage into the Shadow Dance, of course. Nice catch mid with the glimpse again. Disruptor is just, level 7 now at minute 10:50. Doing really, really fantastic on his Disruptor, I would say. And now is max level on that glimpse.
I mean, that's huge. Yeah, you meant level 7. That's kind of crazy for at 11 minutes in. I mean, you compare him to others in this game. Yeah, he's definitely doing the work, and they're going to just put the pressure on this mid-tier 1 now. There's a glimpse used on Slark. Push it back. This Exorcism. It is going to wear off, though.
Yeah.
Scourge. Do you want to go on this Bristleback, though? How much do you want to commit? The break is up, but there's the double siphon, and Fart Studios has to respect it. Cryptstorm coming on through. Monkeys will survive, making use of that new Hood of Defiance.
Yeah, so he has Hood and he has Mana Boots. Some damage mitigation definitely is needed against this team. When you have Zeus and DP, getting a pipe could be very useful. Even against Spirit Breaker, brings a lot of magic damage later on as well. His bash being magical, his ulti, bashing as well as adding more magical. So probably a good item this game. The issue is though, that doesn't help you against Bristle. And Bristle is going to get strong. We've seen SMD before. Once he gets that Aghanims, that's the timing that he wants to play towards.
Yeah. And it's definitely being worked on. Already has the Joker Axe. Has the rest of the makings of the axe queued up, and he's farming away in the jungle currently. So he's definitely working towards it. You have Death Prophet with an Arcane Rune currently bottled up in the mid lane. We'll see what she makes of that. Exorcism coming off cooldown in about 45 seconds. Noticing some items on the other side, Fart Studios, Fart SJ specifically, getting the defusal delivered right now, and he's grouping up with the team, so you can tell this dire side wants to make a play right now.
Yeah, pretty expected that Slark will go for something like this to try and make aggressive early moves. So this smoke coming in.
Oh no. Great catch on the Brewmaster. Off the back end, they pick him off, though. It's just a Death Prophet curling, and all 5 are here for Fart Studios. Sadman's in trouble. He did not expect the whole team, the sharpshooter, will finish the job. So coming together worked out pretty well.
Yeah, that acted like a bait there. Monkeys Forever was just running up alone while his team was smoking up. And as they glimpse him back and think they get a nice pickoff, they just turn it around on DP instead. Now they're immediately moving in to the enemy jungle, but this is also kind of the result of their heroes, right? Again, this is a team with no real tower damage after winning a fight like that. You don't have any way to push towers early into the game. So for now, they kind of just have to go for a kill and then stabilize and farm a little bit again.
That's exactly what they're doing. And while they're stabilizing, let's take a look at those odds. Thanks to esportsbet.io, the watch touring platform. It is currently favoring Fart Studios. Fairly close overall, as you would probably expect with a matchup like this. But top play, by the way, Scourge McDuck in trouble. He is by himself currently. Spearbreaker in the area, but the whole team once again is here. Nusham yet again with the sharpshooter to finish the job. So, but to your point, Wog, it's like, now what do you do off of this? Obviously, that's a big kill, but well, they're going to smoke up immediately and go again.
Yeah, they're just going for kills right now, looking for more and more. Slark does connect, though.
That should be a free kill on Empyrean. Looks like it. Sunstrike hits, and Jenkins actually credit for the kill. So yeah, the smoke, and it's a support, not as significant, but it's still a kill.
Yeah, they get it, and they also saw the Ancients, importantly. Don't think they have a really great way to steal those Ancients, though. Already triple stacked, it's going to be difficult for them. Actually, never mind, it's a quadruple stack already.
We saw Monkeys there actually harassing Death Prophet by himself, but quickly falling back as there was support coming in, and that was pretty deep. So yeah, you mentioned this big stack of Ancients. Scourge McDuck heading back to the area. And gonna be hit by the Overgrowth, which was also being used on the Spearbreaker that was charging in. So Jenkins attempting to get away, puts the armor up. Never mind though, Zeus finishes the job, but it's gonna come at a cost for Spearbreaker's life. Again, really playing that core role, position 3, so certainly going away
Master
far
wants to
Studios.
catch, lifting up. He's holding the DP in place.
Meanwhile, the Ancients somewhat being attempted during all of this and causing more chaos. Death Prophet though, the Spirit Vessel, the Siphon's up. Monkey's still running him down. Double kill for Fart SJ though, as he takes out the Empyrean in the meantime. And then he comes over and help finish the job onto the Death Prophet. So this very chaotic playstyle of Fart Studios going for hero kills, and it seems to be working right now.
Yeah, right now their team fight is very, very strong on the side of Fart Studios, and utilizing that Brewmaster ulti, you can see the impact of it. It's massive. RSJ has to be careful, jumping up on a cliff, getting charged, but no ulti on Spearbreaker. They're really going for this?
Well, they want to protect these Ancients, obviously. I mean, the stack is still up. Both teams are like, what do we do about this? You see Brewmaster pinging it. Monkeys does not want to give this up. And how much do you really invest into this, is the question.
Yeah, on the side of Cut, they're just trying to keep control of it, but they keep leaving heroes.
Yeah, that's the second time Disruptor's died within the last minute. And now the tier 1's also going to fall, so more map control favoring Fart Studios, and obviously with the way they're positioned, that they're really kind of choking out the Cut right now from that ancient spot. But BSJ, oh, did he go too deep here? Well, he's Slark, he's got Shadow Dance, so he is fine in the end.
Yeah, he's just bullying them away. Now, looks like they might try to clear the Ancients as a team, perhaps? Or they're just moving to top tower, perhaps? No, they're gonna try it. They're going for the Ancients. I don't know if they have time to do it, but they already did do some damage before, so are they gonna be able to steal this?
You got Hoodwink with that boomerang already, so assisting as well. But yeah, the question, they stole a couple, but at what cost now? They don't have Sark with them. The Initiation Spearbreaker going to be going for the play on a Brewmaster. The big static storm hitting Brew specifically, and he's dead. Didn't have a Primal Split anyways, but Glibsel finished his job. Obviously, Spearbreaker goes down as well. They're chasing Annihilate, but the armor of Tree keeping him alive. Nusham, TP out. Oh, it's not going to work. Almost a split-second difference. So, obviously the big key there, though, Fart SJ was busy bottom lane when that fight broke out.
Yeah, tough to TP out against both Disruptor and Zeus like that. They have so many ways to find you, spot you, or cancel your TP in general. Nice little detail there, by the way. D-ward by Empyrean on the high ground, but look, pings out the ward right now is Newsham. I think it was the ward dropped by Jenkins. Very smart little ward that honestly doesn't get enough attention. So many people just check the high ground and they don't check the second cliff. I mean, it's the worst ward, but it gets D-ward so much less.
Yeah, well, and it still gets that ancient vision, which is certainly a big aspect of it, and it kind of gives you that vision of they're in this area, you know, right below it. So it's not as strong, to your point, but the chance of it getting countered is much, much less, as we see here. So yeah, very good point out there for Fart Studios. Meanwhile, iAnnihilate, he's pushing bottom lane with Invoker. He has a hand of Midas now, so his progress is starting to ramp up, and he's keeping up with the Bristleback. I mean, yeah, you look at the graphs right there, too. Definitely has been a bit of a swing favoring Fart Studios in the last 5 minutes or so.
The big story is that ForestJ is having such a good game, right? He's at 9,500 gold right now. He's got 7 perma-agi. Bottom, they're trying to set up something, but Jenkins might just be a bit caught out here.
Yeah, that was a little bit too deep, to say the least. Invoker can't really go through the trees like Treant can, so he got a little too far ahead and unfortunately found more than even just the Zeus. But in the end, not the biggest deal.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't lose that much. It's just a support at the end of the day. It's funny how in this game, because of having the Slark on the side of Fart Studios, they actually have vision advantage against a team that has Zeus. You have that free kind of D-warding with a support Zeus, but there's still there are so many deep wards planted right now by Fart Studios, and they have complete vision control.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. You see Scourge McDuck back in that ancient area. Of course, not necessarily the stack to work with, but still some farm to take. Radiant Scan is going to hit them grouping up here towards the tier 1 top tower. And Fart Studios trying to figure out what they want to do, almost expecting a bit of a push, but because of that scan, I think the cut is thinking otherwise and going elsewhere.
Yeah, they're probably respecting the team fights. When Brewmaster has ulti ready, it's dangerous to go into that big fight, but Brew is also pretty happy with the tempo that the game has slowed down to now, because he is only 350 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. As I said, he will go for it, and he, you know, went for the hood first to get some tank ability, but this Monkeys Forever really knows how to get the most out of this item, so it will be really fun to see, because it's kind of breath of fresh air. We don't see Brewmaster at all in the current meta.
I was confirming, too, here in Division 2 at least, it has not been picked yet. Obviously, the first time this season so far it's been picked. So, yeah, an out-of-meta hero, certainly, but on a player that is very comfortable, as you're suggesting. So, we'll see how the cut is able to handle once the Axe is just about finished. Yeah, less than 100 gold away now for Monkeys as he's farming out the bottom lane.
Yeah, they also went with Blink on Newsham, so he's possibly going to look to set up some stuff. They are going to go on Bristle, but this is more of a harass, I think. Pretty strong harass, but they didn't have a real kill threat. It does force the reaction, though.
Well, Chives sprinting on through, bashes through the Trankles right for the hoodwink, but now Chives, he went deep for this. Uh-oh, Kinetic Field is put out, but Overgrowth locking him in place, and with the Boker nearby, no chance to get away right there, so... Yeah, definitely a very deep commitment that backfires. BSJ also coming over. They see him, though.
He knows this, can be ready. Slark wants to dive. He wants to take team fights. Even though he knows he's under a ward right now, he is being very confident with this BKB in hand. If anyone gets close, he can hold them in place with a diffusal and just easily fight them. So this is awkward for the cut, because normally you see them get that Aghanims for Bristleback, and they've played it so many times before. It's always, he gets Aghanims, he activates, they start doing stuff, but now they don't feel like they have the stronger team fight. And that makes it awkward to play heroes like DP, who are so ulti-oriented.
Speaking of that, dude, oh my god. That was the Zeus right there. It just gets blown up, and DP is chasing back the Invoker. Gonna get some assistance from Chives. Exorcism's up, obviously. Another strike pushing back even further in Invoker. Not really much of a chance at that point, Jenkins. Putting on the seat, but gonna just hide with his brethren in the trees. And now, Fart SJ finds his chance to open on to Spear Breaker. Not an easy target to take down, but easy enough in the end. He does get the kill. Lift up under to the Bristleback, that is, from the Brewmaster. Sadman gets a double kill in the meantime as he takes out Nusha. That exorcism, though, it has worn off. Monkeys using that Storm Ruling.
Yep. He hasn't even popped ulti in this fight, but Bruling is chasing and setting up for a Slark. Still has BKB.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is that Ags effect, and we are going to see the Promise Plate now coming out, just lifting up Bristlebacks. Bristleback's out of this fight completely, and it's just the Death Prophet. Death Prophet's dead, and now Scourge McDuck, he's going to have to run. Zeus nearby. Where's Disruptor during all this? He's just south of them as well. The ultimate from Zeus does get the kill, though, on Fart SJ, so catches him off guard, actually. B-God still might die to this Brewmaster in the end. It looks like he is going to, but now Monkeys, he might be overcommitted too, and so is Invoker. Fart SJ, or more so Fart Studios, is just overextending a bit, to say the least. Monkeys forever trying to run that kinetic field, holding him in place, though. Jenkins nearby, no overgrowth threat, though. He does have the living armor. Puts that up, but can Monkeys actually get away from this in the end? I don't think he can.
Yeah, it's
too
gonna
much
be very
slow.
difficult.
Well, he's surviving. Well, maybe. Hoodwink, actually the threat now. Sharpshooter breaks up on Bristle, but not enough return damage. And now Jenkins taking the distraction. So Monkeys does escape. They are going to lose a train for this. However, Hoodwink doing all that he can, and Monkey says, you know, I want to fight this now. I want to go back in, but Kinetic Field locking him in place. Can't change, but Hoodwink cleaning up the Bristleback. New shot.
They get one more?
Continue to do work. They do get another toy in Empyrean, and they will take him out as well. Double kill for Monkeys, but that was all Newsham, and yeah, he deserves that tip.
Yeah, Newsham was working hard in that fight, just kiting. I mean, we could see how difficult it was to kill the Brewmaster when he has his spirit protecting him as well. But that was so much just Hoodwink having good position, keep spamming those lockdowns and doing damage bit by bit. And also the ulti, of course, doing so much against Bristle. I've said it a few times when we watched the Bristleback pick. There have been Hoodwinks against him before. SMD, he's not, you know, this is not the first time they plays against a Hoodwink, but this is sort of the first time that we actually see it be pretty effective with bursting him, getting value for that sharpshooter and getting the break affected.
And yeah, we saw really the first time that Ags coming into play as well for the Brewmaster. They kept hyping up quite a bit, and the lockdown on that Bristleback because of the initial Storm Rule in and the second one, it was pretty ridiculous. Now, of course, it still was looking decent for the cup, but then we saw the ultimate finish in favor of Fart Studios, certainly, is ESJ getting low right there once again. But
I mean, if B-God didn't find the surprise kill there on Fart SJ by just bursting him with the nukes,
True.
which honestly was a kill that should not happen, right? Like, your Slark, you just died to Magic Burst without pressing BKB. But if they didn't find that kill, then they would really be in disastrous territory right now. Now, it's still bad, but they do have some tools to turn this around still.
well, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because, you know, Sark again mentioned the BKB. He even goes the full Mage Slayer now, but not going the Ags yet. He does have the Ags now queued up, but especially with how active this game has been, would you have rather seen the Ags earlier, or is this still fun?
Monkey's laughing, having some fun there after that long fights and surviving. I'm actually agreeing with the build that he's doing on Slark. I think this is the disciplined and the correct build. Aghanim's, it's tempting, but having BKB and Mage Slayer is going to try and prevent that burst from happening, getting charged by Spirit Breaker into nuked fully or dying during a glimpse into Static Storm. You're just giving yourself more chances of staying alive, and as long as Slark doesn't get bursted immediately, he should be able to just dominate these fights.
Well, he's got an Aegis now, so if that surprise burst does come out again, then he, of course, has that second life to work with for the next 4.5 or so minutes. But yeah, the Ags being farmed up, and, you know, by the time that's over, that would be the timing to then have that finished, ideally. So we'll keep an eye on him and how that's going. On the other side, BKB coming along for Bristleback. Certainly an important item there, that is.
Yeah, I think in this game it's being controlled so much by the Invoker, the Quaswex Invoker, plus a Treant, plus a Hoodwink, and then Brewmaster on top of that. There's so much lockdown and control inside of Fart Studios, so Bristleback, doesn't really matter how much net worth you have or how much impact you could have, because you're not going to be allowed to cast your spells. So this BKB can give them a timing window to at least try and secure kills. Oh, look at the push top, by the way. This is Aghanim's with Alacrity. Dude, that hits so hard because the Demolish.
It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, again, the Ags effect for Monkeys. Once again, continue to show it off.
Yeah. takes me back to the broken patch where the Alacrity and the Demolish was like taking racks in 2 hits or something.
It's not that strong, but it still is a very, very strong combo, and you certainly have to respect it if you're the cut. And right there, I mean, they just could not react to it in time. It's like, how do you react to that? Obviously, that's a difficult thing to kill in the first place. You don't want to overcommit to this freaking Bruling.
Yeah,
and unable to.
That is, you know, solving. I said that they were lacking push earlier on, but that can solve their high ground push a little bit as well. They can just send the Earth Panda later on, especially when the Bruling Health Talent comes in on level 20. Then that Earth Panda is really hard to kill unless you have good range damage. And guess what? The cut, Bristleback, not really the best. Spear Breaker, not the best. DP also doesn't solve it. Like, none of those heroes deal with the Bruling.
Ooh, bottom lane. They saw the Spirit Breaker down here. You can tell Far Studios is going hunting, but Spirit Breaker does have that Shadow Blade, and he made his way back pretty early, so good discipline from Chives in the end. But that net worth just continues to grow ever so slightly for Far Studios. We're upwards of 9,000 now, and you can just feel it for the cut, that they feel very constricted, unsure of where to be right now. Other than Spirit Breaker, they're all kind of just huddled up, pushing out together.
Calmest push ever, bottom. Like, you're just looking at your Earth Panda doing the work. You don't need to go close. They're just leaving it. And pretty much in one single creep wave, it almost takes out the tower. It does so much damage already with level 2 Demolish.
And the cut's not even reacting to it, because again, it's that difficult spot. It's like, do we really want it? Obviously, when it comes to tier 3 towers, different story, but they basically have given up the fact that they're going to lose these tier 2 towers at this point.
Yeah, tier 2 is definitely falling, but if Invoker decides to come down and throw some Alacrity on this, then the high ground, it can already be threatened.
Oh, meanwhile, mid lane, Fartis is caught. He's got the Aegis. It's going to be burnt here. But they're just pushing bottom.
They're just pushing hard.
They don't even care. Oh, it's a BKB. Okay, he pops a Shadow Dance first, so he still has the BKB to use. He is going to jump on the Spirit Breaker. There's the BKB now coming out. And still not the biggest support coming for Fartis J, though, because they're pushing bottom, as you mentioned. Treant's going to come in with the Overgrowth, and BSJ will keep on running. So the bottom tier 3 going down during that Aegis distraction, and now Fart will retreat.
That Aghanims was so clutch for him as well on the Slark. The Courier coming in, getting the Aghanims, allowing him to jump out and get himself to safety. And yeah, like you said, bottom tier 3, that means you already have opened up access to this high ground, and the racks are exposed this early on into the game. That's not where you want to be if you have a Bristleback as your carry. You're supposed to be setting the tempo. So now they're trying to do something desperate, going out with Disruptor.
Well, they thought they caught Nusham. The glimpse put him like 2 feet, though, if that. 2 pixels more so. So yeah, he's able to get away, and a good blink there as well to make sure to get out Jenkins. He'll be the sacrificial lamb, but there could be more. Nope, the primal split as he was being glimpsed. So Monkeys, he's going to be fine. Just lifts up one and going to just keep them distracted, because you got
nice
Fartis J pushing mid.
Yeah, kills off the bounty room because he can't pick it himself, but he's just being so annoying right now. Keep sending those Cyclones over to a Bristleback. Even if it's not really a team fight happening, every time feels awful. You just keep spinning in the air, you're not doing anything. Every single one is 6 seconds of you not doing what you want to do. And he's continuously using it over and over. I played a lot of games against Monkeys Forever where he just did this to me, and it's infuriating. You wanna smash your keyboard at some point because you're not allowed to play the game, basically.
Yeah, Brewmaster is definitely one of the best single target lockdown in the game. There is no doubt about that, specifically with that Storm Bruling and with the Ags, as we're going to keep going back to. So, and to your point too, that was one of the reasons why it's considered a decent counter to this Bristleback, which I remind you, they did pick up Bristle knowing that though. So they clearly weren't worried about it too much, but perhaps having that hindsight second guessing now. But either way, it's having to deal with it some way, somehow if you're the cut, and it ain't easy though. The map control just continues to be absolutely dominated by Fart Studios.
Yeah, they're trying to go out and do something again here. Bristleback still has that 9-second beak, but he didn't find a chance to use it last fight. Gets cycloned up once.
Yeah, there you go. Just like, you kidding me? They are going to counter ward. Sentry, not really much. Nusham's just down here with an Ethereal Blade. We've seen what these Ethereal Blade Hoodwinks can do.
Yeah, pretty serious amount of magic burst can come in, and they send him up in the air. Gonna drop him?
Oh, they're going for forcing a BKB. But now, how do you get out? Blink away. And it's retreat time for the dire side, or is it? FartSJ thinking about going in. It's got that access mentioned. They catch a Death Prophet, the overgrowth on 3 or 4 heroes even. Sunstrike used, Death Prophet already getting low. The Siphons are out. Exorcism in 4 seconds. He hasn't used it yet. They're gonna keep him alive as Chives also stuns on through a Bristleback. He's taking plenty of damage. Static Storm though, and now Sark's in trouble. Sark, he's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to get out. Siphons up, everything being used. The big burst of living armor. No, they cannot keep Sark alive. On the dire side, Chives got a stunning in. Scourge McDuck, he will survive. Barely, but alive for now. He's going for the TP in the trees. Oh man, that was risky. But he gets out.
He gets out. I think that they also have to get out on the side of Fart Studios now. But they want to keep fighting. They're going.
They got triple meatball, so they're still feeling pretty confident. But I'm with you. I mean, without your Slark, you lose a lot of damage. That single target consistent damage, that is. And now Scourge McDuck gonna try to make them pay for this. He's running in after the Brewmaster. Primal Split, of course, on cooldown. Jenkins, now he's taking distraction, but he's certainly dead. Yes, there he goes. They do burst down the Spirit Breaker. Bristleback getting about half-life himself. You see Hoodwink throwing out the Ethereal Blade. Buyback, that's Treant. Treant with the buyback, so Living Armor going to be continuing to use. Annihilate is still very healthy during all this.
I mean, they stand strong on Fart Studios, I suppose, but using the buyback, now you really have to go. I suppose there's 30 seconds on the Spirit Breaker that is down. They can attempt to go, but this feels awkward when you don't have your Brewmaster ulti as well, and your Slark isn't here yet.
It feels like Fart Studios almost feels rushed to try to finish this game.
Yeah, here comes the Panda, though. They send in the Panda with Alacrity coming in soon. There we go, and he's gonna smash the racks. Look at it. Boom, boom, boom.
Gosh. He just can't. I'm surprised he's just not going for the melee racks as well. It's dead anyways. But yeah, they are gonna kill it. But yeah, there's the range racks down. So, but as I was kind of saying there, and you're really getting at it too. It's like, does Fart Studios need to be rushed? I mean, they certainly scale, right?
Yeah, I think they need to respect a little bit when the cooldown on Slark BKB came out. Like if you keep fighting and Disruptor has that ulti available, you basically gave him Aghanims. When you're fighting without BKB, then that's as if he had Aghanims. Now he does have Aghanims as well. Oh, if he can get this ulti on Slark, he does.
Yep.
No, he bashes him out.
Push him back. Pushing him every which way, and then will successfully get the kill. So you're right, that Static Storm, the axe kicking in, and Slark is dead again. Obviously unable to BKB. Almost a little awkward there with the push out, but
yeah,
that's coming through.
Yeah, Chives knew what he was doing. He's just, pinballing a little bit, the Slark. But the value of the Aghanims coming out, immediately getting a kill onto the carry, not allowing him to use the BKB throughout all of that. And now Roche being attempted here. Pretty difficult though with Treant just spamming the Nature's Grasp in there.
Yeah. I mean, forcing a Slark buyback would be massive right now for the cut, so they're certainly trying to do that, but yeah, Fart Studios is able to respond enough without the Slark to force them out.
Yeah, I feel like they can't really brute force it. There's so many control spells, and at the end of the day, Monkeys Forever is just standing in the pit and he's holding control of that. A big thing I want to mention in this game is look how much impact Monkeys is having in these fights with how bad of that laning stage was. Brewmaster doesn't care too much if he owns the laning stage or not. He will have similar impact anyway. It's just if he gets to the point of having Aghanims, which he still did at a decent time, then it's all going to be the same at the end of the day.
I mean, you see here, he's got the Storm Brewing. Obviously, they're spotting it, but they're not going to burst it down. Again, it goes back to you don't want to commit too much just to killing it. There's a double damage room bottom, by the way, so both teams have a chance to get that. It's not spotted currently. Brewmaster playing pretty aggressive here, doing some counter warding. Not worried about being jumped himself. Look at Annihilate, though. Setting up a flank.
Yeah, he's kind of just running around and making some moves. He's also going to go and shove bottom, make sure that pushes in towards that exposed racks while they're going for the Roche. So always setting themselves up. So he leaves the Force Spirits there, TP's back, and now if they take a 5v5 fight, bottom racks is going to be taking damage.
A very slow Roshan. I don't think that's an issue for Fart Studios, because now a fight's going to break out anyways. Here we go, Static Storm hits Brewmaster. Brewmaster's caught again, bashed out initially though. He gets out of the kinetic field, he's going to be able to get away. Fury, but no, he's good. The Primal Split now, and the turn chance for the dire side. Dust in the back lines. Now they're going for Scourge McDuck. They already killed the Spirit Breaker. Fart SJ, he pounces on through, catches Death Prophet, the meatballs are out, and Death Prophet's dead. She has a buyback, but no exorcism. Not in a good spot. Monkey's gonna lift up the Bristle. What else is new? Disruptor gonna be lifted up by a tornado, and Empyrean is also going to fall. Now, can they catch the Bristleback? In the end, the chase is on. Monkey's in pursuit. He's got another lift. He's gonna lift him right here, and you know the end is near for this Bristleback. The whole team is here. He's got his back turned. It doesn't even matter. They take out the Bristle, and now I keep saying Fart Estate, but the whole team of Fart Studios, they're gonna go back for Roshan.
Yeah, they can calmly go back and finish that up. And that was like a whole set of item progression for everyone, basically, feel like with that team fight as well. So full Basher now on the Slark. They have more stuff coming in as well. The Yule Scepter for a Treant, the Maelstrom for the Hoodwink, so adding in some more damage for himself as well. They're just all adding more value. And with that Aegis in hand, this is starting to look real grim for the cut.
22,000 net worth lead. Massive, certainly, and this isn't really a composition for the cut that feels like, you know, well, at least they have X hero that they're going to rely on to still give them a chance. I mean, Bristleback, yes, Scourge McDuff comfortable on it, but it is not a hero that screams comeback potential. Yeah, especially when he's lacking on net worth in comparison now.
I think the big thing in this game is that they were not able to brute force the 5v5 engagements at all, and like they also, as we see, the high ground push is going to happen here. Are they going to be able to mount the defense for their bottom racks? Aghanims available on Disruptor, but they have to burst during it.
Oh, but whoever goes to the back, they're going for a Pythian, and speaking of burst, they say, yep, we got burst on the dire side. They just blow up Disruptor, and they're going to take out the tower as well. Fart SJ, a little deep there, but again, he has Aegis, and he's able to get the support needed to walk back with this team. But with that Disruptor, they lose a lot of that initiation presence on the side of the cut. Sadman says, I gotta go. Pops the Exorcism. BKB gonna force a scatter out of Fart Studios. But now Shaggy, he's isolated. Slark taking advantage. Somewhat now. Chives joins the party, and Scourge McDuck also gonna teleport in. So even with that Disruptor, still fighting strong here on the Radiant side. Nusham, he'll be blown up, so no Hoodwink.
Yeah, but now BKBs are down. You used your timing. This is where it gets difficult.
And BKBs are down. It's Invoker's time to shine, but nice Force Staff on the Bristle to keep him out. Lift up on the Death Prophet, and the Earth Ruling beating down the tower. So this is the primal split use of Brewmaster.
And that's how fast he kills the tower without alacrity.
It's dead.
Yeah, quick and easy, taking it down.
This is just one of these games. You almost feel for the cut because, again, they're fighting strong, but they just do not have enough in the big picture to outlast what Far Studios is bringing to the table.
Yeah, that's really a story. I mean, they can fight hard when they have the BKB up on DP and Bristleback, and then they did try and make the most of it, running down and getting one kill, but once those abilities are down, or once the items are down, look at this, the Bristle, he's strong, but he can't move.
Yeah, Meteors again, Spirit Vessels of Bristle. He is tanky though, and he is gonna survive. Slark, oh, nice bash, pushback. Gonna keep him alive even just a little bit longer and will allow Bristle to get back to the fountain. So very close call there, but you see the big picture as Chives is picked off though. In the meantime, the Creep Waves are pushing both the bottom and the middle lane, favoring Far Studios during this. Sadman tanking up this Slark. Oh, he's gonna be glimpsed back though, and he's in a bad spot. The Static Storm is down, so that's gonna be an Aegis use.
Yeah, that's a Static Storm before Aegis, though.
True. He doesn't have the BKB, though, and the lockdown following is hitting. Zark is 10, actually. He's out for 90. Has buyback, but not using it yet. There was a buyback from Chives playing the Spirit Breaker, meanwhile. BKB is also activated, going to be wearing off now. Brewmaster running away. Primal Split still on cooldown, and they are able to get a couple of follow-up stuns to lock him down long enough to take him out. So the cut is fighting. You certainly got to respect that fact against Fart Studios.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an overstep there by Fart SJ, getting pretty deep and just getting pulled back with a glimpse as well. I like how at the end of that fight, the Earth Panda almost took out the top tier 3 as well. Chives has the gem, gets the kill top.
All right. Spirit Breaker showing off, can do some good damage even by himself. Finishes
Yeah.
off Treant at least.
They did use the Zeus ulti as well, but I don't even think it was needed for that kill. It seemed like the Spearbreaker did probably sufficient damage on his own there, even as he has that level 20 talent now as well. Gets the 175 movement on the charge. Really good talent.
Dire's middle tower is
Oh, speaking of Zeus as well, again, it is a support Zeus, so not that surprising, but doesn't have the Axe yet, although he is 100 or so gold away from finishing it if he wants to without a buyback. But and he is just going to click the item, so yeah, he will have an Axe now, and of course that's another ability that they'll be able to benefit from, especially for a Spearbreaker like that, where he charges someone and the Nimbus comes out with his ultimate. There's a lot of burst.
Oh, bottom, they have Hex on Invoker. Maybe they can try something here.
There it is. Oh, man. Speaking of being isolated, that'll happen.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, the Blink Hex also, well, he was just walking up in ghost form, so easy catch, and now they're looking for more.
Sark pouncing a couple times, using both charges, trying to get Scourge. Oh, he PK'd right before the Static Storm. Clutch there from the Slark, and now the beat down on Bristleback. He is going to have to BKB himself. Exorcism is activated though, and Sark is getting low now. Sark may die once again, yes. He is going to be taken out. Spearbreaker, he's out for 70. Sark does have a buyback. Meatballs raining down from the river though, and they do kill Scourge McDuck. Meanwhile, Disruptor. Boomerang hits through him, and he's just locked in place till finished. I Annihilate, ready to combo on the Death Prophet. He was lifted up that whole time. Spirit Vessel's applied. Being God, he's going to be lifted though. Brewmaster continuing to be that annoying factor. Buyback from Disruptor.
But he can't get here. He doesn't have the outpost. He can't TP.
Oh, have to go the long way of running back over, and Sunstrike missed, but it didn't matter. B-God is going to eventually be killed off.
And that was like a nice fight overall for them, like the way they tried to take that. They got a really clutch silence by Sadman, catching the Slark before he could use his ulti. But at the end of the day, they're just far too weak at the stage.
Radiant's top tower.
Invoker's level 25 now as well, getting the 3 times passive effects, and you kind of see that impact
That
here.
alacrity. Oh my god,
Yeah.
it kills the barracks so fast.
Radiant's top tower.
And that's Mega Creeps, right? So, if it seemed impossible already, it's, well, I suppose even more impossible now for the cut. And perhaps the last stand of sorts, as Disruptor's just blowing up. Death Prophet manages to barely survive. Chives is saying, hey, fight me, please.
Yeah, and they're pretty much stuck in their fountain right now, trying to get out, but there's just a rain of meteors coming out as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Monkey's trying to go for that objective of, hey, no, let's actually finish this game, but all right, here we go. The cut. Gonna pop Exorcism. BKB. Slark is running back in. BKB's worn off on the Death Prophet.
Double
Monkeys.
tornado.
There's one. Spamming the quills and the viscous nasal goo is Bristleback as he does, forcing a BKB out of Annihilate. Fear on New Shaman pushes him back in the blow up from Zeus, helping to get that kill. Spearbreaker taking the beat down from Slark though, and he's adding up some stacks. So Spearbreaker gonna be picked off. That's his shift doing work certainly. Bristleback, now it's his turn. Alacrity's applied to the Slark, but Bristle's going for the Treant. However, now Sadman. Good team support with the force down. I mean, the Ancient's still over here, by the way, but they just want heroes.
Yeah, just keep hitting heroes. There's nothing else that matters at this stage. Just want to get as many kills as possible. Slark going in. He's going for the fountain. he lost to the fountain.
I mean, he's gonna fire back instantly, right? Where is it, Partis J? Come on.
Gets a tip.
Tipped, I suppose. Yeah, they're having fun with this. It is an overtime state, as I like to
wait.
say, where
He tried to buy a refresher. I think he didn't think about
Wait.
the fact that you can't buy refresher in base anymore. That's like the old play. He tried to buy a refresher on Slark for the fountain dive, but you have to go to the secret shop for that.
awkward. And now he doesn't have buyback, actually. So, I mean, there's the kind of look at Monkey, though. He sends in the Earth for and says, let's finish this chaos, please. Finish the game. And they're going to finally. Fart Studios will take the victory here in game 1. And death by 1,000 cuts, dare I say, for the cut.
Yeah, that was and seeing them after the game here, you can see, Monkeys in his natural form, always just laughing, always happy. This man, he's the happiest person that I know, I swear. And even after having a sad laning stage, the impact of that Brewmaster, he made it look like a strong meta hero. Like, why are we not seeing this hero more? It just owned that game.
I mean, there's something to be said when a player is just very comfortable on a specific hero, out of meta or not. You certainly have to respect it. So that for Mirwaga is going to be the interesting thing. Game 2, what does the cut do about that Brewmaster in terms of banning perhaps later on? We'll see. But the panel, what a fun one to talk about there.
47 minutes of action-packed Dota, huh? It was interesting to see just how much the change up here of bringing in Monkeys Forever happened for Fart Studios. I mean, the earlier part of the game, Fear, they came in and we're like, this Bristleback pick probably isn't going to be the best for the cut, and we'll see how the Brewmaster goes for Monkeys Forever, and it worked out pretty much how both yourself and Gods expected.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good Brewmaster player. I think Waga touched on a little bit on how he's one of the happiest people you'll know, and there's not many offlaners that can still be positive after feeding in the laning stage. But Monkeys Forever, he's played a lot of Brood, he's fed a lot in the early game, he's always been a team player. He'll bring it back in the mid-late game, building the auras for the team, going for the Agnums a little bit later, and just really shutting down, Scourge McDuck specifically, but most of the heroes just had a hard time dealing with this Brewmaster. And the one big thing that I really did enjoy about this game was the fact that this Brewmaster plus Invoker combo really made up for the fact that Slark as a hero has no building damage, so they're able to siege even with a Slark carry.
Impressive work from Fight Studios there. Do have to talk about, I guess, the elephant in the room here, Gods, is that the cut went back for the Bristleback. Like, it was their overall last pick. We wanted to see something else for Scourge, but he just went back to something that had worked in the past, but didn't really seem to fit this lineup, and they ultimately do lose, not necessarily because of it, but definitely one factor.
Yeah, it felt like they just tried to shovel it in too hard, like to the extent like Fart Studios is banning out like other carries, basically inviting the Bristleback to come in. Their draft obviously counters the Bristleback incredibly well. You burn his mana with the EMP, you've got the Hoodwink, Slark with the carry matchup is very good as well. So it was not a good Bristle game. He got his early item timings and was like at some point like 15-20 minutes in, like near top net worth and had a fast axe. But the only way they win this game is they snowball and never look back. And I just think that's such a hard way to play. And the Bristle pick made winning this game way harder for the cut. And if I'm Scourge McDuck's teammates right now, I'm thinking like, dude, we got to pick a carry that's good for the game. We can't just force a comfort pick when it's a terrible pick for the game. I think they just shot themselves in the foot with this pick.
Was there anything on the side of the cut that you did really enjoy, Fia, outside of potentially that questionable Bristleback pick?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily draft related, but kind of goes for both teams here. Like, it was very refreshing to see a game where both teams are kind of like using team communication in the early game. They ran like these rotations to the bottom where Shaggy went bottom, took an early tier 1 tower. I mean, that was the only tower the cut got in this game, I believe, because they were playing versus Treant, but still, it was a good rotation. Then shortly after, to move credit more towards Fart, they also made a rotation where Monkeys, even though he lost his tower in the bot lane, made a wraparound play in this mid lane here. And also, Vardas J made a rotation too. They 5-manned it there, got a couple kills, and that didn't really stop the cut. They were staying strong, and Scourge McDuck went to the mid lane on his Bristleback with Sadman yet again. And there was a lot of like team communication, like, hey, we're strong now, we're peaking, let's do this, let's do that. And the cut was going blow to blow with Fart in the early game, but at one point, they just kept getting picked off one by one by one until Fart just had complete control of the map.
We all fall to that sometimes, just getting picked off one by one, but good to hear there was a lot of team communication from both of them. However, there can only be one MVP, and for the side of Fart Studios, MVP is going to be going to Monkeys Forever on the Brewmaster. First game and straight up MVP, Gods.
Easy peasy. I love seeing the building damage there, because that really highlights what Fierce said, where They didn't have much, but you have an Invoker with a Brewmaster. This was like the old school kind of Wings combo. There is, he basically said, okay, I got to hit buildings, and I will just keep sending in these spirits, and basically you can push with no real risk to your main hero. I think he and Nusham particularly stood out. They really kind of covered for some of the overextensions we saw from Fardas J, where he had a rough game on Slark. Like, I think this was like it was a free Slark game in the sense, like, he was set up to carry this game. He countered a lot of the enemy cores, and he just overextended and fed a couple times where his BKB wore off, and then he just got blown up by a Zeus, or he got caught in a Static Storm. And then it was up to like Nusham and Monkeys to kind of, win fights without the Slark, which somehow they managed to do. That was a great fight where it was like 2 versus like 3 or 4, and they were killing Bristle, and just Nusham was absolutely popping off as well. So I'm happy one of those two got the MVP.
Would you say that was also probably one of the main reasons, Fear, why this game went to 47 minutes instead of closing out earlier, is just the misplays on Fardas J with the Slark?
A little bit, but at the same time, well, oh sure, like a couple team fights here or there, losing Aegis, dying again, that'll definitely delay the game by at least 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah, I will say a couple of mistakes ultimately probably did make this game go longer, but they are playing for Spearbreaker, Zeus. Going high ground isn't necessarily the easiest thing. Mm-hmm. The Brew can do it to some extent, but yeah. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say, I suppose, on that one. I'm just really trying to reach here.
A combination. I was just curious if there was like a realm in which, this could have been easier for Fart Studios to close out. But a combination of a few misplays, but also just the lineup there from the cut. And it is only game number 1. I want to do a quick shout out to esportsbet.io. They are our sponsor here for the NA DPC. And if you guys didn't know, then you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. It's an esportsbet.io exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So you can join their Discord, start placing your bets, find out some more information using the link below here on our Twitch channel at PGL. And for now, we're going to have to go away for this small break and try and come up with some solutions. Pray that the cut can bring it back, but I'm sure the cut will also be doing that for themselves, as game number 2 will be happening very soon. welcome back, everybody. It is game number 2 between Fart Studios and The Cut. Fear gods, I left you guys with the assignment. You got to tell me now what The Cut have to do here in game number 2 to be able to take a win, to pick up a game number 2 victory. And Fear, you can start. You can give me all of the information.
All of the information of what
All of
they
it.
need to do better.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
everything.
they're gonna have to like start at the drafting phase because I think they're very limited on their hero pool right now, and that right there is where I was gonna start. B God's hero pool. Like he got left
knew.
in the second phase, right, without having the cream of the crop pos 4 that can really do burst. We saw Nusham on this hero. He owned like super hard. Like you could argue maybe he was the MVP of that last game too, with how much he was able to do with this hoodwink. Whereas Zeus, not a hero you see a lot in the pos 4 position. And I can probably talk about the whole draft about what they need to do better if you want me, but let me know when to stop talking. But we can go on to next. Their offlaner, just early picking. I see what they're trying to do there by picking the Spear Breaker, something that can connect with the DP. But I felt like they're too focused on their own idea of how they want to play instead of like having a draft that has like aspects of winning the laning stage and snowballing the game, where if they have an idea of how they want to play, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, their draft doesn't look very good. And then the last thing I'll talk about is Scourge McDuck on his last pick there. God's talked about it a lot. I also agree, like, maybe that's where everything fell apart for them. Like, it was a terrible bristleback game. You picked it into the Hoodwink, you picked it into the Invoker, you have last pick carry to counter it. Like, there wasn't much going for him in this bristleback game. Normally, he'd early pick it. If he wants to be this single-dimensional as a player and just pick these type of heroes for himself, just pick it in the first phase. Get counter-picked. Give someone else the option to, like, counter-pick their lane and give yourself, like, an early game advantage.
I love it. I like all the breakdown that you just gave there. Very valid. Instead, God, you've been saved. You don't have to explain what the cut can do differently.
Yeah.
Instead, you're going to talk about what's currently happening because they're not afraid to first pick a Shaggy hero yet again, and he gets to the co-op. It feels like the Scourge McDuck going Bristle comfort has now been transformed into Shaggy going the Quap comfort, but I mean, she's normally better. She's a little bit more successful for the team.
Yeah, I think they're 2-0 on this hero, maybe 3-0. Don't quote me on that, but they're definitely super comfortable with the Quap, and they've first phased it before. Usually it's in this slot where they can then ban out some of the heroes they don't want to play into. They ban out the puck, and this kind of hurts the idea of maybe a mid-death prophet. You still can run the mid-death prophet versus Quap. It's not like a terrible matchup or anything, but it just means you don't have that lane advantage if you're Fart Studio. So they're going to be considering what they want to do with this death prophet. Do they want to go back to a Monkey's Brewmaster again? I don't imagine they're going to find themselves with the kind of dream matchups we saw last game. I think the Cut have just got a solid first phase of picks here, whereas last game, like everything Fear said, it just felt like they were trying to force these ideas that don't really work.
I believe they're 4-0 on the Quap, by the way.
Okay.
I mean,
that's
that's
good.
You might have to move DP into the offlane position where it's probably the strongest. How terrifying for Fart Studios.
Yeah.
No, I definitely think I annihilate. I value him as a mid player pretty highly. He knows his matchups. He pretty much does the right item builds. He's strong at laning in most games. And I think he is a player that can punish Shaggy with this early pick Quap. We saw yesterday, I think it was it Penguin Squad or was it Eternity? It was one of those. I think it was Eternity, actually. Like, they kept seeing this Quap from Shaggy, and they were responding with the Mars mid, right? And then they picked the DP mid against the Quap. He was pretty much counterpicking himself, so maybe Shaggy got a little bit of false confidence from that match, where I do believe I Annihilate is going to pick something up like the Invoker and do it much better in this matchup, or maybe pick a Kunkka or a Puck and really try to just punish the Quap in the laning stage. Sorry, Puck is banned. Very smart ban by the Cut there.
You just listen to all the reasons why it was a fantastic ban.
The Puck? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
They still have Kunkka and Invoker, though, which they'll probably be looking at.
Just banning out the Slock on the side of the Cut.
Respect.
And now the Ember. The respect.
Yeah.
Put
Yeah, I know.
respect on that name.
Yeah, they're like, well, I was crapping on his Slurk performance, but like it was still like it's still his bread and butter. It still had his moments, and the Cut saying, "What do I know?" Because they're respecting the farthest J Slark.
That's fair. Oh, look, you got the combo, they just don't want to pick any heroes that counter Slark. They just don't want to have to deal with the nuances of him as a hero. And then that little bit of respect for a BSJ player. There's so many different factors.
Yeah, I mean, he may have been tooting around a little on the Slark, but at the end of the day, it's a similar type of, lineup where they do have, the building damage from the offlaner. What really feels good when you're playing these type of carry heroes like Faceless Void or Slark that don't really hit Roche super well, they don't really do building damage that well as well. Having that type of offlaner who can do it for you and make space on the map is always nice. And, Fart Studios already has that, so very good ban, I would say.
Time to see what Nusham maybe plays. If they are doing the offlane Death Prophet, it does, open up the pool. You can play those melee offlaners with it. You can still stick to the, classic range damage dealers as well. But he's a player who loves his Earth Spirit. If it's an Earth Spirit game, that's his most played hero in competitive Dota. And it is, it's not a great hero these days, but they're going to get the Invoker first to deal with the Quap. So holding on to his pick.
I mean, Oh, sorry, I was just going to say the Earth Spirit. He might play it. He's very good on the hero as well.
Yeah.
It does have a silence this game. I really don't mind it at all. But he could also go for a different approach with, let's say Skywrath also has a silence. And you can have, some DP Sky Lane that'll crush super hard. Do they really value that extra stun? Unfortunately, I cannot advocate for Earth Spirit this patch, as I just do think melee pos 4s in general are weak, and Earth Spirit's, probably number 5 or 6 on the strength of the melee pos force. So generally don't like seeing it in the game.
Yeah, if there's a game for it, you got to think it might be this one against Quap, Hoodwink, and you've got a Death Prophet Invoker on your team. But I agree. I'm not necessarily advocating it. I'm more, it's I wouldn't hate it as much as I normally hate it.
Yeah, right. It's the kind of you have got Nusham on your team. You don't expect a Brewmaster either, but you got Monkeys Forever, which got first phase banned, by the way. We didn't really talk about that. Just getting that one. Monkeys Forever joins your team, right? All of a sudden, the bans are Broodmother, Brewmaster. It's having this guy on your team does something automatically. You just have to target him because he has a very specific hero pool.
Yeah, and there are things that, sometimes we don't even think about when we're talking about a standing coming in. We always talk about how they play for a team, what heroes they might offer for the team that they're playing, but it's also how do the bans change up? How do your opposition change the way that they want to play towards you too? But the Skywrath was an interesting thing. I'm excited to see if Fart Studios will go for that, because last time it was banned out in the second phase. It gets through this time, and the cut going back for Disruptor though.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to make one comment, though.
Oh, yes.
When Jenkins was playing offlane, I don't think anyone was banning his heroes in the first phase, so definitely
people saw his Brood once, and they were like, let's keep giving him Brood.
Yeah, he can have that one. Oh, poor Jenkins.
But it's true. But anyway, moving on. Centaur Warrunner.
It's your hero.
The Hoodwink.
Well, your hero when
My
it's
hero,
mid-fear.
yeah. I only like it mid versus the Pango because it's fun. But there you go. There it is. The Earth Spirit. They did need an extra stun. The silence is quite good versus the Queen of Pain here. It's a fine Earth Spirit game. I don't really hate the pick. I'm not sure if there was any better heroes. I mean, maybe Tiny could have been better in some ways, but Comfort, he'd rather play the Earth Spirit than a Tiny for sure.
Yeah. Usually when they play Tiny, they're playing at 3 position. Jenkins used to play the Tiny core, so.
Oh.
Not going to be the case, and yeah, I'm curious to see this game if Jenkins stills on the 5, or was that just a Monkeys Brewmaster thing, or are they going to stick to Monkeys playing the core and Jenkins support? Because that kind of affects the dynamic of the team a little bit. The fact they got one game 1 makes me think they may just do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to heroes, but Monkeys plays Death Prophet, This is a hero he's really good at, and Waga mentioned it, on the panel, no offense to Jenkins or anything, but Monkeys is just probably a stronger offlaner, right? And especially if he's on one of his signature heroes. What I could potentially see is if they wanted to pick, a Magnus or something, maybe that's when monkeys might switch to like 5 or something like that, because that is more of a Jenkins specialty. But I would be happy if they just don't pick Mag anymore. It hasn't really worked for them. Kind of debates, BSJ into playing like some PA. And it really hasn't been that great for them. So sticking with something traditional, more meta, just, Greaves in the off lane. Monkeys Forever always follows the meta. And that's one thing I noticed about him. It's like, he'll play the same heroes every game, but he'll always follow meta. He'll spam Wraith back when it was popular. There was a short stint when Bloodstone was really popular, like on the Razor. So I saw him buying Bloodstone on every hero possible in the off lane. So he's always very standard and up to date on his item builds.
You love to hear it. Does his research, puts in that work.
For sure.
Sure. That's what you're saying, wasn't it, Fear?
Yeah, for sure.
Alright. Final ban for Fight Studios is Bloodseeker. So they take out the Bristle as well. So either way, we are going to see Scourge McDuck on a different hero, whether he wanted to be or not. That is how it's going to be. The Bloodseeker also taken out there, so where does it really leave him? What other sort of early initiators, team fighters, gods could we see him pick up?
Yeah, so his hero pool, the other hero he's played a bit of is Spectre. I don't think it's a good Spectre game. And there we go. Well, he'll answer the question for me. He picks Terrorblade. I think it's a tough position. You need to pick your carry not knowing what the enemy carry matchup is. You know your lane. So I think they're just getting something that has building damage, scaling. Like, you look at last game and they're probably like, Farts is a team that makes mistakes and often has had long games. So I think for the cut, they wanted to get a more traditional carry that scales, and that's where the TB came in.
Mm-hmm. And then Fight SJ now on the Medusa. I'm excited for this. Fight Studios lineup, look, there's a little bit of mix of meta, not so meta, and it excites me a lot. I want to see the potential for that sort of lineup. But Fia, which one do you like? Which one are you favoring here in the execution department?
Execution department? That's why you asking me the hard questions. I thought you were going to say the lineup. Like,
nope.
Execution department. Probably Fart Studios.
Okay.
I mean, is that...
Wow.
Okay. I mean, it was a sloppy game last game, but they still out-executed, so just going off of history here.
Yep. And you think with this draft, they are going to be able to take game number 2?
No. I think the Deuce pick was really bad, and it's not going to out-carry a Terrorblade, but their execution's better.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Gods. I'll give you the easy question. Which draft do you like?
I'm going with the cuts. I think we're getting game 3. Fart Studio Classic. They love these 3-game series, and I think we got another one.
That's true. If history does prove anything, Phil will be right about the execution, but we'll also probably be right about it game number 3. But either way, it is game number 2 between the Cut and Fart Studios with Wagger and Breaky.
That's right. Once again, thank you, panel. We got game number 2 here. Will we have a game 3? Well, that's up to the teams to determine that. Of course, the Cut trying to force that game 3 with Fart Studios. Like to finish things here with a nice 2-0 victory. But some more fun things to talk about when it comes to the draft. Things like we got a Centaur in this game. We got the Earth Spirit in the hands of Nusham. But we also have familiar heroes from the previous game as well. So your early thoughts on these drafts, Waga?
I think I was happy with Fart Studios draft until the point where I think Fear also wasn't the Medusa pick. I am not entirely convinced. Also, I don't like Medusa against Disruptor. These heroes that can like hard control your mobility on a carry that lacks mobility so hard. Like Glimpse is amazing against her, and Kinetic Field is really good against her as well. You can farm and become a monster, and then you can send in the Alacrity living armored Medusa up the high ground. That's the dream. That's what you want to do. But she can also just become way too slow, and you can play pretty high tempo with B-God on his Hoodwink. I mean, he played the best damn Hoodwink I've ever seen, pretty much. You know, like this man, I think he's ready for game 2 here.
Absolutely. That is a very, very fair point. And, Nusham certainly had a good Hoodwink game last game as well. But yeah, B-God certainly has had some outstanding, and I agree with you from what we've seen. Fantastic Hoodwink games, and just becomes a solo kill assassin throughout the map. So you're going to have to be worrisome about that throughout if you're Fart Studios, I'm sure. But I'll say this about the Medusa pick. Hear me out. It's a hero that can farm very well. There you go. Fart SJ loves to farm, so...
Yes.
Got that going.
True.
Other than that,
okay,
that's,
well,
that's my
I
tip.
thought it was more. Okay, yeah, true. She does do that. Yeah, merits for Medusa as a carrying current meta. She do farm.
Have I convinced you that this is a
Hear me out. Drawbacks about Medusa in current meta as a carry. She likes to farm.
Oh no. Oh wait, that's true. All right. Well, we're gonna see a spin of carry players. Scourge McDuck playing a non-bristleback, or Nature's Prophet for that matter. Those two very popular heroes for him. Playing a Terrorblade instead. So how do you think the Terrorblade is gonna shape up here?
I think it's pretty horrible against DP in lane, but I'm not sure about the Earth Spirit, how much impact this can have. Thing is, DP can bring so much magical damage, and TB is notoriously a low HP pool, high armor hero, so he doesn't like magic damage. And DP with that Siphon, as well as the Cryptworm, can be, an issue, I could see.
All right, well, early Metamorphosis coming out and taking advantage of the creep wave being in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower. You see top lane, some harassment happening there, of course, as expected. And mid lane, it's the Invoker versus Queen of Pain. It is the Quaswex Invoker. Clarify, not surprising, but I Annihilate going that once again. Mid matchup, thoughts on this one?
Usually Invoker does pretty good against Queen, especially with the Quas regenning the Shadow Strike. You can just out-sustain generally, and even though the last hits are fairly even between the two, Queen has to expend more mana and resources to just keep fighting, whereas Invoker, once he gets a few points in the Wex, he can get his mana back by potentially landing EMPs with the Cold Snap as well.
So far, very even when it comes to CS. Bottom lane, harassment continues. As Monkey's Forever not really too concerned about that static storm damage. Or not static storm, yeah, that'd be crazy. Thunderstrike damage that was happening right there, and standing her ground with the Crypt Swarm. And of course, Terrorblade has another minute before the Metamorphosis will be back online. And Terrorblade 8-4 though. You have Death Prophet 5-1. So Terrorblade is managing some pretty good CS currently.
Yeah, he's getting good farm. I mean, you have Disruptor, who is much more of a lane bully than the Earth Spirit. I think a lot of it comes down to the support matchup here, that Earth Spirit is waiting to have his big impact. And we'll see how well Newsham can, demonstrate Earth Spirit in this patch here, because the hero is a bit tricky to run. It doesn't feel like even the ones who are extremely good at the hero, like notorious Earth Spirit spammers, prioritize him in this current patch.
Yeah, Sphero's kind of going over in the panel right there. It's even down there on the tier list currently is melee position for supports, but it just happened to be a decent matchup, and Newsham is very comfortable playing it. So, not surprising. Hell, we saw what Brewmaster did in the hands of monkeys. So there is something to be said. No matter in meta or not, is very comfortable on it, and that can make something happen with it. So, looking forward to Newsham and seeing what he can do with the Earth Spirit and how the Cut's going to handle that. And right now, it's going to be a glimpse used on him to bring him back from sniping a courier of sorts. Also bringing him into Scourge McDuck, who had the Metamorphosis activated, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, level 2 meta, gonna secure quite a few more CS here. Just using it to try and get away with a good laning stage. So far, things are going pretty well here for SMD. Definitely the damage from the meta here allowing for a lot of denies. And I think so far, the Earth Spirit just feels like I think Monkeys would wish it was any other hero from how the laning stage has gone. He hasn't really been able to connect with any real damage to TB, and he also doesn't win against Disruptor at all.
Well, you saw right there. I was going to say, well, your Spirit is certainly good at rotating, and right there he rotates the mid. He misses the roll on Queen of Pain, but he is able to go and pick up the Water Rune, and now going all the way to the top lane where a kill is a potential. B-God, not even going to need the Earth Spirit. Oh, yes, they will. He gets in it. No, he gets stunned at the last second. Oh, what a stun from Chives. They get the first blood first. As a result of does the cut, and now Newsham, is he going to run down? No, he'll be fine. But oh, that timing was just perfect.
Yeah, that looked crazy. I didn't even think that would land, but at the end of the day, does get the kill with a kick as well. And also, I appreciate you saying that Earth Spirit is good at rotating. That's kind of his thing. Very nice.
He's got that going for him. Just like, Medusa can farm, Earth Spirit can rotate. I'm here for this in-depth analysis. Appreciate you appreciate it. He is going to continue that roam and that adventure throughout his jungle. He's got an urn now, but he's going to teleport back to the bottom lane. And, I mean, hey, Monkey was also able to get some solo experience in the meantime, so there was that.
Yeah, some time left alone a little bit. An attempted pull here coming in from Empyrean. Monkeys wants to try and disconnect it. Actually gonna go for a dive.
Is that rolling from Nisham?
Radiant's bottom
Push through, and that is going to be a kill. And now they're going to pressure Scourge McDuck as well.
Ooh, they have Urn already. That's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah. Rolling Boulder in 3 more seconds, not even needed. The Crypt Urn connects, you mentioned the Urn also doing plenty to help get that kill. I mean, it's one thing to get Empyrean, it's another thing to get Scourge McDuck. That was big for Fart Studios.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, you get one, you get the other. Sort of getting that Urn charge really helps. Now it's going to be even easier for the Earth Spirit to help provide these kills. Maybe he can look towards the Queen together with the help of Invoker on that mid lane. So far, Queen is doing a very good job and winning the CS on mid, but she's in danger of this rotation, I think.
Yeah, Earth Spirit. Rotations continue, although Sadman puts down the ward, almost suspicious that something was about to happen. In the end, Nisham did turned around and heading back towards the bottom lane for the time being.
Yeah, you don't want to leave your offlaner alone for too long, and they can try again here on the Disruptor.
Well, it's Monkey's forever going to be gone on first. Glimpse back, though. Yeah, did not realize Nisham was back on over here just yet with that Metamorphosis. Terrorblade having the Conjure images as well, but in the end, unable to connect, and neither one going down.
Yeah, he's gonna shove the lane a little bit, and then looks like he might just try and kill this creep wave and then start heading jungle, perhaps? I don't know how long he wants to stay in this lane, as the DP is halfway to level 6 now.
Getting him that exorcism threat. Pretty impactful, certainly.
Yeah, he can easily clear this wave with the meta, and now I think he should just start going jungle and like accelerate his farm, perhaps. But we'll see what moment he wants to do that. Only has 1 point in Conjure Image, so it feels a little bit bad, perhaps, to go full jungle already.
Mid lane, they being Hoodwink tried to make a play here onto Invoker, but he was able to react with a combo on the Queen of Pain, EMP included. And Quap currently out of mana. Does have that infused rain drop, but not looking to get the kill on Invoker, just keeping him harassed. However, Invoker seems to be doing just fine.
Yeah. Speaking about full jungle, by the way, the rotation has started for BSJ, who's going into the jungle, now gonna stack up 2 camps here. Already has 1 stack on the medium, but he connects both the stacks, and that's gonna be a lot of time that you can just stand there and auto attack. Meanwhile, mid though, I Annihilate.
8 minutes are here, and I Annihilate. EMP thrown out once again. The silence also on a Queen of Pain. It hits her. I Annihilate taking the damage, gets the living armor, but Empyrean also shows up. Glimpse on back. They will kill the Invoker, but Sadman is going to fall. A double kill for Jenkins playing that Treant as a result. So the rotations come in at the 8-minute mark and have a bit of chaos.
Pretty costly mistake for Sadman. He had his magic stick in the backpack in, favor of an Iron Branch. If he had that magic stick against the EMP, he would have the mana to be able to blink away at the end of that fight, but he didn't manage his inventory well enough, so does go down at the end there.
And now with Monkeys rotating in, having that exorcism, gonna be hit initially by B-God, using that bushwhack. And Glimpse cells coming out, and here comes Queen of Pain, and I guess Monkeys wasn't expecting the burst damage all of a sudden, so they do get the free kill on Death Prophet. They are going to get the tower kill, though? Oh, they look like they were going to deny it, but...
They started, but they're holding off. I like the choice to not do it immediately. Make the enemy try to do it. If you're already going to be laning mid as Queen, you don't have to deny this before the opponents come close. You have a ward even if someone tries to sneak up and kill it. So I like that you don't immediately give away, because the moment you deny it, you give your opponents gold. That immediately happens, and you take away your teleport point, that also immediately happens. Why not delay that? Delay both those negative impacts as much as you can.
Yep, so they're holding off on it for the time being. Meanwhile, Fardas J, you talked about, is in the jungle, and the Cut is aware of this as well. Sadman makes his way over here, as does B-God, but Fardas J already reacting, heads to the right, and will continue his jungle farms elsewhere. Wanted to mention the Centaur. We haven't really talked too much about Chives yet, but he's got a Vanguard finished. The impact of the Centaur, he's got Stampede ready to go. What do you make of how he's going to be this game?
Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
think it's very good in this game against the Medusa, who was, funny enough last pick. But the fact that he goes Vanguard puts him in a spot where he can very easily go into the Crimson Guard build, which mitigates a lot of that damage. Bottom we see Imperium just gonna get dove here. He does get a TP to help him though.
Queen of Pink coming in, Static Storm used, and they want to turn. And there we go, the Sonic Wave comes out, and that's exactly why Empyrean put up a fight, because he had the TP support, great communication from the cut, and Sadman's happy with that rotation.
Yeah, B-God TPing just in time there. He didn't actually have mana even to drop down the kinetic field with his ulti, but B-God landed the Bushwhack, keeping them in the ulti, allowing for Static Storm to do so much damage. And good punishment of the dive there by Fart Studios, who were a little bit overcommitted.
And you're going up against a Medusa, you know he's going to be doing the Ancient. So this timing, he gets the Ancients, but Fart SJ in trouble. Not trouble enough, though. Mana Shield, and with Nusham being nearby, it's enough to deter them for the time being. Although now we got to fight. Magnetize. Be God. Ain't going to survive that.
Yeah,
Now you have
Magnetize
Sadman going elsewhere.
sticking on him.
Fine, though. Maybe? Tornado? Ooh, having to sidestep it barely.
Yeah, he's gonna get out just fine, but a little bit of a skirmish at the end of the day. Back to farming for Fart SJ, gets the living armor as well. And top, we just see Jenkins kind of be left alone here on his tree and just keeping the top tower from going down. One thing is, Centaur is great at staying up here and farming, but against the living armor, he's not gonna get this tower on his own.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur doesn't care about the tower himself in terms of taking the damage, but it's got to be annoying, as it always is, against the Tree and Protector. You're dealing with that living armor and actually killing it. Proving to be a difficult task. Disruptor goes down bottom lane and just Death Prophet. She doesn't have a problem killing towers.
Almost a deja vu of last moment, but this time not gonna be able to punish them with his ulti.
Yeah.
He tried, but didn't have any friends this time.
Well, friends are to the top lane, and this Centaur has been just living freely for the most part. Just a little bit of harassment here and there. Now might be in some trouble. Even the Stone Gaze pop for this and the Overgrowth, but they do secure the kill on the side of Fart Studios. Sadman B-Gun nearby still for the cut, and they're not going away for now. In fact, TP support from Disruptor. Static Storm on cooldown, though.
Yeah, it doesn't have that, but he does have the glimpse, so if they can get vision of someone and pull them back in, maybe, but they're lacking a bit in damage and control.
Now, that was a defensive glimpse right there as Nusham initiated first. Medusa, now the target. I annihilate. The Sonic Wave will blow up Fart SJ, but now Queen of Pain, having to deal with the cold snaps. Manages to still blink away. Wants the courier, is not going to get it. Blink in 2 more seconds. Silenced up, though, and now slowing down. However, it does get the blink off. I think she's fine, right? Her spirit's hard to get away from.
Doesn't have more earn charges, and the glimpse on Invoker pulling him away so that he can't get close. Meanwhile, stampeding after him.
That glimpse offensive right there. It pulls back in the Invoker, and you mentioned Centaur Stampede, the first one I believe we've seen this game, and helps secure the kill on Invoker, so that chase a little bit too long on the Queen of Pain ends up backfiring.
Yeah, that was also the value of his Blink Dagger. Having the Vanguard and Blink already, Centaur is ready for fighting, and he can just skirmish. So I think Fart Studios, having that Medusa, they have to be a little bit more passive here, perhaps. Of course, the Terrorblade is also just tucking away and farming. Both of them are keeping neck and neck here. Just 30 gold difference between the two carries. And we might see a little bit of a longer game with this.
Possible. I just love what Jenkins is doing up. I mean, he is playing this trainer so well. He's constantly distracting. And they try to jump him right there, but he's just too deep in the trees. He's applying this living armor. The fact that this tier 1 tower is still up with how much pressure it's taken, obviously it's all him to thank, but that's just what this hero can do again.
Yeah, I mean, you double the armor of the tier 1 tower, basically making it as though you were trying to crack high ground, right? Pushing into, not even that, he turns them into like tier 4 towers defensively. That's how tanky they become. And then the continuous region, Fart SJ may be in trouble here. Will he be fine?
Well, we saw what happened last time, remember? There was a response, but this time not as quick at least. Medusa, but the living armor comes out, the Stone Gaze. Does Quap chase for this? She has Sonic Wave. She really wants this kill. She's gonna go for it. Is gonna connect, but still not enough for the kill. The auto attacks to follow. In comes the mech kill from Monkeys. And now Queen of Pain's in trouble. The tornado flies in from Invoker. Bardos J is still in trouble though, but no, Bigot can't finish the job. And now Bigot's also dead. And Medusa, she is not an easy kill. And she buys the time.
I mean, yeah, she would be an easy kill, but she has friends in high places, right? She got that living armor, the mech coming in from Monkeys, like you pointed out. They're just doing everything they can to keep her alive. That's what you gotta do. You don't want your carry to go down to that rotation and fall behind Terrorblade. Meanwhile, though, Terrorblade, no slouch himself, going for a tower push here, helping the Centaur finish the job so the tier 1 tower can finally fall. It's so important against 3-aim protectors that you really organize those tier 1 pushes so you don't just get held forever.
Yeah. We see a Glim Static Storm combo again on Invoker this time. Empyrean falling for this, though, but certainly a trade he's happy with. Sadman attempting to go for Nusham, but no Sonic Wave, and don't think he's going to go any further, so that'll be the end of that. But, yeah, so 1 for 1, of course, favoring the cut right there. To your point about Terrorblade, though, he already has a Manta, so obviously evolving nicely, and he has top net worth basically neck and neck with the Medusa. So from that perspective, I guess not the most surprising.
Yeah, and him already having Manta, it's very good. As we see mid, a nice kick into the tower, chain silence, but she has the illusion rune.
That was a good rune to have.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that his early Manta, that's probably one of the nicest Manta games you ever find. There are so many things to dispel.
A lot of silences. However, Queen of Pain, she kept her hand in that cookie jar.
Last silence there. Didn't have the illusion rune anymore. Gets too close, gets caught out. And I guess cold snap silence, no way to get out.
Yeah, I mean, you got Death Prophet Science, you got Earth Spirit Science, you got Invoker lockdown. That was a ballsy play there by Queen of Pain, as you mentioned, already using the illusion rune to make the escape earlier, so maybe just didn't understand the numbers that were there. Either way, good kill for Fart Studios. Happy with that. Yeah,
the game is, kind of progressing in a very stable manner, I would say. There are some stabs being done by the cut, trying to make aggressions towards BSJ mostly, but I haven't seen any real attempts after a laning stage to shut down this Terrorblade.
Well, Monkey's down here currently, has his Guardian Greaves, but of course not much he's going to be able to do by himself. In fact, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble.
I was going to say, as mentioned, he's got Guardian Greaves, but even with it, just doesn't matter. That damage coming out, pretty intense.
Yeah, you have the extra armor, but it doesn't help. If TB is left unattended, just keep hitting with 2 illusions nearby, then you will go down even with extra armor. It does not save you forever. He's tanky, but he was playing very alone down there all the way on the tier 2 tower.
And you see Scourge McDuck queuing up the BKB next. Has a Mithril Hammer, but his choice is going to be the BKB route. Medusa's going the Eye of Scotty route first. But your makings of, or what do you make of the BKB by Terrorblade?
I think it goes back to what I said before about there being so many things that you want to dispel. There's also some stuff that you just have to have the BKB against, like when you play against Control Invoker. If you go without BKB, you're just not allowed to do anything. And maybe some of it is trauma from last game, you know? SMD, he just played a game of Bristleback into like the most controlling lineup ever. He just wants to be able to do things, all right? I think back to last game, all I saw was him spinning in the air.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, doesn't have to worry about that at least, but there is plenty else as we keep going back to. So yeah, great item to have with the Mancha style. Let's take a look at those odds, by the way, thanks to esportsbet.io. The Watch Turn platform. Curious where they stand right now. I mean, the net worth favoring Fart Studios, obviously. But as far as the odds are looking, well, we'll get them up shortly. But in the meantime, it's going to be Roshan happening by Fart Studios as the Exorcism comes out, and there's no one nearby for the cut, so this should be a free one.
It's a trade. It's bottom tier 1 tower for Roshan, so very good trade for Fart Studios overall. I mean, you're super happy with it. You do use Exorcism though, and yeah, I suppose this wasn't actually identified. They ping it out now as they scouted the Roche with the illusion from TB, but they smoke over trying to run there. They're gonna be way too late though.
And there you go. And now how do you react if you're the cut from the, obviously the Roshan kill happy? It's like, where do you go from here? Figuring a clash could happen soon.
D-wards and playing on high grounds if you do want to fight. There's also 10 seconds for a power rune here. Maybe you get something nice.
There you go. The odds on your screen are favoring Fart Studios right now. Of course, Aegis in hand certainly helps with that. And the esportsbet.io watch turn platform. Check it out.
Dyer's bottom
But
tower
yeah, the answer is just avoid.
Yeah. Got a nice arcane rune here for Queen. And I like the decision to go up and play on the Ancients, stealing those away, because you know that Medusa wants to farm the Ancients either every minute or getting it stacked every minute, right? Like, you're never gonna miss the timing for it. So if you can steal the Ancients once, that's big impact.
That's exactly what Quap is doing, so finishes those off. I was going to bring this up earlier, but might as well bring it now too. Invoker. Oh, actually here in Overgrowth. That's going to be used on Queen of Pain, the Sunstrike, and everyone else assisting. Free kill on the Quap. She's out for 40 seconds. Blink out from Centaur. He's silenced up currently. He has Stampede, hasn't used it yet. Be gone. He's caught by Spirit Vessel. Cold Snap stopping his getaway. And that should be a free kill on him now, too. So, yeah, the catch is successful. I was going to say, again, no Urn / Spirit Vessel on this Invoker. He went the Witchblade, but again, they have one on Earth Spirit, so he went a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have it on the most aggressive player who's going to be involved in most rotations, and it is going to be their Spirit in this game. That Blink Dagger, though, the initiation of that was all Jenkins, having that early Blink from, honestly, farming quite a bit on his tree in this game. He has 64 CS. So
That's crazy.
So, you know, gets value for the Blink, blinks in, gets a nice catch, and that means that having Tree in your team as well, maybe down the road, you could consider going for an Aghanim Scepter on Invoker once you get the Exort on a higher level. It's one of the nicer setups for Cataclysm.
Yeah. And you know, that really goes back to Medusa jungling earlier on, as you'd expect, and then Treant just kind of sat at that top lane. We mentioned how long he kept that tower alive. He was CSing that whole time too, as well, or at least a lot of it. So, yeah, really, in that perspective, not the most surprising, but at the same time, yeah, having that play clearly is such a high-impact item for this position 5 Treant, and already making a big play with it.
Yeah, the thing is, he was taking farm that otherwise nobody in your team really wanted to take.
Yeah.
He was taking, like, dangerous area, so not stealing farm from a core hero, but still getting that benefit towards the team, which is very useful. Now, though, with the Scouty complete, Fart Studios, they have Aegis for 2 more minutes. They don't want to have an equal trade. They want to start getting a bigger piece of the cake here, so they go and invade.
I mean, you look at Scourge McDuck, he's working on that IF Scotty himself. Again, he went the BKB first. I just love how close Medusa and Terrorplay continue to be in farm. I mean, they are very similar heroes in that aspect of what they can farm. But, oh, Chives, top lane, is caught. Silence is put out, but Hoodwink's nearby. Gonna show himself, but it is just too much damage. Oh, and he stampedes at the last second. Still not gonna survive. The tornado almost got Hoodwink. Managed to TP out.
Oh, nice little find there in the tree line. I like the rotation by Fart, the way they moved there. And yeah, they catch the Centaur by surprise. Who's going for a build I'm a little bit questionable. Link into Lotus is fine, but he's going straight Heart next. I mean, yeah, you're Centaur, you want to be strong, I suppose. Maybe I shouldn't hate on the build, but I go back to the same thing. You're playing against this control lineup, massive amount of control. If you're a core hero, I almost feel like you have to have a BKB. Heart, to me, I don't think it matters if you have Heart or not on Centaur. You're still gonna have the same impact.
Well, he is back up now, and again, Stampede's going to be on cooldown for 50 seconds, but Jenkins, meanwhile, here at the bottom, he's scouting out with the invis, coming out with the overgrowth, and that is an illusion, by the way, but there are a couple of actual heroes here, including that Disruptor, who gets the Static Storm combo down, but Queen of Pain and Hoodwink are dead. Terrorblade, though, the real one shows up. He's got Metamorphosis. He blows up the Treant. Not necessarily the biggest target to kill, though. Annihilate throws out his combo. Scourge McDuck's gonna have to TP out with the BKB. Disruptor is dead, but the fight very successful for Fart Studios.
Yeah, and we see the first real connection here by BSJ coming in for a big fight. He did make some tower defense earlier, and he's 3-1-4, having a good start here on the Medusa. Even though the hero is not one that I think is super strong right now, he is doing a good job. Invoker staring down this TV.
Love a kill. Snap's going up. Stampede used, though, and he's just dead.
Yeah, that was a solo play. He didn't have any friends nearby. Very optimistic to try and get that kill.
It was like one of those, like, it was a Half-Life Terrorblade. Oh, man, I gotta do this. Never mind. Anyways, Lotus Orb activated on Centaur as he gets initiation onto Death Prophet, and this is a snowball effect right now. The Cut's taking full advantage. They also get the DP, and they're gonna chase for more. I'll see if Queen of Pain blinks forward. No, never mind.
Yeah, you
But
have to
that's
be
2
careful
kills.
not to bleed too many core heroes in a row like that. The 1-by-1 feed, that was certainly a bit overly ambitious by Invoker going in, especially not having a BKB on his own. If Disruptor is just anywhere nearby, you're gonna get glimpsed back, you're not gonna get that kill. And yeah, he went for it, he tried. But that gives an opening here for the Cut to come back into the game a little bit, because they were falling behind. They were like 7,000 gold behind. Now only 4,000.
Medusa individually is starting to get a slight lead over the Terrorblade when it comes to net worth, and it's showing with a Butterfly almost finished. So we see our first kind of different path as Terrorblade, of course, with the BKB, as we've already talked about, but Butterfly going to be the case for Medusa.
Yeah, and TB now has to react by either, like, sticking to his own guns, but it seems like he is itemizing towards that Butterfly, going for an MKV next. It's a bit awkward, though, because it's an item that doesn't really give you the type of stats that you want for Terrorblade and his solutions. Obviously, it's the correct choice here, but it hurts you, so the Butterfly is very useful for BSJ in this game. I guess the minor upside is that you get a stronger reflection illusion if you're Terrorblade. You can try and get that reflection on Medusa and hope that it kills her own team.
There you go. How about Queen of Pain, by the way? We really haven't talked a lot about Satman in this game. His farm's okay. He's got the Witchblade. Kaya and Sange is going for a BKB herself, so really just kind of battling Queen of Pain build.
He's not really having the type of game that we normally see him have. He normally pops up really hard on his queen. Oh, the illusion bait by Jenkins. Gonna waste the initiation from Centaur.
Yep. Sharpshooter going out, not going to connect either. Meanwhile, there is a catch. It's actually in favor of Far Studios, though. Queen of Pain, she's locked down. Lotus Orb coming out, though, and now it's going to be locked down. Static Storm onto the Earth Spirit. Just the Earth Spirit, though, but Medusa also shows up, and the beat down, the split shots, get the 1 kill on Disruptor. That's Stone Gaze. It put Terrorblade in a stun, but it's retreat time for Far Studios. Maybe?
I think BKB and meta used, I mean, obviously the meta is still up for a while, but BKB used on the Terrorblade makes them feel a little bit confident.
Yeah, they fell back initially, but no, you're right. They are running back in, actually, as a team. Again, no Earth Spirit for them, but no Disruptor for the other side. And yeah, Metamorphosis, it's got maybe another 10-15 seconds on it.
Yeah, now you know that's on cooldown, so you can orchestrate a push towards any of these tier 2 towers. Also, Roshan is going to spawn right now. Are they going to check it immediately? I think so. And they'll be happy to see that that was a very fast spawn.
And this Death Prophet immediately pops next to him. By the way, we haven't even talked about the Heaven's Halberd in the hands of Monkeys Forever, but the follow-up to the Guardian Greaves has a blink now as well. So just really playing this utility very well, and this is going to be yet another free Roshan.
Yeah, Halberd's pretty good item, but it's not amazing this game. It's hard to get the most value out of it since TPS and illusion carry. So even if you halberd him, there are still the illusions attacking, but it does tank up the DP. It serves to mitigate the TB's damage, and it does do that to a degree. Also gives him a bit of HP. But I like his choice of next item as well. Going for that Shivas, I think he really needs to get even more armor. You cannot have too much armor in this game if you're playing it against the Metamorphosis.
Yeah. So, gonna really prove to be extra tanky on the Death Prophet. Not bad, especially in that offlane role. You say play more of that utility. Centaur is working on one of his own, the Heaven's Halberd, that is. In fact, I know you talked about the idea of the hearts. So
yeah, he had it queued up before, but seems like
Okay.
he's going back for it now. I like that way more because against Medusa, unlike Terrorblade, while Medusa, has Manta Style, she is not an illusion-based carry. She's mainly just herself auto-attacking, and she's also a ranged hero always, so pressing that halberd on her is going to be very big value. I think it's a fantastic choice here and very, very useful. 5-second disarm on Medusa is, I mean, invaluable.
You'll take that, especially against a Medusa that has an Aegis now as we return out of that pause coming out. I'm trying to figure out who got the shard. I think Invoker might have grabbed that shard because I think Trian had his already.
Yeah.
Either one.
Yeah, I believe that was the Invoker getting it. Normally you don't buy the Invoker shard early, especially with him like just now getting BKB delivered. Definitely that was it. And Trian Protector shard is a shard that you'll buy pretty early, especially when you have as much gold as he does. He's so rich this game.
He really is. He's the most farmed of the supports. When there's a Hoodwink in the game being played by B-God on the other side, that's extra impressive. So, again, props to Jenkins there.
The three of them are all pretty rich. It's just Disruptor who's running poverty, but he's trying to save up food stamps for that Aghanim Scepter. He has 1,700 gold to go on the Aghanims and Disruptor. So until then, he's going to be pretty weak, pretty low impact in fights. It's mainly going to be just the Glimpse, but the Aghanims can have massive value once it's complete.
Oh, BSJ trying to make use of that Aegis pressure and putting pressure into the tier 2 mid tower. Currently, in fact, there is going to be no defense put up by the cut as they're trying to gank elsewhere. You can see where they are on the map. They're on the Dire side, and they see monkeys in the area, I think, but I don't know. Okay, they are going to jump. They're going for a deep jump and misses peak, although Chives also misses the jump. Uh-oh, chance for backfire.
Yeah, good sidestep as well there. And throwing out the silence defensively. Nice moves by Monkeys Forever. And at the end of the day, looks like BSJ is probably gonna pull back. Oh, they want to fight DP or Queen.
Yep, they're gonna catch her. Silences are put up. Spirit Vessel applied. Jenkins kind of trying to help, but really it was more so the rest of the team. Damage, Monkeys Forever. Credit for the kill. So yeah, Quap caught isolated, and Empyrean is also caught apparently over here by Invoker for a solo kill.
Yeah, very nice. This time actually manages to find it. He got a very nice drop on Invoker to find these solo kills, by the way. He has the Quiver paired up with Witchblade. You have that long-range auto attack that does a lot of magic damage immediately and even more magic damage over time. So hard for anyone to really survive. He also has maxed out Exort by now at level 19. So those meteors can really clear out the TB very fast.
Yeah, you can definitely hit hard. Gotta respect that. So the struggles of Empyrean continue, though, in terms of finishing that Ags, which, as always, will be a great item to have once he's able to, but being delayed, and we're now 31 minutes in. Not the best news for the cut, but better late than never, as they say. As where's Terrorblade at now? So he does have the full MKB finished. You were talking about that. Not the most ideal, but it's an answer to the butterfly, at least.
Yeah, he does have that now, so he can focus down the Medusa really quick. The issue is she still has that Aegis for 2 minutes, and if they want to take a fight now, it could be a bad timing.
Well, they're trying to take a fight on Jenkins specifically, and he maybe thought about Overgrowth, put up Living Armor, but it is a quick kill on him. B-God first assisting there. But they're still hanging around up our studio. Uphill. Chives did not expect this. Ganusham goes as well, kicks him backwards. Right into Medusa. The Stone Gate is going to be popped as well. Blow up, though, with the Sonic Wave onto the Earth Spirit, and it's a 5 versus 3 now in favor of the cut. Yeah, Centaur, not an easy target to kill, as we know. Fart Studios, they're still in trouble. Invoker, in fact, caught as well. The BKB is not going to save him either, neither with a deafening blast, and now B-God is going hunting for more. Although Monkeys will teleport out.
Yeah, he's out. Never mind. Completely safe. But this was the fight they needed. Honestly, the Terrorblade was able to burst the Treant so fast. And I think losing Jenkins there made it difficult to take the fight. Even if you have Aegis on Medusa, you're not going to be able to win the fight unless you have these control spells to stop the Terrorblade from auto-attacking. So it was the right choice to get out and not try to commit hard with the Aegis fight for Medusa. But these are signs that even though they have a strong lead, the cut are still threatening to take over this game again.
Yeah, especially if you're going to catch them somewhat isolated like that. Obviously, the Treant started with the Treant, then even Earth Spirit, he committed himself very far right there. And obviously, they took advantage on the side of the cut. So, making smart plays there. I do want to bring attention to Medusa, though. See her next item that she already has, that Swift Blink. is now online for the Medusa.
Yeah, he's getting massive. The Swift Blink is solving the issue that we talked about early, that Medusa has very low mobility. This adds a ton of mobility and also gives you a nice power spike. He wants to take a fight bottom, actually.
That was a blow up right there. Well, that's because his teammate just got blown up, aka the Death Prophet. But Medusa, you're right, still wants to chase that Swift Blink coming into play in hot pursuit. But Chives, there's no way he's lucky. That Stone Gaze lasting forever, thanks to the level 20 talent that he picked up. But it doesn't actually stun anyone, and Chives is still running. He has Lotus Orb as
Blink,
well.
But he can't. Always some damage.
Yeah, Lotus Orb comes out just a little bit too late at that point. B-God and Sadman in the area. And Nusham, he's trying to find them.
He's right there. Oh, so close.
To your right!
Now, Queen showed.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, Queen's caught. Uh-oh. Sadman, blink though. Going south, they catch up to him though, and here's the follow-up. BKB Sonic Wave says, I gotta fight. Gonna go out in a glory of blaze. A blaze of glory, I think that's how it goes. Anyways, gets taken out.
Yeah. He is gonna be fine on Hoodwink though. B-God blinking away in the tree line and running with his scurry. Gets far enough, but that was a costly death there. Sticking around on the Queen, just wanting to shove one creep wave and keep some map control, trying not to lose your tier 2 tower, but Earth Spirit is on point.
Is under attack.
Oh, obviously we're talking about Medusa and her item progression. You gotta keep an eye on Terrorblade though too. He's now gonna follow Satanic, so I annihilate. B-God goes down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, assistance from Nusham.
Yeah,
SJ pressure in the tier 3 bottom.
Yeah, you can see the catch potential now with that Quiver and Cold Snap from far away, as well as the Earth Spirit rolling after. Even if they miss the Boulder Smash, doesn't really matter. No way for the Hoodwink to get away there. And Exorcism coming in.
Is that going to be towards the middle? Oh, Monkey's coming bottom now with it, so the tower's dead, and now the rack's exposed. And with Alacrity on Medusa, these racks, there's just no chance. Queen of Pain's still resurrecting. Gonna come up now. Hoodwink's also gonna be dead for another 15 seconds, so it's still a bit of this awkward defense by the cut currently. They want to, but they just know they can't, although maybe now's the time. Chives, they're pinging. He's got Stampede ready to go in, but no, he gets canceled, and now in trouble for Scourge McDuck. Look at that damage from Medusa. With the Stone Gaze use as well, she's got the Static Storm, but she doesn't even care. The Structural's already picked up. Chives misses the jump on the center, and now the Meatball's flying in, and Centra's in a very vulnerable spot. So is Terrorblade in the back. Nusham catches it. Oh, Sunder at the last second. Monkey's forever nearly died to that, but they're gonna kill Terrorblade a second time, essentially, and no buybacks for the cut.
That was a good reaction by BSJ. Instead of getting glimpsed as they retreated out there, he
GG.
saw a chance to get off his Blink Dagger, blinked into them instead, turned it around, just gets 2 kills very quickly. Good reaction. Honestly, I feel like this game was, a lot slower, obviously, being more of a farm-oriented draft from both teams, but I have to say, Fart Studios, they were just in full control of this game, and, I wasn't convinced will the Earth Spirit work, but Nusham really had some big impact on his Earth Spirit this game.
He did. No, that goes back to just like Monkeys in game 1, right? It's like, it's a very comfortable hero for him. May not be the most in-meta hero currently, but Nusham certainly had high impact on the Earth Spirit, and yeah, very impressed by Far Studios' performance. I gotta say, that game just, it didn't just, obviously there was a reason to GG at that point, but man, that game just ended all of a sudden, it felt like. I'm curious if our panel feels the same on that one.
Yeah, we'll see how in unison with Fear and Gods are on about this Fart Studios win. The Medusa, Fear, you had a little bit of worry for it. You weren't too sure about it, but did Fart Studios just play around it perfectly and play pretty precisely as the other 4 to try and make space for this Medusa?
Yeah, Fart SJ had a pretty good game. He was always farming, doing his thing, but I think his team were like the real story here, and the space they were able to make with I Annihilate, and especially Nusham on his Earth Spirit, like making plays all across the map. And I was really like, Shaggy's co-op is so hit or miss for me. Like, he's just in all the time. He's always aggressive, but in cases like this, wasn't the greatest thing for their team.
Yeah. There wasn't really too much space for anyone on the side of the cut to be able to excel. It was a shorter game length, time-wise, here, Gods, but it felt like just a much cleaner sort of gameplay from Fight Studios. There weren't any of these overextensions, and probably the reason why it was such an early GG.
Yeah, this was impressive from Fart Studios, the way they played around objectives, particularly like when they took that first Roshan, trading the bottom tier 1 tower. They had a very clear identity as a team and of this kind of just strategic structure that was really hard to break through. And this is exactly how you should be and want to be playing Dota when you have heroes like Death Prophet on your team. You combine that with an Invoker and you just hit these scary timings where, there's this Alacrity Medusa and you've got an Aegis on her and, BSJ's just been farming but then gets to come to these fights where he's the highest net worth and his team's, been absolutely owning the game because they're making plays, taking all these key objectives, getting him an Aegis, and then from there it just, like, Co-op doesn't like playing into these, like, 5-man Death Ball type lineups like Sadman, Shaggy is never going to have enough damage to kind of fight into that. Sento's not really bringing much damage. There was too much pressure on like Scourge McDuck and B-God to really, carry this game on the cut side, and that's just not really practical.
Mm-hmm. It was just Fight Studios got on a roll and they just never stopped. They carried it over, it felt, from game number 1 here in game number 2. So it is a 2-0 in favor of them. They looked fantastic. I can't say it enough. MVP, though, on the team is going to be Nusham on the Earth Spirit, a hero that is not favored in this matter at all. But man, oh man, did they make it work for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think him on his Earth Spirit, like, he's been playing this hero forever. It's a comfort pick, worked really well with the Death Prophet. And I do want to say one thing about Fart Studios. Like, if you asked me to make, like, a list of my power rankings of the teams that were going to do well, I actually had Fart Studios as the qualifying into Division 1 here. And they finally played like they deserve that in this game. They played really well. They were super disappointing in some other studios, losing the Penguin squad, but then coming and beating the Cut. A very volatile team right now, but the one thing that is a constant for this team, it's Nusham owning. He does it pretty much every single game, and he's like, I would say maybe their best player, very arguably. No, I'm going to say it. He's their best player. He's always showing up. He's always making good plays for the team, and it's whether or not his team wants to join him on any given day if they win or not.
Well, today they decided, look, we want to win. They joined him with it. And we got someone joining us from Fight Studios. It is going to be Monkeys Forever for our winners interview here. Monkeys Forever, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. I have to ask, how did this stand-in come around, if you are willing to tell us?
Well, I was just playing games, I guess, like 3 days ago, and BSJ was telling me how they had another stand-in lined up, and they were going to be trying them out for the last few series, but I think there was a time zone issue or something. So last minute, BSJ is just like, hey, wanna come play for us again for the rest of the season? I'm just like, all right, why not? I'm not doing anything else.
I love it. You looked fantastic today. How did it feel sort of coming back in and playing with the boys?
I mean, it's very natural. Like, I just played with them for a year or a year and a half or something on the old Arkosh, so we're all good friends, and it's very natural to play together and everything. We were actually just joking about it because Jenkins said. Jenkins has been saying he was saying on the old Arkosh lineup for like 6 months how he should be playing 5 and I should be playing off lane, and just now Jenkins is like, I've been telling you guys for like half a year we should have just been doing this all along.
Yeah, it looked fantastic today. That was actually going to be one of my other questions. Like, was there any possibility at all that you were going to be playing 5 in this series, or did you guys just play it as the draft went out? Like, what was the game plan with you coming in?
They asked me if I wanted to play 5 or 3 or like what I was more comfortable playing, and I've just been playing off lane for about 7 years now, so it was just kind of. Like, when they asked me, I'm like, obviously I prefer off lane, but I can play 5. It's your guys' team. Like, I'm not trying to kick anyone off their role or anything. So, but Jenkins offered to go to 5, and it just kind of worked out.
He made a sacrifice for the greater good of Fight Studios there. BF, do you have any questions?
Yeah, sure. Congratulations on, not only winning your first series, but also being sacrificed as the interviewer, as the stand-in. But regardless of that, I'm sure you've been watching Fart Studios here and there, being a fellow NA Dota enjoyer. Like, how much better did the team get with you joining? Or what did you think about them prior?
Well, I mean, BSJ, he's a known psychopath, so obviously that kind of went into my thoughts of their previous performance. But I feel like I compliment BSJ a lot. So me coming in, he's the psychopath, I'm the guy who just laughs at everything. So we just naturally fit together. And then Nushi and Jenkins, they're just like best friends. So. And then Danny just does whatever he wants to do. He wins his lane. He makes some calls, makes some rotations. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty natural when I'm playing with them. I mean, obviously, like I can't really shit talk the old Fart Studios that much because my team in the close qualifiers we lost to them. I mean, there may have been a bit of an incident there, but I'm not gonna bring up old teams or issues or anything.
Well, that's funny because that was actually my next question. So the old Arkosh. Just a quick question on that one. Like, how was that experience? How would you explain it? Like, how was it going through the open qualifiers, then losing, the Fart Studios, and now joining Fart Studios? Like, essentially, yeah. Just give me your thoughts on that.
There were, I don't know. I feel like we certainly had some expectations with that Arkosh roster, and Febby, he chose to take matters into his own hands in the match against Fart Studios, and that certainly was a interesting curveball that the team atmosphere never really recovered from, I would say. But I mean, it was good content, and in the end, that was what Arkosh was all about. So.
All right, last question. Do you feel like with your current state of as a player, you're doing more content now, do you feel like being on Fart Studios or whatever these group of guys is kind of like your home where you should be playing?
I mean, I really do like all the guys on Fart Studios. I mean, I was considering trying to make a team and try to be more serious, maybe make an attempt for TI this year, but I mean, it's kind of difficult, I would say, to make a roster in the middle of the season because you never really know who's actually free, or there's just not that much time. So I don't know. I don't even know if Fart Studios wants me to play with them permanently or whatever. But I'm just kind of going with the flow, doing whatever. I'm not really worrying about it too much or anything.
All right, thank you.
Hey, monkeys. Firstly, congrats. A couple questions for me as well. I firstly wanted to ask everyone who plays with you, even us here on the panel, Wag was saying, played pubs with you. It's everyone always talks about your positivity and how you make everyone laugh. What's your secret? Because everyone else playing Dota, we're all miserable. How do you stay positive when you're playing Dota?
I mean, I certainly have my bad days just like anyone else. I don't know. I personally just really enjoy this game, and I feel like that's something that Dota players tend to forget, that Dota is just it's first and foremost a game. We all got into this game because we love playing it, and it's so fun. But I feel like a lot of people, especially high MMR players, they tend to forget that at some point because the TI or major dream starts becoming more of a reality, and they stress out about it or whatever. But which I mean, again, don't get me wrong, I've been there, but I'm trying to just not kind of put too much pressure on myself or anything with Dota, because in the end it's all about enjoyment, right? At least that's my personal belief.
Yeah, no, I love that attitude. And speaking of some of those top teams, the majors starting in a few days. I'm curious to ask, how much of the major you planning on watching, and who are you going to be cheering for to win the major?
I mean, like obviously, I'm always cheering for NA. Like, I really want to see NA like bring it back and start showing up in some international tournaments. So like definitely gonna be watching them. I mean, obviously Tundra. Like, they kind of struggled in Western Europe, so I feel like a lot of Western Europe honestly just seems the strongest it's ever been right now to me, because I mean Tundra, they just came off of a TI win and they're struggling to even qualify for the major. Right? I mean, struggling. It was a three-time three-way tiebreaker or whatever.
Three-way
tiebreaker. It was at least close. Yeah. But yeah, like Tundra, I'm definitely interested in, and also obviously Gaiman Gladiators or Gaiman Gladiators, because Quinn Callahan, my boy, I gotta cheer for him. So.
Yeah, definitely. Do you miss him? Do you miss Quinn? That was actually going to be one of my questions. I was going to say, is there anyone out there that you're really missing in NA Dota at the moment? He gave you a little shout out in his interview.
Oh, of course I miss Quinn. Quinn is the most creative flamer by far. Like, any time I'm with Quinn, like, I am just laughing my ass off and just having a grand old time. So I definitely miss Quinn. And unironically, now that Quinn has left NA, I'm more inclined to go play EU pubs, because I'm just like, there's just no one on the NA that I'm just like, oh my god, I just love this server. Like, sorry NA, sorry, no shots or anything.
You just need good flaming every now and then in a pub. I get it. That's it. That's the only reason why you'd leave NA, right?
I mean, Quinn obviously, like, anytime I have him on my team, he pretty much just solo carries the game too. So that's a nice plus, but.
Of course. Well, look, Monkeys, remember, you absolutely turned up in this series. It was exciting to see how you played with Fart Studios. You guys got the 2-0. Thank you so much for joining us for an interview, and congratulations again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
See ya. Such a cheery guy. I've actually never spoken to Monkeys Forever before, so that was a very nice interview from him. And Fear, as you put it, the sacrifice. Although I felt like he was a great sacrifice. That was a fantastic interview sacrifice there.
Yeah, I mean, he's really talkable. His laugh is contagious. It's always fun to talk with Monkeys.
Yeah, an enjoyment for sure. With this 2-0, this nice and clean 2-0 from Fight Studios, the leaderboard. I do believe mathematically, you were saying Felt now going to be going to Division 1. Yeah, they're secured in.
Yep.
Felt are 100% going up there, so big congrats to them. So that means we got one of our Div 1 teams locked in. We have one of our relegated teams locked in, and everything else is still up for grabs to an extent for some teams. Unfortunately, with the cut getting the loss there, it is a significantly more uphill battle for them. Not so much in their hands for what they can do and how far they can achieve, but we do have one more series for today, and that is Dog Champ up against C-Dub. So another win for Dog Champ. Does that put them also in?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
5
so we're gonna
wins.
have both of our Div 1 teams today if Dog Champ can win over C-Dub. That's exciting. That's juicy. Normally here I'd ask you guys about the matchups. Instead, I want to leave that. We can talk about it after a break, but before we go to a break, Fear, I want to say happy birthday. I have to call you out on stream.
Oh, wow.
I gotta say it. Twitch chat. Everyone Twitch chat better be wishing Fear a happy birthday right now. Is there any better way to be spending your birthday than watching NA Div 2 and getting a Monkeys Forever interview?
Of course not. Nothing I'd rather do on my 18th birthday than sit here and talk about Dota with you guys.
Oh, stop it, Fia. You're making me blush. It's your birthday. I'm supposed to be complimenting you. But you're not going anywhere. You are going to be spending some more time with us. Right after this break, though, it is going to be a little bit of a longer one, but don't go too far. You don't want to miss the C-Dub versus Dog Champ series. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. We have our second series of NA Div 2 DPC here. It is DogChamp up against C-Dub. If you guys missed it earlier, we had a 2-0 from Fart Studios when they came up against the Cut. So it begs the question, gods, are we going to be having two 2-0 series today? Are DogChamp going to be taking this one nice and clean?
Oh, it's every time we see DogChamp, we're like, these guys are heavy favorites. Ever since, they took down Felt, who seemed to be the toughest competition, I don't think anybody can stop DogChamp. I think they individually are just better than everybody else. Some of their individual players are very highly skilled. I think they're just, working hard and as a team have a very good understanding of how to play in this current patch. So I'm expecting a 2-0.
Okay. When we talk about individual players as well, we should do a player comparison. I do know that we want to talk about the position threes. Have a look at each side there. And Fia, out of Italiano Gangster and Ila, which one fits the meta a little bit more? Or would you say that both of them do?
Oh, I think they're both quite good at the meta. There isn't a particular hero that neither of them don't play in the meta. They both play like the Beast, they both play the Broodmother. Ela, I'm not sure if he plays like the Magnus, which is a hero that's kind of like showing up in the meta, where we saw Italiano Gangster did bust it out in the last series here. But I think these two players are looking for the same hero pool. I mean, Italiano Gangster has been very, very stable, but so is Ela. So I have like praises to say for both of them. I think they're both like kind of the rocks of the team. They're always picking good heroes and they're always coming up and performing well. Yeah,
we see two Beastmasters. If you had to say one was better than the other, who would it be, Fia?
I mean, I have to go with DogChamp just because I think you'll always look better if you're on a better team, right? And I think the problem with C-Dub and the issues they run into is like Mark, sometimes he's there, he looks good, sometimes he's not. DogChamp, RCY, he's always there, he's always like winning his mid lane super hard, and it's going to be a tall task for Mark in this game to really shut down RCY. Not that anyone has been able to yet in Division 2, but if he can this series, he's a legend.
Yep, that's a really good point. We talk about mid laners, how crucial they are to the teams making space, sort of playing with everyone. But RCY has just been phenomenal time and time again, gods. And is there any realm in which someone would be able to shut him down here in Div 2?
I don't think it's a someone. I think it can maybe be done as a team if they really want to put a lot of emphasis on the old patch style, like supports rotating for every rune, supports ganking mid, that can do it. But I don't think Mark's not shutting him down by himself. Maybe if he has like the best counter pick ever, but RCY is the most skilled mid laner in NA Div 2. It's gonna take a whole team effort to really limit what he can do. And even then, you may just be playing into DogChamp's hands, because if you over-prioritize that mid lane, they've got other skilled players. Like, it's not like their side lane cores are players who aren't going to step it up. So if you over-prioritize mid, you'll get punished elsewhere.
Yeah, that's very true. We'll see where they do end up going, because you don't want to let anyone really have a free lane on the side of DogChamp, because that's just when, you've already got a loss. But an opening for C-Dub. How do we open strongly for them, Fia?
Afro Moosh.
Oh, that's right. He's not even
Duster's
playing for them. Yeah.
Oh, no wonder they didn't pick Rubik. It makes so much sense now.
That was such a great segue, Fia. Thank you. Yeah, they are playing with a stand-in. I just forgot. There's been so many stand-ins lately. Like Eternity had one, DogChamp had one. Yesterday? C-Dub now have one. Fart Studios had one. Gosh, everyone's just subbing in players left, right, and center. But
keep going.
Hey, keep going. I think that actually might have been it. Off the top of my head.
That was a pretty long list, though.
It was. But yeah, that's why C-Dub don't really go straight down for that Rubik. They don't pick it up instantly. Does unfortunately mean that DogChamp get Beastmaster and a Rubik opening, gods.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because I was like wondering if C-Dub were going to try and answer the Beastmaster with like a counterpick. Like if this was the cut, they would just slam a Bristleback here, but they just kind of ignore the Beastmaster and pick their own Zoo hero. They're basically saying, okay, we're going to do the same thing right back at you. So this Lycan pick isn't really designed to counter anything DogChamp have done. It's just basically saying they can do the same thing, which is pressure the offlane. And I like the idea there because I think C-Dub have just looked their best when Isla's on these, Zoo heroes, the Beast, the Lycan, the Visage even. Like, that's just his comfort zone. They look like a different team when he's not on those heroes. So I think if you want to stand a chance to beat DogChamp, you have to stick to this kind of playstyle. And yeah, as a result, DogChamp get a little bit of the same thing. So we're going to see a fun little offlane matchup, although they're not going to necessarily directly be interacting.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one. It does make it a little bit easier now for both teams to draft for their carries. But DogChamp are going to have opening pick out of this phase. Do you feel that they should just go safely and go for the pos 5 here?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think they're going to get one pick there. Pick your 5, something that... what's left in the pool that I can want? I mean, CM's okay with attack speed, slow. If they want to go... You don't really want to go like a Clockwork or melee route against the Lycan. Heroes like Wyvern, which historically have been good, are just not meta anymore, too hard to pull off in the laning stage, so... It's really going to be up to preference. I would be fine even if they wanted to go the route of like a Disruptor, if they wanted to play that style. But yeah, both teams are just going to go for that Zoo style, and I assumed we're going to see a bit more carry emphasis. I really think the Lifesteal ban is interesting for DogChamp, because Beast is pretty good versus Lifesteal. Throughout the game, you have like the stun through the Enrage, the Boars, you can't really deal with it as a Lifestealer, but it is a specialty hero for Double King, so really respecting it quite a bit. Another specialty hero that he does play that I feel like could be good against this Beastmaster, because I don't think DogChamp's going to show anything like too revealing right there, whereas I believe they will end up picking a hero for...
I could see them even going for his like Dawnbreaker or something.
He likes playing heroes like the Dawnbreaker. That's his specialty. The Dawnbreaker carry. He loves playing Bloodseeker. All these heroes can be good versus Beastmaster. And then I think Sniper was the other hero he plays that they're kind of looking at. And I'm sure DogChamp do know that as well. So they're going to try their best to just limit that, or make sure what they do pick coming out kind of like deters them from doing such picks.
Yeah. I'd love to see Dawnbreaker. I don't know why. I just enjoy this hero so much. Double King looks great on it. Honestly, I like mostly off lane. I feel like that's just like where I naturally enjoy seeing her the most. But
sorry, I think I'm too good sometimes. I just need to chill.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Actually, could you just predict the whole rest of the draft? No, I was gonna say the Dawnbreaker we've seen her do well as supports as like in position as well. But yeah, the CM, you called it nice and easy, and now CW are gonna have to reveal. Would you rather reveal your extra support, your other support, and then your mid laner, or carry here?
Carry for sure. There's the Dawnbreaker. Wow, on a roll here. What are they gonna pick for their position? What are they gonna pick for their position for? Is the real question. Because it could be Mirana. It probably will not be Mirana, because I do like seeing it in a POS 5, especially with the Dawnbreaker. Might be able to arrow some boars, take control of that camp, and I just don't think Lycan is a very strong laner with Mirana. But like, what's left that they could pick?
They've done Sanctified Hood before.
Yeah,
also
something.
Snap. I assume you want a ranged, right?
Yeah, I think they need a stun, so maybe not Snap. Snap generally you want to pair with like the Beast or the Mars, something that has like that guaranteed like initiate and stun. And then we got the Hood. There, look at us, we're just predicting the whole draft here. This is just
Both
too
of
easy.
Us, so good.
Yeah. All right, DogChamp now. They want a carry as well now, because they now see their matchup. It's going to be versus the Lycan. Oh, this one's going to be a little harder. Hopefully they don't pick too quickly.
What does the carry need to entail to win against the Lycan? List its attributes.
I mean, Bloodseeker sounds pretty good. I mean, ideally you want to be able to kill the summoned units, right? Especially, you don't even want to think like short term. Sure, you want to punish the Lycan in the lane. Like, a lot of people may have went Ursa there. I was leaning towards Ursa, but this is on the come up, like the Marcy carry. We're seeing it more and more, and when he does pop, or she pops Unleash, you can kill that ancient dragon or whatever ancient creep they do happen to have at the time very quickly, and that's where Lycan like loses a spike. If you kill the wolves, you kill the big creep, Lycan doesn't have anything left, so you need something that has really heavy physical burst, and this can do it. Like, we've seen some Marcy carries do well. We've seen some Marcy carries look really terrible, right? And
Yeah.
mainly on the terrible end. But I do know through playing through the pubs, a lot of players are experimenting with this hero pick, trying to make it work. And I feel like the laning stage has to be pretty good because it's not a flash farmer. You have to be able to farm that Battle Fury fairly quickly to come online. But once you do get there, it's very powerful.
I was going to say, I feel the issue with a carry Dawnbreaker is she just plateaus. It's not necessarily she falls off or anything. You know, let's say you get a decent lane. She does well. There is like this early part coming out of lanes that she could be really active with because she has that global potential. But then she just plateaus. There isn't anything else. And then you need to get to like the later part of the game where she starts to feel that she has a little bit more input in team fights. And then you have Marcy, who just never seems to fall off. Like, she is just always good, always active. Like, her as a carry is just insane at times, how she can just obliterate heroes.
Right. I mean, I agree with that too. And I think that awkward timing you're talking about, it's like level 20 to 25. You're kind of trying to get to that 2 charges in Starbreaker. You really need that immunity and burst. And if you don't get there, you're kind of weak, but that hero comes online with the level 25 talent, whereas Marcy, yeah, your 25 talent's nice, but it's not part of the toolkit of what makes Marcy strong. So it's all about the laning stage. It's going to be a Hoodwink, it's going to be Lycan, it's going to be very strong, but CM Marcy sounds like a very strong lane on its own regard. And as most tempo lineups do function, if the offlaner on either side does manage to have a good game, they can kind of like take over the game. So the question is, who's going to shut down like the Zoo hero better? Is it going to be the Mirana plus the Dawnbreaker, or is it going to be the Marcy and the CM? Some of the newer heroes added to Dota being played in the carry position.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love them, you know, over time now trying to find their own groove in how this meta is forming and how the game is developing. But now, Fear, it's your chance. You get to guess the mid laners. You've guessed so many of the heroes already.
For Mark, I mean, he likes Tusk. I think he wants a Space Maker. He loves Tiny. He loves Tusk. He's going to be picking blind, so you might as well. He seems like a player that doesn't mind getting counterpicked. So Ember, Tusk, and Pango. Oh, Pango sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, is Pango banned? Pango? No, I want to see him play Pango, but he goes with Primal. Fits the bill. It is a hero that kind of does need to move around the map, make things happen. He chooses this as his preferred. I think I would like the Pango a bit more, but you know, that's just a nitpick. Mm-hmm. And for Dogchamp. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you guess. I guessed.
No, I wasn't going to guess. I was just going to say they have heaps of reserve time. I mean, could the Pango even be for themselves? I don't know. We've seen Primal do really well. I feel like this is a little bit of influence on the Arbid Primal that we saw him playing, like, yesterday, 2 days ago, something like that.
I'd love to see the Pango.
Yeah.
Personally. I mean, for both teams, it's so good versus Zoo. Like, if you get the Basher versus Dawn when she's doing, like, the Starbreaker, you can just stun her, and that stops the combo. Pretty strong versus the Lycan. You do manage to get the Ags. You kill all his units pretty quickly. They don't have any way of dealing with the BKB, like Pango rolling in on you. I think C-Dub should have taken it there over the Primal. I think it was the best pick in the game for both teams here, but either way, Dogchamp do take it as the last pick, and it looks like a great Pango game.
Yeah, perfect. Fantastic. We have the full lineup. Gods, give me some insight for you. Which one you're liking a little bit more, especially RCY getting back on that Pango there for mid lane. Like, he was the one to stop, and now he's gotten a great hero for himself.
It's a bit of a specialty for him. I think I like Dogchamp's draft. I think their answer to the Zoo's just a little bit better here. Although, you know, the Double King Dawnbreaker has looked really good in the past, and I think the idea is right with that. So this does look like pretty competitive and even drafts. I just think that the RCY advantage with the pick and also just how good he's been does give Dogchamp a bit of an edge here in game one.
Okay. Fear, I got it. I understand what C-Dub would doing now. They're going to do the Primal Onslaught. You pulverize while the Dawnbreaker ults in. That's it. That's that team fight right there for you.
I'm not even following you, but that's beyond my capabilities to understand. I agree with you, Nat. That sounds really good. I'm sure it's going to happen at least once that game, and it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, but you still favor Dogchamp, don't you?
For sure.
I knew it. I was just trying to see if I could bait you into maybe hyping up C-Dub, but either way, the lineups are fantastic. I'm excited with these two draws. It is game one, C-Dub, Dog Champ, and for it, we have Wagger and B-Cup.
Thank you very much. Coming in, you're my new Lacoste,
Wait,
Wagga.
wait, you're not
great.
breaky. What?
I'm just as American, I will say. I've got
True.
the rootinest, tootinest words in the West.
Damn.
Yeah, the West.
Yep,
You're still there. That's that American education right there, not knowing that I was in the West for a split second. I got you. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same the other way around, though.
I'm sure it works. I'm sure it works. And you know what? I'm sure these drafts work too. These look like good drafts to me.
I like it. I think Nat broke it down best with
Yeah.
the Onslaught Trample with the
Onslaught,
Solar
trample
Guardian.
into Solar Guardian.
Perfect.
I mean, I don't know what they didn't follow. It's great. You jump in and then you jump in. It's a double jumper combo.
Hey, it used to be all about circles, now it's about jumping in.
Yeah.
That's the real change that I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
But it's looking all right. I'm a big fan of C-Dub. I got to follow them in the closed qualifiers. It was exciting times, but as the season has gone on, I'm a huger, bigger, massiver fan of Dog Champ. Been loving watching RCY.
Yeah, RCY to me, probably him and Bigot have probably been like the two standout players overall through the season for me that like have really impressed me. And yeah, I think RCY on this Pango, definitely a guy to keep his eye on. Though he is going up against Primal Beast. And while Mark hasn't been dominating his lane as much, I think this is a lane that Primal Beast can really do some damage on. I'm surprised he skilled the trample before the lane started though, because I think you want Uproar on this lane. You can power deny against Pango really hard.
So if you're saying you want to go for the Uproar, like what's the build for the Primal Beast here? Because I remember when Primal Beast like first kind of came into the mix, it was only one in Uproar with like heavy in the Onslaught Trample, but obviously that was more side lane build, I would say. Than
That's
mid lane
still
build.
what you do. That's still pretty much how you approach it on the mid. You want to have a lot of points in your fighting spells, but it's just for that laning stage. Getting 1 point Uproar, it has no mana cost. It is so amazing. It gives you armor stacks, gives you damage, gives you base damage to last hit. It's just absolutely amazing as a mid laner. And so far, he skilled this trample, but he hasn't used it a single time. So I feel like there's just lost value. But I suppose he's going for a full QW build and won't go Uproar at all until probably like level 11 or something.
Yeah, waiting a long time for that, and I wonder if we'll see anybody even rotate over mid for C-Dub as the Mirana's getting low. Duster, who's standing in for this C-Dub lineup. Interesting little combination of this Dawnbreaker and Mirana. Not really much setup for an arrow.
Yeah, I don't think it's the strongest lane. Mirana is a +5 that can do a lot of auto attacks. Top lane, by the way, we are gonna get
Yuma.
Yeah, we're gonna get maybe CM should be fine to his wolf, right? No, actually gotta go down.
I think Bodhi 9 thought he was okay. That or he not a lot of health and mana. Might as well just die and come back full health, full mana. Why not?
Get full healed by the wolf in one
Makes sense.
painless little swoop.
We've really seen Marcy's kind of pop off once they hit 6. That unleash power spike is kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it's really huge. The ability to dish out so much damage so quickly, even when she doesn't have that many items. While a lot of teams favor this hero. I mean, I prefer this to what we saw in the last series. We saw some Terrorblade and Medusa picks. I think that's way too greedy in the current patch. So these hyper-aggressive active cores are thriving. And I think Marcy, it might be better than I give it credit for.
Yeah, well, Yuma's been on a good amount of heroes as they'll dispose Eula and try to just get this chase up in the top lane, but Lycan's able to just waddle away. Yuma's played a couple of heroes. I think his heroes pool has been pretty diverse. I remember seeing him on like the Shadow Fiend as well. Like he's not locked into say the Terrorblades and the Medusas and one style of play up top.
Yeah, he plays Morphling as well, saw him play that in some game. Yeah, he plays a few different things. He showed his level 30 Morphling, right? And I don't know. I think overall the heroes that seem to be the most successful, though, to me, are the ones that are looking to do exactly this.
Ooh, Sanctified. Good bushwhack on it, too. That was really well done with the acorn shot, just throwing a tree in the middle of them both. Just to stay alive.
That was good survival. Actually, was that Acorn Shot? I think that was an Iron Branch he planted. Because he had Acorn Shot cooldown. That was just an Iron Branch play.
Yeah,
So really smooth though.
So making it done, making some trees. Now he's got Acorn Shot, but he doesn't have the mana for both of them. So he can't exactly throw the combo out at these heroes to stop them from like continuing to put the pressure on. He wants to get a stick, but the lack of mana is kind of a bit of an issue here for the side of C-Dub up top.
Overall,
Just allowing Yuma to do whatever he wants. Bottom lane, they should be able to get a kill here on Double King, taking out that Dawnbreaker pretty early. And Italiana Gangster and Giant, it used to be Yaren, but Giant subbed in the last couple. Still looking like a good offlane.
it's a hard. It's definitely a hard lane for the Dawnbreaker to stay alive here because the magic harassment coming out from Rubik plus the Beastmaster with non-stop spam, Mangos, they have a Bessie as well. So much mana being invested here, and ultimately you can't really stay alive as a Dawn. Like, what are you gonna do?
So if Dawnbreaker doesn't get off to a good start, like Dogchamp, it feels like with Beastmaster and the lineup that they have can kind of just run through once they hit level 6 and find like a 15-minute mark.
This is also where the Primal Beast has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Like, he got the biggest shoulders in the game, I guess, but he really has to step up and use them, because if Dawn doesn't have a good start, they need someone to create that space, and that is going to be your mid Primal Beast.
Duster forced to leap under the tower, and Mark, he was trying to stay aggressive on RCY. He's thrown out some damage, but other than that, it really hasn't been the best. Top lane is Sanctified, dropping a Bloody 9 using that Frostbite, so mana, not an issue right now for the Crystal Maiden to get a kill on a Hoodwink that's just a little bit too far away from the Lycan, and all the lanes for Dogchamp kind of pointing towards success at the moment. And if you're C-Dub, what's, other than Primal Beast, are there any other answers that you can kind of put pressure on?
Nah, it's just this. Start making rotations early with the Primal Beast, get some moves done, and control runes and try to play high tempo. That's what they need to do. Because bottom lane, they might be able to.
Ooh,
not gonna get the kill.
One more right click to get the kill there onto the Mirana. Italiana Gangster gets to survive, throwing some axes at Double King, and he's fine for now. Does he have any regen? He's got a shared Tango. He's also got this early Helm of the Iron Will, so early extra regen and armor. So it's really keeping him safe.
He's more than fine at this point. Just gonna slowly regen back up and throw some axes to keep down the HP of this Dawnbreaker as well. We see rune control, the 6-minute runes, a little bit of attempt by Rubik here to control, but it's gonna be a regen spawning for a Pango. Very good for him.
Which I think is really important, right? Like, you've got the bottle here for Mark, and I think when he made that rotation over top of the Onslaught, bottom lane, Italiana Gangster, he'll fall, so Helm of the Iron Will, maybe giving him a little bit too much confidence in this lane, and they might be able to get Giant too while Ela dies top, so 2 kills bottom for C-Dub, and meanwhile, RCY, he mirrors the rotation to go for the Lycan up in the top lane. Yeah, Mark's done good with these rotations so far.
He has, yeah, especially considering that. Yeah, they're gonna get Sanctified too.
Yeah, so it ends up being 2 apiece in the side lanes. That's actually, it works for Mark because you're saying they need to keep Mark kind of towards the top, but you don't want to be giving up that much.
You don't want to give up that much, but at the same time, you're the one who didn't get the power rune, right? Like, you're working at a disadvantage. So the fact that they did get 2 kills bottom, like Mark coming in there, having the impact, and even though he died top now, that gives a chance for a support to TP mid and give that refill for the Primal Beast to keep having high impact.
That smoke was spotted.
Yeah.
They'll still try to make the move, and
it might still work is the thing, because you got to run so far back here to stay safe. And the push is going to come under a tower, Lycan is going to come shove it.
Yeah, Onslaught into a trample. They've got Pulverize. There's a way to stop it, but if they get a bushwhack or anything, it's
like he's clearing the neutrals, but this time that your Primal Beast is investing, he needs to go ASAP on the tower.
Especially it's given time for RCY to rotate too.
Yeah, now it could backfire if you go on the tower. The Pango roll is ready.
Yeah. So they're going to start with the Onslaught. That's going to be a Bloody 9. Immediately a Rolling Thunder, and that's going to pop him up under the tower. So Mark goes to the Pulverize, but stopped immediately by the Frostbite and the Rolling Thunder coming in from RCY. And timing is exactly what causes him to die. It's the fact that RCY is able to make a rotation, and it should be too, with Sanctified now running, but Bushwhack, not sure how much that's going to matter with a shield crash and a right click from RCY.
Yeah, RCY has just completely stopped this, and yeah, tempo was the difference maker there. Maybe if they immediately started shoving on the tower, they could have made a play, but Good reaction by Dog. Of course, they had that information all along. If you see the smoke coming a mile away like that, you better be counterplaying that.
That ward also just spotted Mirana going up into the top lane. Duster coming with a
Still lands, though.
Yeah, still lands the arrow. Onslaught with the arrow landing, but the disposed Yuma. He needs to watch out because Duster's coming under the tower, and they'll go to the Solar Guardian from Double King. Celestial Hammer thrown forward. Double King can't get a kill into RCY. He doesn't have
level
Rolling Thunder
6.
for another 20 seconds.
One more creep like an ulti.
Oh,
He needs it.
there it is. Good bushwhack. That means they're going to be able to shapeshift. They'll look for the Starbreaker. The arrow's not going to land. Onslaught also curving around RCY. They're still chasing. They've got 5 heroes going after these heroes. They got to get something out of it, but they'll find nothing.
Yeah, they're just flailing at this
Oh,
point.
Duster.
Oh,
Swashbuckle to get at least one going the other way. It's leaving Beastmaster by himself, too. Like, Italiana Gangster loves this. Pulverized Giant, he's gonna fall, so they'll at least get one. Bushwhack onto the Crystal Maiden, Onslaught onto the tower once again. You need to be careful, because Freezing Field, and they're about to have the Rolling Thunder available to them as well, so RCY could even turn this again, and I almost want to say he might full team wipe if they're not too careful.
Yeah, bit by bit, he's just chipping away at them here, getting kill after kill. Nice play by Bloody Nine on his CM too. The CM ulti there with the 20 armor kept him alive from the wolves attacking him. And yeah, of course, even the attack speed's low. The wolves were doing absolutely no damage. But this is really disastrous so far for C-Dub. They're trying so hard to push top, but they're not really connecting the way they need to. 3,000 gold lead already, and look at the CS chart, man. The net worth is a lead all across the board for the cores of the Dire, and the same on the CS.
Yeah, it's going rough, and I think it's a little bit of the chemistry, the timings that have been just a bit off, and when you send all 5 heroes here and you leave Italiana Gangster to do whatever he wants, like, he's already got the Helm of the Dominator, and he's working on the Helm of the Overlord with damage being done to this tier 1 tower, too. Like, that is about to really open up the game for DogChamp with that.
Yeah, and the second catapult will seal the deal here. They're trying mid to make a play, charging in, but getting frostbent by the CM, who is sitting around and protecting. And
Duster.
Mirana?
Leaping in and dying. Celestial Hammer, Bloody Nine, Starbreaker coming through, and well, Bloody Nine is able to get something off the Crystal Nova. They're still going after RCY, but with the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash, Mark's not exactly feeling too safe.
I mean, this is just DogChamp winning all over the place, though. Getting a kill there in that skirmish top. Maybe they will finally lose something, but jump away.
Yuma trying to run. Celestial Hammer doesn't land. The TP attempt for the Starbreaker at the last second. That works out.
He went for the hidden spot. That corner, if you run all the way into that corner, you're actually invisible unless people go into the corner as well. So it's a nice hidey spot.
Almost worked out. Leap forward. Starstorm, Frostbite, Freezing Field, Duster. That is never great, but you're going to lose 1 and 2 with Mark going down as well to RCY, and RCY, not surprising. He is unstoppable
Italiano is
at the
here.
moment.
Tower is down immediately.
Yeah, that is now your mid and your bottom just both gone.
Yeah, and he can now either choose to move top, but since you already lost your tier 1 top, probably just go and start threatening that tier 2 and keep working on your timing. That's the most important thing, right? Beastmaster getting that Helm of the Overlord is going to be so much faster, I think, than the Lyca in this game. Like, a huge difference.
And the net worth's not exactly too crazy in the splits between the two of them, but it's still like, I feel like Italiana Gangster, it's not even just that, it's the experience as well. He's 2 levels ahead of the Lycan.
Yeah, 2 full levels. And top.
That is rough.
Mark is trying to make a move here on Primal Beast. Like, he's the most important player to watch for C-Dub. They need to make stuff happen around him. But bottom, though.
Bottom lane. 29's here, but Frostbite, Italiana Gangster, well, he's still working on this Dawnbreaker and just surviving, but eventually falls to the chase of that Centaur, and they'll get the kill on a Double King. They'll look over at Duster. Does he have any leaps? No, he's out of charges, so he is stunned up, killed off. Double kill for Italiana Gangster, while over in the river, they at least get Giant. So, again, something for their trouble, but they might just lose another with this is a bad spot to be against the Rolling Thunder. Right on the steps, popping an Illusion Rune. Ela needs to get out of dodge, and, well, RCY kind of does the same with the Swashbuckle away from Mark, who was onslaughting in, but they got the Bushwhack. They'll have the Pulverize and the Trample to take a 6-time spree out of his hands.
Yeah, That was actually really nice reaction overall there, and he got a little bit cornered on Pango as people were all around the Primal Beast charging in as well. Couldn't finish the job there. So a little bit of a nice fight. Unfortunately, there was a double Obsword plant, but you know, sometimes that happens. A little bit of extra vision there on that top rune spot.
Or a little bit of extra money if you're the opponent's support. That might be nice.
Yeah, that's
2 for 1 on a sentry. It's
a good deal.
Value.
Yeah, it's a very good deal. Speaking
will
of
say-
the vision game, overall, the dire vision game is pretty good this game. They've dropped, like, they prioritized the deep vision here around the area that they want to play, and they're forcing engagements to happen in that area.
Well, D-Ward coming out from Duster, and I was thinking about the same thing, the deep vision, and that came off that fight over mid. So, 4K lead, they're coming through because they know it's been dewarded, and with that, why not play aggressively? You should know that somebody's at least close to nearby. They're also cutting across for Double King, right? Like, this is good movement so far from DogChamp.
Yeah, they're just cutting after him, like you mentioned. He's probably just going to TP out here and keep farming, though. He did manage to squeeze a lot of farm out of the, you know, the dead lane here, bottom, Double King, managing to get the most value. But who is also getting most value is Yuma, going for that Battle Fury on the Marcy, which, if you're against a Lycan, it makes sense, right? You can kill the army so quickly and get some extra farm speed as well while you're at it.
So the game kind of slowing down a little bit, but the odds were heavily favoring DogChamp prior, and they're kind of still in the same spot, almost edging a little bit more towards C-Dub than where they were pre-series, but still, like, no surprise that DogChamp have the better odds, brought to you by esportsbet.io, and they've been playing better so far. But I still don't think C-Dub's out of it by any means. I think they've kind of stopped the bleeding. Freezing Field, though, as it's going, with a sharpshooter from Sanctified, and he'll drop down the Seeds of Serenity to just walk away from this Crystal Maiden.
I have to say that Blood and Nine makes CM look so good. Like, every single little engagement he takes, he's making the correct moves immediately. A lot of people would randomly just die to a Hoodwink there, but, I mean, he's higher level than the Hoodwink on his post-5 CM here. He's played good, and he really uses the ulti really well, too. Like, even the short ulti channel and then disengages.
He's not afraid to use it. That's the thing. Like, I guess 100 seconds isn't exactly the longest cooldown, but still, I feel like when you're Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to have it in your arsenal, but he's not afraid to just use it, right?
Whoa, the toss back there. Mid-leap, the Dispose comes in. And there's a Trampling Rubik coming through.
Duster! There's the telekinesis just at the end. Also steals leap, so now he's going to have a little bit of a gap close. Coming over to swashbuckle and disarm Ela, and now get the Ancient Ice Shaman, which is Lacoste's favorite ancient creep.
Really?
He says it's got a beautiful face. Sanctified.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing you can love about that one. It's such a sad ancient.
Just runs away with the shapeshift. Like, he'll go towards top and maybe get a push out of this, but that's not exactly the best usage of an ult.
That's a feels bad ulti right there. They are turning it into a gank. They're
Yeah,
trying
Yuma.
to.
But just gonna rebound away, trying to escape the wolves as well as this ancient Thunderhide. Gets under the tower, and that's while they were giving a glance
on mid
over
lane.
at Roche. Mid lane, though, Mark's in trouble. That's the onslaught coming out from Giant. They'll go to the Solar Guardian and looking for a freezing field, but that gets stopped immediately. They get the kill on Mark. They'll look over at Bloody Nine. The last hook's going to be there from Duster. Rolling Thunder cutting into the trees. Sanctified scurrying over to the side. They've got 3 heroes nearby with the Primal Roar from Italiana Gangster. They've got the lockdown to get the kill here on a Double King. RCY is over to the side. Duster Sanctified, not really much they could do with an acorn shot thrown forward, but a rebound right on top of Duster to get the kill into the Marana. And now even looking for Sanctified. Oh, 30 health, but just endures it.
That was so close to him going down as well there. And a lot of this is like a massive engagement happening where your offlaner is not able to take part, right? You use the Lycan ulti to run away, so he's just doing what he can, trying to split push top, but all this tempo that Dog are playing around, so much of it comes from the Beastmaster. Like, he comes in with a roar, secures a good kill there, and then pushes the tower. The difference in what the offlaners are able to establish this game is pretty big to me.
Yeah, there's a huge difference in impact, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess even more so if you want to really compare across the board, then RCY is just dominating on his Pango, whereas Mark is just struggling to connect right now.
And it's interesting because Mark kind of had himself, a good showing for the first part of it, like recovering really well and trying to hold it together for his team. But I think a couple of poor movements led to him kind of falling apart. And unfortunately for him, like, when you're this primal beast, you really want this BKB as quickly as possible. When the timing's slow on it, it feels like it really shuts down your progression.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under
no,
attack.
definitely that's so true. They're trying to contest this Roche now, as they know losing that Aegis.
Oh, what a rebound. Right into the Unleash in the freezing field. Sanctified, Double King, both dropping as they were hitting Roche. They're also going to find Ewa. They'll go to the Onslaught, trample right on top of the Italiana Gangster, but he's able to walk away. It goes to the Primal Roar. They get the go to Ewa. They'll take out Duster. Should be a full team wipe, but Mark with the BKB that's newly finished isn't going to help him. And it is a full team wipe here for DogChamp, as they are the dog champions of that fight.
Yeah, that was a nice initiation there, and I mean, full team wipe for that fight as well. Now everything is starting to look extremely grim. It was like, falling a little bit behind, but now a full 11,000 lead at 19 minutes with Aegis fresh in hands. Already taken care of the mid tower and the bottom tier 2 as well. This is looking painful.
It's crazy to think that Yuma, honestly, he's 5-1-6, but it's a quiet 5-1-6. We've been talking about RCY and Italiana Gangster, even the Crystal Maiden more. Like, he's having a solid game, and it's just like, all right, well, everybody else is also looking great around him, too. Solar Guardian, Yua, under the Shroud of the Moonlight Shadow. They'll go after Giant Starbreaker. Mech not enough to keep him alive as Italiana Gangster juking away from the Onslaught. He's still going to die here, as Double King takes away his 5-time spree, and they get a bit of a shutdown.
Yeah, I mean, they get something, they get a little bit of a return, but now, even trying to mobilize and do more with the DD rune here on Pango, it's so risky, and he almost has the full Aghanims on Pango. Like, that's when, even Fear mentioned it on panel, the Pango getting Aghanims and Basher, like the scary territory of Pango, we haven't even reached that. He's owning this much before he gets all that.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder, and with that Blink Dagger, it makes it so hard to get out of this, especially when Yuma pops the Unleash with the new Basher in hand. Unleash Basher feels kind of broken. It feels really strong.
Yeah, it's like guaranteed, right? You just run up on someone and just punch them. He even gets the extra value there, still has the duration.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And RCY, missing a Swashbuckle. Not sure that's going to matter, but he'll try to get away. Duster. Oh, nice
Dire's
leap.
top tower is under attack.
That Swashbuckle did make the difference.
Yeah, and cutting wave top now. Rubik's just setting up that they can go and take the tower. Of course, they can just go in with a Helm of Overlord here. This tower is standing for now, but there's no backdoor protection for tier 1, so...
Well, that's going to be a dead tower.
It's just unfair.
Yeah.
Italiana
just-
Gangster has his BKB coming out, I think, too. Yep.
Yeah, nice TP out by Mark. Not gonna get caught as he's trying to cut some creep waves here, get whatever he can. But all of C-Dub are pretty much stuck in base right now, struggling to get back on the map and have some impact.
There's that Ags, and it's a short little trip away from getting delivered. This 5-man smoke kind of feels like it's make or break. We either win this fight or we call GG. Being down already by 14,000. The Onslaught missed the mark. Now the Primal Roar. It's out on a Double King. They pop the BKB, and the chase is on. Mark also pops his BKB, but it's all for Bloody 9. Like, this is all for a Crystal Maiden. They go to the Pulverize. Can they at least get this kill? They do. At least Bloody 9 dies, but Sanctified trying to run. They've got the newly formed Mags on the Pangolier. They get the kill on a Giant, but they're going to end up losing Duster, potentially even more. They need some vision, as they've got the Moonlight Shadow to work with, but still losing Mark. And as they rebound and blink forward, they won't find Sanctified.
They do
But they've
scan
got
him,
the scan.
though. Yeah, they're gonna chase after. They're trying to find him. Hoodwink, though, is gonna be able to run away, I think, and stay safe. But it's just like a... I don't know, the amount of chase coming out from this Blink Pango, along with the Marcy with the Blink, as well as the rebound, they're able to catch people so deep.
Yeah, it's not great when you have to chase that far for just a Crystal Maiden, as they're going to rebound, dispose on a Double King, who has that shard, so he has a little bit of magic immunity when using that Starbreaker. They'll look for the Sharpshooter, take the Aegis out of the hands here of the Marcy, but look at Double King. Just a jump in from RCY and a Swashbuckle back. He gets a clean kill for free, basically.
Yeah, that was very nicely played. He jumped in, got the 3-hero shield crash, so 60% damage reduction. So even though he dove under tower there, he's completely fine. He doesn't die at half HP. He can just make that aggressive play. Really pushing his hero to a limit.
Yeah, RCY, I think with the rest of his team being so confident, it's just like he can feel free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and even more so once he finishes this shard. He just got the gold for it in 1 creep now. And with that, then he can, you know, have an extra tool for survivability. You can always get your roll up immediately using that.
Arcane rune too. Bottle that up. He has controlled every power rune, it seems. There was like one that went to Duster with the haste, but other than that, I think it's been all RCY and Dogchamp.
Yeah, pretty much. And so much of this game, I mean, we talk about the rotations and the impact of the different players and so on, but a lot of it comes down to just good vision as well from Dog. They had, you know, really nicely placed wards and were able to scout some of the rotations early on, play C-Dub, and that makes it difficult for them to get those ganks going.
Tower is under attack.
They really love this 250 gold.
I wonder how many times they've killed it by now.
They just killed one top 2, and it went to Yuma, so they are getting a lot of gold out of this.
I mean, Diffusal is one of the best things to have against Dominator, so it's one thing that makes Pango even better.
The Starbreaker's going to end, and that leaves him to get Primal Roared and hit with the Rolling Thunder. They've got some follow-up damage with the Fade Bolt, and RCY turning it around and coming back to get the kill there onto the Dawnbreaker. They do have buyback as he'll blink away.
Yeah, having his fun, diving around a little bit, but ultimately getting out. No Pango roll right now, but teamfight is still not trivial.
Bottom tier 1 tower looks like it'll drop for the side of Dogchamp while they get racks.
Has fallen.
Not even that. It's actually gonna stay alive at 16 HP.
Oh.
No money for you. We gotta send someone over.
Siege creep, maybe? BKB into the Pulverize. They'll go to the Solar Guardian. They've got the Sharpshooter. Italiana Gangster's going to pop his own BKB, but now Mark's used his just for that, and they haven't even gotten a kill out of it. The buyback and the instant die from Double King and the stolen Pulverize on a Duster. They turned him to dust.
That looks so funny. Rubik just picking someone up, and here comes the roll again, the GG.
Oh, they just called GG. Yeah, Dogchamp making it look pretty easy, which has been a trend for them in this DPC season so far.
Yeah, they're looking like the dominant team to, you know, easily cruise up into the Division 1 here, taking down Game 1 against C-Dub, and didn't even break a sweat really doing it.
Yeah, look at that team. They all look so calm. Like Bloody Nine, no emotion. Italiana Gangster, he's just there like, yep, I know. We won. It's cool. Whatever. Like, they're just so calm, and it's great. And honestly, I want to hear what everybody else has to say. We're going to invite Nat and Fear back into the mix, but I'll give my talking rights away to Nat. So take it away.
This is amazing. This is the first time we get to be on a panel together, B-Cup. Let's do it. It's been so long in the making. Wagga, I get to be back on a panel with you. Fia, obviously, you know, the old reliable over there. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? I would never diss you on your birthday. Old reliable over there. But yeah, let's have a chat. Fia, I'm going to obviously ask you some questions about this one. But we said it was going to be who could shut down the Zoos, who could shut down the off-laners here. And Dogchamp, you know, sort of answer that question for us. They had a great time all throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like, goes down to like the Beastmaster lane. Like, he did really well. They were shutting down the Dawnbreaker when it shouldn't have gone that way, as we did see the Marcy do really well versus Lycan. But the big matchup was the mid one. It was like how Mark was going to do against RCY here, and he did well in the laning stage, and their first rotations were mirrored. Like, they both killed like the Beastmaster and they killed the Lycan respectively. But after that, RCY didn't stop, and Mark, he just ran out of steam. Every rotation that they made, they both tried making rotations. All of RCY's connected, and Mark's just after that moment just stopped connecting. He stopped getting farm, and it became the RCY show yet again.
Did this come back to what you were saying in the draft of them not getting the Pango and going for the Primal instead, or was it also just because it's RCY2 Fia?
I think the Pango itself was a better pick, but he could have made it happen with this Primal as well. I think they just got a bit outplayed. I'm not going to say just RCY completely outplayed Marker because it was a team effort here. We saw Bloody Nine make some great plays on his Crystal Maiden as well. Just they got the better of these early engagements.
And throughout this game, Waga, was there a moment where you were like, hey, maybe C-Dub could get back into this game? Were there any items, any moments where you're like, there's a slight chance potentially?
Honestly, I feel like it slipped really quickly from them this game. I mean, there was a hope when they made the rotation towards bottom. They didn't get a power rune for Mark, but still managed to make the rotation work out bottom. And, you know, they were finding some of the early kills there, but they kind of quickly just fell out of tempo and couldn't really keep up with what DogChamp were doing. And I think a lot of it comes back to Double King having such a sad game on his Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, especially when your carry is 3, 7, 6. It doesn't set you up for the best place. But someone who has a fantastic scoreline is RCY. He goes 11, 1, and 12 there in B Cup. He is going to be our MVP.
Woo! Yeah. I think he was the MVP because I think he broke the game for C-Dub pretty early on, right? Like that rotation top, the hesitation that came from C-Dub cost them heavily. And when RCY was there to kind of pick up the pieces, I kind of think Mark's game died right there and then. If that's not too harsh. I don't know how to panel.
No, I think you can say that. I mean, you were in that game. You were watching all those movements very closely. And if you ever say something bold like that, you can just go, wouldn't you agree, Theo?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I think so, definitely. I think that's where Mark's had, that was his gravestone. It was on that top lane there. Like, he couldn't really find another rotation right after that one. And as you could see, like, when you lose, like, I wouldn't say they lost 3 lanes, but they lost both side lanes. Mid lane was pretty even, but RCY just out-rotated him, had the better hero for the movements, got better rune control, and just took over the game.
Yeah, it is one of those things. DogChamp, we really just don't know how to defeat them at this point. They've shown very few weaknesses, but we are going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, it will be game number 2 between these two teams. Welcome back, everybody. We do have game number 2 between Dog Champ and C-Dub. And, you know, I've already said before, it's Fear's birthday, and I thought the only virtual gift I could give him was some one-on-one time. So it is just going to be... It's the present you didn't ask for. No, unfortunately, Gods is having some issues, the struggles of remote casting, so it is just going to be myself and Fear here for this panel. But yeah, we're going to have a nice little back and forth here. We're going to have a chat about the Dog Champ C-Dub draft. Dog Champ, they are actually only one game away, one win away from making up to Div 1. This second game win would secure them 5 series wins and put them in the perfect spot to be going up to Division 1. And if they want to get the win, what are you hoping they bring out? Just very much of the same that we saw in game 1?
There's going to be something for them, right? Like, yeah, I know that's very insightful, but they're going to get either Treant Protector or the Lina on this pick here, unless I'm missing a hero, and they'll probably... I mean, they'll just take what's left of those two. I'm trying to, like, rack my brain real quick of, like, what's available. But, yeah, Tree or Lina is going to come out. Lina will fast-track their win, I believe, because they're a good team. They're going to get the more powerful hero. So I'm assuming they're going to get Treant here. That's my not-so-bold, like, pick here.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's easier to deal with the Tree than it is the Lina. And feel free to correct me if I am wrong on that one.
No, that's pretty much what I just said, so I agree with you. But they're taking their time. They're going into reserve time thinking about this, which means like they're formulating some type of strat or plan that can deal with it, right? So like, hey, what if we give them Lina? Then Elaw's probably like, but I can play Lycan again. That'll work. Oh, what if we don't ban either? 500 IQ. That means we get one, they get the other. They're probably just going to pick Lina for sure here. Unless they don't believe in the C-Dub Lina. But I've seen Double King play it, and he's good at it. And RCY is like laughing his ass over there. He thinks something's funny. Because they are going to make their selection. They don't know what to pick either.
I don't understand the Mirana ban. Like, not even looking forward as to what they're going to pick. Like, why would you possibly on Earth ban a Mirana outside of just wanting both Tree and Lina in the pool?
I think that's it. They just wanted to make a trade, right? So, and in this trade... I mean, both teams are laughing because they're both like sitting there
mind
like...
games. It feels like mind games.
Yeah.
Like, oh, are we gonna take the Lina or are we gonna let them have the Lina? Like, what if they last picked the Lina on this closing phase?
It's like, oh no, guys, they left Lina. That means they have a plan. Maybe we shouldn't pick it. Nah, they're having fun with it. I think picking Lina is definitely the way to go. Lina Clockwork. All right, Nature's Prophet. I don't like this as much, but I'm just glad to see that they're having fun with it. Both teams are just laughing during this draft. Look, on opposite teams, like you see Mark laughing, and the opposite side, RCY has been laughing. So they're having fun with it. I do think normally when you pick NP and Lina, these are similar heroes in a lot of ways. Like, sure, Lina is normally your carry, sometimes can go mid, but NP normally gives you that flex that can go offlane. Is it going to be our carry? They're both high tempo type of heroes, so they're kind of locking in NP offlane here and Lina carry, and 2 core picks right away, which is very unusual for a C-Dub draft.
Does it increase the chances of Dog Champ running it back with the Marcy? Like, not now, but, like, later down, if it's still... I mean, like, how do you really counter a Marcy, I guess, is what I'm also trying to say.
Oh, I think you just shut down the laning stage of the Marcy. And I think you have a good point, whereas, like, the Marcy is the hero that is good versus Nature's Prophet. You can't really deal with the Treant straight away, but what you can do is the Treant can get on top of the NP. Marcy can jump with the rebound onto the NP. And the best way to deal with NP in the laning stage is generally to kill the NP because he is squishy. And why I mentioned Lina is a similar type hero to NP, it's the same story for Lina. As Dog Champ, we've seen multiple teams pick this Magnus against the Lina. We saw Shopify Rebellion running this a lot in Division 1 whenever they gave Lina away. It's just, you pick a hero that can skewer Lina into a position she doesn't want to be in, and that's your best way of like trying to kill her.
Yeah, repositioning. And I mean, Mag does that. You already said with the RP, but you could double down and have it on literally all your other cores too.
Yeah, I mean, we normally see Rubik with it, but you know, there's some other ones we saw like Tiny. but normally you don't want to lane a Tiny with a Magnus necessarily, but I mean, you could. It'd be kind of clowny. Toss back and a skewer back. That's a lot of repositioning. But I think they're going to mainly go for... I suppose we talked about Hoodwink a lot. It gets a lot of attention. I think they'll go for that. There is some repositioning with that hero, right? With the Bushwhack. It's not a lot, but it can be enough with a stun to set up a skewer.
Okay. Yeah, I'm intrigued what bans are then going to come out. You know, like right now, we got the BAP, but then you do an Undying. There's a snap on the side of C-Dub. How much are you really going to put bans into supports and bans for what can really protect your double core opening here for the side of C-Dub?
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a lot to protect against with this opening because they both suffer from the same weaknesses. So I think forget like core picks. I think in this position, I think banning like the strong supports like the Hoodwink. I mean, they went for the Tiny as well. We talked about that could be repositioning. Yeah, I think they should ban Hoodwink because Rubik's already gone, Snap is gone, Tiny is gone.
Hood
There's
or a
not a
clock?
more.
Because clock sometimes gets picked up as that person to jump onto the backlines too.
Yeah, I mean they could, but I don't want them to do that because I think laning stage is really important in Dota, and Magnus Clockwork lane makes me want to barf in my mouth a little bit at how bad
Yeah,
that
okay,
sounds.
that's true. When you put it that way, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So I want to see this Magnus
Forget I said
preferably lane with a ranged 4.
Yeah.
Either a repositioning ranged 4, but more so than repositioning, I think Mag is technically enough. Rubik is ideal, because that's like the strongest combo, that's easy repositioning into skewer, but I don't think there's another ranged 4 that does that super easily. So just a stun, right? Something that can drop a stun into like a shockwave skewer combo and do the damage on top of the RP. Because right now, with Mag and Tree, these heroes don't really do much damage. They have some good teamfight control, but they need some heroes that can put in a lot of damage while they disable.
And it is hard to think about it now too, because it's like, what are they going to want to lane with? And Tusk is going to be the other. Okay, so Hood's still in the pool. They could pick it up for themselves on the side of C-Dub instead.
Oh, they took the Clockwork. That is a hero that makes a lot of sense with their heroes, because normally we've seen, at least, I mean, in a region, I'm sure in most of the regions you've covered as well, like Lina lanes with Tree or Clockwork in most games. And most people are just going to follow that formula.
I pulled a sheep. I said the hero, but for the wrong team.
I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't count. Who makes the rules here?
That's
Great
true.
prediction
We make the
there,
rules.
Matt. Great prediction. You predicted
Thank
the
you.
Clockwork. They picked it. Doesn't matter who picked it, but we got a clock in the game. Hopefully, we do get a Hoodwink as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be really interesting if they didn't go. I feel like, I mean, outside of the repositioning, if we just looked at range 4s in general, there's still the Skywrath that's in the pool. I know that Aframoosh isn't playing for C-Dub, and I mean, obviously Clock is going to be taking that +4 anyway, but there is still that realm for Dogtep to pick it up. They just go for their 5, the Crystal Maiden.
Or is it their 4?
Wait,
I don't even know.
It is their 4, yeah, because Trees would be their 5. You can still run Tree 4, but then you have a Tree Mag, like.
I think the CM should go with the Mag here.
Yeah.
I think. I'm not even sure if that's true, because like that's a very, I don't know why they didn't pick Hoodwink. I'm very much confused by that, because CM doesn't really, I mean, you're a CM enjoyer. You don't really like playing versus Clockwork, do you?
No, not really.
Yeah, and especially as a POS 4, that could provide some issues for you if you do want to go that route, but I also don't see Tree and Mag lane. I mean, it could work. Tree Mag lane,
I think,
who knows?
I guess the thing is, like, the CM, if she goes off, maybe they're hoping the Clock is the 4, so they wouldn't actually be leaning into each other, and so it gives the CM and the Mag a little bit better, a little bit more relief. They're assuming something else will go with the Lina.
But will it? It might. I mean, it could. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, we could talk about the overlap of Lina and NP, right? They kind of want to play the same supports. So I think C-Dub does want to pick 2 of these melee supports to kind of cover NP and Lina. Just we don't see it very often where a team will pick Lina and NP in the same draft, especially like not that early on.
What if you go
Yeah.
A Ricky for C-Dub.
A Ricky for C-Dub. I don't hate it. No, it's pretty good, actually. I would be fine with that. You know, it's something that can lane with NP. It sets up like a hook shot. It can set up a Lina stun. If you do want to like try and go in with Magnus and there's a smoke screen down, you don't really want to build BKB anymore on Mag. You're kind of building the auras. It'll be really annoying to get RPs off. So that could work. Yeah, that's something they're definitely looking at, especially because, you know, Tusk, Tiny, all these heroes are banned. We did see an Earth Spirit, but you got to have an Earth Spirit player to really bust that hero out of nowhere. So they got options.
You go, sorry.
Oh, that was it. They have options.
Oh. They have options. Yeah, the Pango Ember matchup, let's talk about it while we do have the last two bans coming out. Is this going to set up Mark for a nice lane? Like, is this more comfort and so he can play out of the lane with his team a little bit better and have connected rotations?
I think it's going to be like kind of like a repeat of last game where mid should be fairly even. I say that, but the last matchup I watched where RCY played, I think it was against Blessed Kid as the Ember versus the Pango, he destroyed the Pango as an Ember, but I think that was like a very much so an outskilled scenario. Whereas we saw in the last game that Mark and RCY in the laning stage maybe should go fairly even. Right, it's going to come down to the rotations yet again. Both these heroes want to get runes. They want to be able to make rotations on the side lanes. And it really comes down to like what runes you pick up. So support from your heroes will help a lot with that. As we do see an Enigma last pick here. And it makes you wonder who's their carry. And it looks like it'll be a Phosphor Tree with Enigma. And then they're going to do carry Magnus against the Nature's Prophet.
Oh.
This used to be a thing, but I haven't seen him carry Mag in a very long time. I think DogChamp are bored and they're just like trying something out for fun here.
Icing it up.
Yeah.
I like it. Why not? I mean, they know they're in a really good position to be going up to Div 1, and ultimately that is going to be their goal. So it's okay if they drop a game here or there. And I do like the experiment coming out for DogChamp, but for C-Dub then, how do you combat this? Like, in your mind, this drop definitely did not go the way you expected.
No silencer, no Rubik. You kind of want to stop the black hole. They need a support. I mean, what are you gonna pick, Warlock or something? And with the Wyvern, those are some old school counters. I am down for a Wyvern actually. That's
Wyvern. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, stopping black hole in this game. It's not the end of the world because there are two ranged heroes that can maybe end up just right-clicking the Enigma to death here. Oh, that hero, technically, you can stop black holes well if you get Aether Lens, and you can use the grip.
Oh, technically.
It's not as brain dead as like dropping a curse or a golem, but it can work.
Okay. All right, well, then I obviously have to ask this question, as I always do. Fear is, who do you like a little bit more? DogChamp going very obscure, very unorthodox, but have that little bit of a skill advantage, or C-Dub, who have significantly more meta of a draft?
I mean, I have to go DogChamp. I mean, I'm not really seeing the power spike of Sanctify moving from 5 to pos 4 here. He still like he's trying to support by buying Greaves and stuff, where I think they're already at a skill disadvantage here. And I feel like DogChamp can pick pretty much whatever they want as long as they're not going completely wild and outside of the box here. I think they have an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, anything can work in the game of Duo. That's what makes it so enjoyable. I'm extremely excited for this game number 2. Remember, if DogChamp get this win, they will be going up to Division 1. So a lot rides in such a wacky draft here. Our casters are ready. It is going to be B-Cup and Waga.
Woo! We're back again. Look at it go. DogChamp, C-Dub, Division 2, NA Dota, Waga. Different drafts mean I'm super excited because I love when teams kind of go outside the box and don't just do the normal drafts. Lina, Nature's Prophet, something like that.
I'm a big fan myself as well of the obscure type of picks. And, it's a bit of a throwback. Like Fear said, there was a time when Carry Magnus was really popular and people were doing it a lot. The time when we also saw a lot of mid Magnus with a sort of Echo Saber into Heart builds. There was also the Aghanims build, which is non-stop skewering back in the day. But, this is interesting. I feel like there's a pretty heavy advantage for C-Dub in certain aspects in this draft. At the same time, though, DogChamp have insane teamfight. Like, they have Black Hole, they have RP, they have Pango Roll, they have Tree and ulti, and even CM, for being a boss 5, that's a pretty high impact teamfight ulti, and Bloody Nine has shown that he's happy to let it go.
Yeah, not afraid to just use the freezing field. Again, I feel like this game kind of not as dependent on the lane, just because I want to say Lina is one of those heroes that Falcon Blade Maelstrom, and then there you go. That's all you need. Even if it comes a little bit later than normal, you're still finding your way at the top of the net worth. But DogChamp, if they dominate the lanes, like, what do you do if you're C-Dub?
Yeah, C-Dub, I mean, they can fall back into the jungle and just farm. Like, that's going to be Lina's backup plan anyway. If the lane goes fantastic, she just does it in a smoother way and a little bit earlier, but she still wants to just jungle and get those items. Like you mentioned, the Maelstrom and the Falcon Blade, but then what's important for her is reaching these bigger items down the road. Like, she will, in this game with this much lockdown, at some stage she will need Satanic, she will need, you know, the big items. The Gleipnirs for lockdown against Pango is super good. So she wants to hit that jungle no matter what.
I'm a little worried about the off lane of C-Dub too, because like I think it kind of works at level 2 for both Bloody Nine and Yuma, where they could just shockwave skewer under the tower with the help from like a Frostbite or something like that.
Oh, they're doing lane swaps. Okay, yeah. Okay, so they're doing Bane and Lina top as it looks right now. And they're sending down the Clockwork. Gonna run the safe lane Nature's Prophet, which is, you know, this is very standard. The Clockwork Fury is super standard lane. Off-lane Lina Bane is not necessarily standard, but it is potent. It has a lot of potential to set up for the stun with Nightmare. And obviously both of them are incredibly strong laning heroes.
We'll see how well that lane goes. I feel like always the one to watch out for, though, is RCY against Mark. How is this matchup compared to the previous matchup? It's still RCY on the Pango, but now he's up against Ember.
Oh, it's a better lane for... probably a better lane, I would say, now for RCY than last lane. But then again, last lane, the reason I said that lane was bad is, you know, on the assumption that there would be the third skill coming out from Primal Beast, which he opted not to go for. So I'm sure RCY knows his way around this matchup. He played it, like Fear mentioned, and dominated when he was Ember. So perhaps he knows how to, you know, work his way out when he's the Pango.
Yeah, right now getting bullied a little bit. Also, LSA up towards top. They're just trying to maybe cut some trees here from Giant to not have as much moving or availability for him inside those trees. Makes it a little bit tougher for him, but Italiano Gangster, he's someone who kind of knows how to dominate a lane as well. And bottom lane, I was talking about it happening potentially over top, but the Frostbite into a Shockwave skewer under tower seems like it's very possible here for DogChamp.
Close.
Oh.
Yeah, they didn't have level 2 on the CM. She's actually like one creep away from getting her level 2. If she had it there, if that range creep had died before they attempted, she would have frostbitten, and that would definitely have been a skewer back. Like you mentioned, the kill potential at level 2 is super high on that lane.
I'll say coming down again as Duster, just getting hit with the Leech Seed and needing to back away from the aggression so far. He's gone Brain Sap Nightmare, no surprise. Seems to be all you really need as Bane in the moment.
Yeah, you do need to get 1 point in Nightmare when you're laning together with Alina. You might even put multiple, but issue is trading hits with this this big old tree. He might want to skill up the Brain Sap a bit.
Giant's just trying to find an opening, and actually Double King all of a sudden, I want to say if Giant just committed, they might have gotten a kill there on the Lina with the damage that he was taking inside the Nature's Grasp with the Malefice on him.
Maybe. They were expecting the potential for the Nightmare to come out there. Ultimately, Duster not using it though, and ended up tanking quite a bit under the damage of Nature's Grasp walking into it. Bottom lane, we just see them not allow C-Dub to get easy farm on the tower. Both CM and Magnus being so aggressive.
Yeah, I do also wonder if they could get the pullback on this lane, because it's not exactly in the best spot for DogChamp to do that combo that I spoke about. But at the same time, the aggression and the damage coming in under these heroes makes them do exactly this. He has to TP all the way back.
Yeah. And Giant is actually chasing down Duster slowly. He has the boot, so got that advantage. Trying for the deny, and...
he's gonna
okay, aggro.
Oh,
It actually worked
nope.
out in his favor
Yeah.
that the aggro went on Treant there first. I'm not even sure. I guess he gave an attack command on Tree and pulled the aggro of Roche, which actually was not very useful for him.
Frostbite cogs are there to stop the combo, at least for a moment. Shockwave again, and Ela just came back to lane. Like, he doesn't have any regen on him. He doesn't have a TP to go back and forth either, so he's stuck here with not a lot of health. And Sanctified using his last tango on himself.
Yeah, so much of the damage is hard for Clockwork to mitigate as well, because it's a lot of damage coming in from the Shockwave and also the CM just throwing her nukes. Clock wants to be that body in between and protect his Furion, but not so easy, and Eli is struggling to CS. You can see why they wanted this matchup. Dog were the ones to react to the lane swap. They wanted this particular matchup.
And I'm a little bit surprised that with the TP back for the Nature's Prophet, they didn't end up electing to swap back again, because sometimes when you see lane swaps, it turns into musical lanes a little bit.
Yeah, he could have tried, but yeah, it would probably make things maybe even harder for side laners. Like, then they have to use the mana to TP down bottom as well, even though Furion has the easy TP. Your top lane do not, and they're also kind of struggling. Or, not struggling, Lena's getting good CS.
Yeah, both the Ember and the Lina are at the top of the moment, and RCY, he's sticking right there with him, but he is getting kind of harassed a little bit in this lane. He's been pretty much low health the entire time, but has survived for the most part.
Yeah, it's just non-stop Sleight of Fist. Very good damage into Pango. You spam it as often as you can, but the net worth is really close. So really well done so far by RCY, but I think he has to make a trip to base here before 6-minute mark. That could make the difference. Who gets the power rune, and how can they go and have an impact on the side lanes? Because we still don't have a first blood.
Yeah, 5 minutes in, it's not going to be that SEA
Maybe here,
40-minute
the Skewer
first
back.
blood or whatever I saw. Sanctify getting run down, Crystal Nova, but not going to chase this Clockwork. Just focusing on the CS for the moment for Yuma. And another Shockwave, so Ela and Sanctify, they're taking a lot of damage, but again, just dropping down the cogs, so...
Yeah, he's staying
It
alive.
pushes Yuma away.
Thanks to this infused raindrops that he has. He actually...
Long Thunder mid, though. They might just get it here. First blood for RCY after coming back to the lane.
Man, RCY is so good. So the reason, like, we saw him absolutely demolish this lane against Blessed Kid when he was playing Ember, and now he gets the first blood solo kill against the Ember, who should be owning the lane from what he demonstrated before. RCY is just too good for these guys.
And Duster's going to feel confident going after Giant, but all of a sudden, well, now it's a problem because here comes RCY to turn this around, get a shield crash. Has the brain sap, but Giant's still going to survive, and RCY now gets 2 kills across the board.
Yeah, happy to go back towards the mid lane with that Arcane Rune bottled as well. He will have low cooldown for the next Rolling Thunder that he wants to use.
I wouldn't be shocked if once that comes off cooldown, he TPs to a side lane just to go with the Rolling Thunder.
Mark with an attempted TP gank here. Maybe they can get a CM at least. Magnus is playing it safe though.
29. He is
Accepted his
dead.
fate.
Yeah, he knew where he was. He knew what's going on. And they'll end up getting the kill there onto the Crystal Maiden. But at least Yuma survives, and I think that's all that you could really ask for. Duster again. He's getting hit up by Italiano Gangster, and, well...
Oh, the rotation.
Eidolons, Giant, Malphus, and RCY there to steal it.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the work, guys. Got him down to 1 health. I'll take that.
He might
Appreciate
stick
it.
around here. They have Vision, they have Lina. Yeah, he
They have
wants one
Arcane
more.
Rune activated as well. So Rolling Thunder, the jump on a Double King, he'll stop it immediately. That's something RCY does really well. He doesn't... I see a lot of people, it's like, oh, okay, I've used Rolling Thunder, I gotta use the full duration, commit it. But he's like, all right, I got the control. It's Arcane Rune anyway. I could stop it, just get a swashbuckle and make that kill so much easier.
You just want the quick kill, right? And you use the ulti to kill Lina anyway, so might as well just use it for that. You get a little bump, get the extra damage, cancel it, and then swashbuckle, and job's done. You don't give as much time for your opponents to react as well if you execute as fast as possible.
Yeah, so good job there for him to get that, and that puts him 300 gold ahead of the Ember Spirit. So RCY continuing the trend of being the best mid in Division 2 and kind of showing us why, right?
Yeah.
With all his movements.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's playing it really well. I mean, this is a matchup that is definitely Ember favored, and he's now dominating at 8 minutes in. So, Yeah, he knows his way around the mid lane for sure.
Yeah, 4 for 4. And let's see if he could keep the 100% kill participation up. That's the gamble now. Gonna get another TP out from Mark. He'll rotate in with a haste rune. Duster gets hit pretty hard to start this one off, and they've got the root on a giant. They have the LSA to follow it up with a black hole on it too. Duster ends up dead. Italiana Gangster gets that kill. They'll come in with a Rolling Thunder. Double King's gonna die. They'll look for the Remnant away, but they're able to stick right on him, meaning all three are gonna die here, as he can't jump back knowing that RCY is right there.
Yeah. But RCY failed rotation, didn't keep the 100% streak. He has 5-0-0, horrible. There were 7 kills. He missed 2 of those.
Man. I jinxed him right away.
You did. Very powerful jinx. But this is going to be a very early diffusal on the Pango when the game keeps going like this. And once he gets that diffu, the damage just skyrockets on those swashbuckles.
Yeah, it's even shifted to where the top 3 on the net worth are now all from DogChamp, because Italiana Gangster gets involved in that. He's going to an early Spirit Vessel, which is a little bit different than what we've seen on Enigmas in the Division 1. They're still trying to go for Giant. Like, Mark comes back up here, he's like, all right, I want to kill Giant. Hey, Mark, that may not work.
He's too tanky, though. The Treant living armor and so much max HP, he just doesn't die. And every time that they expose themselves like this on top, I feel like RCY is just going to swing up top again. He's looking for a power rune right now, but he also wants to join top.
Slight Searing Chains. Mark finally gets a kill. As DogChamp. Yeah, they're up against 4 heroes. Hookshot from Sanctified. He's level 6 on this. At the level 10 mark, LSA into the kill there for Duster. Side of his Searing Chains, and now a Remnant right on top of Bloody Nine.
Okay.
It was 3 for the side of DogChamp to start. Now all of a sudden it's 3 for C-Dub. They do end up losing Double King to Italiana Gangster, but
yeah, Duster should be fine. He has the brain sap as well. He's just gonna sap and get full HP here, or level 2 brain sap, 150 HP. But those Eidolons did finish him off there. Nice micro by the Enigmas. We have a little headset pause here coming in. So at the 10-minute mark, we can talk a little bit about how it's looking here. 1,000 gold advantage, and we see a replay, of course, of this fight. The first fight that really went pretty damn good for the side of C-Dub. They did have a bitter aftertaste losing their Lina at the end of it, but overall this was a nice engagement for them, but mainly because they outnumbered them, right? They had so many heroes and kind of just won by brute force here. The Fury and ulti contributing as well means it's sort of a 5v3.
Yeah, they're with RCY kind of taking his time to look for something around the power rune area. He never really makes the rotation up there, and actually he doesn't even have a full bottle. That power rune
it was regen spawning
was
bottom.
Denied by Eula. Yeah,
the Furin has done a good job just controlling those runes, but he gets a TP bottle refill now from the Bloody Nine CM. Gotta come in and help him.
Never a death in vain.
Oh, he got the Lance of Pursuit as well. That's a really good item for Pango. So Lance of Pursuit and 100 gold for a Diffu. Then the damage skyrockets. Because Lance is bonus 15 damage per swashbuckle proc. That's a lot of damage.
Damn. Yeah, it is. They're going to go up towards top. He's got a Kitten Boots, so even with the low mana, he still has enough for swashbuckle Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Lina.
Don't have the extra. Oh, Double King. Rolling Thunder, but doesn't commit it yet. And Double King doesn't even commit to coming up towards the Ancient. So he got a little bit of a spider sense on that one.
Oh boy.
Frostbite, Rolling Thunder, going into the trees, now looking for Double King. But here comes Mark. Hook shot on the Mark. Not going to save him. Mark now Remnant, but hit by the Rolling Thunder. They've got the LSA that lands on a Bloody Nine. They go to the Overgrowth coming in from Giant. They'll go to the Laguna Blade on a Bloody Nines. They'll get the kill on the Crystal Maiden, but Mark trying to run away with the Searing Chains on a 2. Double King, right-clicking RCY. Ooh, Fairy Fire, Swashbuckle, not enough space. Double King gets a kill there on RCY.
And now
Italiana Gangster dies under the tower.
Massive,
just kind of in no man's land.
Massive overcommitment there. That was such a deep dive. They should maybe have gone the Ember there. Ember did manage to Sleight of Fist dodge the Pango W damage, but even if you did get the Ember, that would still be a horrible fight for them. They were, they had no right being there, and this is looking like a team that has been undefeated pretty much. Not just undefeated, but unchallenged in the division. They're just trying to have some fun, like the panel said.
Yeah, this is a little bit of full season confidence coming into play. Still, though, Yuma's at top of the net worth. He hasn't really been touched at the moment. Looks at Eula and RP. No, okay.
Yeah, that was not not the execution. Even had Echo Saber to hit him for the extra 100% movement speed slow there, but ended up just kind of panicking a little bit. Yuma ends up going back to farming. You know what? If you're playing carry Magnus, one of the biggest rules is just use your RP.
Hook shot. Good swashbuckle, but no disarm. It's enough to get him out of the battery assault of Sanctified.
Yeah, a lot of mana burn though, so Clockwork not gonna be too happy about getting hit. It's so painful getting hit by swashbuckles in the early game because you have to solve your mana issues all the time. So Clockwork now, you just kind of have to run to base. Like, there's no better option for you. It's full HP, but without mana, you can't really do anything. So trip to base, please.
Feels bad, man. Ooh, Mark. Seeing Giant, slight, no searing chains.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to
Get the
catch
kill
him
on
as
the
he walks around in a river. But he's making his way down bottom. Probably going to just try and sit here and, you know, protect Yuma and allow him to farm a bigger area.
Dire's top
As
tower
Mark and
is
Duster,
under
they're looking
attack.
for a kill. Having that Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, they want to go and essentially get Yuma, who's sitting top of the net worth. But while that's happening, Sanctified, he's sitting inside the trees. But Italiana Gangster going all the way out.
Yeah. RCY is also scouting on the enemy triangle. He's like, they're not here, guys. I can't find anyone.
They see Ela. And Sanctified's actually going the other way. They're going to catch vision of him as well. Meanwhile, Nightmare, and do they go to the Fiend's Grip on Bloody Nine? Side of his Searing Chains, Freezing Field, and Laguna Blade. There's a pop onto a Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, pretty quick kill there. Poor Maiden. Just tried to control the rune. Not going to be allowed to do so. Bashed by Roche.
Dire's
Nice catch,
That might
Roche.
hurt RCY. They've got Fiend's Grip, so they'll use the Tumbler's Toy to cover the distance, and Duster gets the kill on RCY. Roche kind of getting an assist on that one. Double King, though, goes down to Yuma, who did use that RP.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Giant's going to be chased down by Mark. That'll be 3 more kills here for Cito.
And maybe top as well. We see kills all across the board.
Black
What is
hole,
this?
yeah, Italiana Gangster, just a solo black hole. It's solo RP, solo black hole. We're going for a Fiend's Grip. It's all team fight abilities they used for solo targets.
Shout out to a cameraman getting a workout here. I can't remember last time I seen 4 kills on so different places on the map in such a short succession. That was very rapid.
Yeah, interesting, because one happened in front of Roche, the other one happened in front of the tier 1 over mid, then top lane, like,
And one
what
on
is
the
going
Dire
on?
Ancients pretty much as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, all over the place. But kind of speaks to the skirmishy nature between these two teams. We saw the same thing in the first game. It's very brawly. And we see Furion TPing in for a gank here with the Orchid.
Yeah, Nightmare Sprout not doing its job. That's not good. Italiana Gangster is going to be on the run. They've got 3 heroes nearby, but all of a sudden, well, Spirit Vessel, Nature's Grass, Duster's going to die, and now they'll look for the next one with the Rolling Thunder with a hook shot.
Oh,
That's
still
a
frostbitten
save.
though.
No. Oh, frostbitten by Bloody Nine, and they'll get the kill on Ela as well as Sanctified. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, too many heroes here for the side of Dogchamp.
Bloody Nine and his bloody positioning. He was there, else he would have gone away with it on the Furion. But no, he gets caught. It was a nice attempt to go for that kill, but the misclick on the Sprout there allowed the Enigma to just walk away. He didn't actually have a Quelling Blade or Tangles or any way to get out there when he's silenced. So, unfortunate initiation to that. We can kind of see he was even nightmared.
Yeah, that's a bit rough, and you're going to see the turnaround come as Italiana Gangster knows he's got damage to kill off Duster. But Bloody Nine, there he is, Frostbite.
Yeah, just silently doing his thing. Like, so many times past 5 players, you know, can kind of go unsung, but I feel like Bloody Nine, every series that I cast out of Dogchamp playing, he has so big impact with so few items. Like, he doesn't even have boots. And still his positioning is at the right place at the right time on a CM with no boots. Like, that's hard mode positioning. 280 movement speed.
They would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that darn position 5 and their stupid Dogchamp. Who's under the mask? It's
Radiant's
still
middle
Cito.
tower is under attack.
See if they win. Double King going into the Boots of Travel. He's already got the Falcon Blade as well as the Maelstrom. But we've also
Great bottom.
has BKB soon, but bottom lane, Duster. He'll die to Bloody Nine, like we've been saying. Not afraid to just throw down the freezing fields.
Yeah, I think that's a big lesson that, you know, he puts on the CM is just use it anytime you have an engagement and you have the mana to spare. Just get that damage out there as soon as possible.
I was going to say, Italiana Gangster, you know, he didn't have Black Hole for a long time, and I thought that maybe that was going to be a bit of an issue.
Dire's top tower
for the side of DogChamp, but they've been continuing to get kills and skewer back some damage onto Yuma as he's running away. Sanctify comes in with a hook shot. That's right onto Italiana Gangster. But they'll kill the Cog. They're on the run. They're trying to get out of this one as the Wrath of Nature comes in, but the Rolling Thunder coming out from RCY. They've got some control on the Elo, who's in the Nature's Grasp. Midnight Pulse is down. They'll go to the RP. It's on a 2. That should be both gone, and it'll be to Bloody 9.
The double KS with a Crystal Nova. And they're chasing for more. They're not done.
Would never expect it, but Sanctify coming back over. That's not going to work out for you. Frostbite once again. They get the kill on a Duster. Mark trying to do it again. They've got a Remnant towards the tier 2 tower, and he's got no mana left. So 4 kills there for the side of DogChamp. And it's really starting to get out of hand. A 5k lead. I would expect the odds are very one-sided. Not as one-sided as I thought, but after that fight, they might update to something a bit more drastic from esportsbet.io.
Yeah, I think so too. That was a really nice roll-in by RCY on his Pango there. He rolled up, jumped, using the shield crash to get across the high ground and connected on both the Lina and the Fury in there, not letting the heroes get away. And that was really what allowed them to get such a good fight there. His ability to catch on Pango.
Uh-oh, Double King. Looking for the double death. LSA, Diffusal, there's a kill. Eel is also dead. To Yuma. They just killed these 2 heroes a second ago.
Yeah. And
Duster, Sanctified, I'm going to say it, they just died a second ago as well, and they're both going to most likely
there's
fall
no way
here.
out of this one for Sanctified.
Oh,
No,
gosh.
he already kind of knows it. He's trying.
Body blocks.
Yeah.
Oh, neutrals?
They're toying with him at
they're
this
not gonna
point.
steal it. Man, that's 8 kills in the span of like 2 minutes, and they just got a big chunk of a lead. They're now up 9,000 net worth.
I mean, Pango says it was an honorable death, but getting body blocked by a Pangolier while a Crystal Maiden right-clicks you to death is not my definition of an honorable death, man. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, that is not fun. Remnant towards top. They've got the Orchid from Eula, but they're trying to get a kill on a Giant who is just a tree that they cannot chop down. It's C-Dub, not Lumberjack team.
I love that he's aptly named Giant and plays Tree and Protector, just walking around. He's the friendly Giant, just healing stuff wherever he goes.
I'd love a 60-minute game just to see him get Giants ranked.
And he has the Seeds of Serenity, and he's a tree. This man is out here role-playing in this game.
He's just in the team speak, just making tree noises.
Some chirping noises every now and then.
I've been confused before about what Treant looks like. When we were doing game show earlier this year, I thought Hoodwinks, who zoomed in Leaf, was Treant. I got confused, so...
Wait,
heroes are
zoomed
obviously
in
the
what?
same. So you know how Hoodwink has a leaf on like her brooch?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, the question was who was the hero. It was zoomed into just that leaf, and I thought it was Treant. They're both the same hero.
Damn.
I don't know how the question could
Tricked.
ever be answered. Ela gonna die to Giant, the man of the hour that we've been talking about.
And this is gonna be Roche and Tier 1 tower top at the same time, it feels like. They want both. Yuma is gonna finish up the tower top with his Echo Saber and BKB completed and going for an AC next, also having that blink. This Magnus is getting absolutely huge, by the way, flying away in the net worth lead.
Yeah, he's got so much gold.
It's something I mean, that's something that Magnus carry can do. He can farm extremely fast. It's just he doesn't scale as good with items as regular carries do.
It also looks even more ridiculous when you're in a game with Lina and Nature's Prophet, and neither of them are even close to your net worth.
Yeah, they also both died 5 and 6 times. That's really the difference maker there. Fury DPC and he snatches it!
Oh, Ela! That was great! What a snatch! That was... Just use Overgrowth, use Black Hole, make him pay for
you
it,
have to.
everything go down onto the Nature's Prophet. Oh my god, Ela.
You have to at that point, out of respect. That was perfectly timed. Yeah, I mean, they still got the last hit on Roche, so nice snatch there by Furion. Perfectly timed. Bottom lane, we see a sad story for the Bane. Actually, the Swashbuckle misses.
Remnant, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. All right, well, let's start with that and finish with that as well as they run away.
Yeah, and Pango is, oh my god, the range. He gets the Swashbuckle all the way to Bane.
Yeah, meanwhile, RP, Yuma, BKB, Double King, it's going to be all for now. You're trying to melt your sister, but you've got a Magnus right behind you. So Double King will fall to Yuma.
Yeah, Yuma just getting even bigger now at 3.7k net worth, and that AC definitely not far away anymore. I like that they smoke immediately and just run across the map. It's not about taking towers for them, they're just hunting C-dub. Wherever they go on the map, there are already people chasing them.
Gosh, yeah, they're right on it. And who's gonna get caught? It could be Sanctified.
Oh, he was spotted.
So breaks. Oh boy. Diffusal, dead. Yeah. That's about how it's been going. 11, 2, and 8 here for RCY.
Yeah, and Mark trying to get out from top lane as well. Yuma staying around. Has the skewer.
Yuma. Yeah, he'll find him. He blinks in, says, "Oh, hi, Mark." And we'll get the kill onto this Ember.
Yeah. Ember goes down. He did have a dominating spree, so I mean, 5-3 and 3. Mark has had a surprisingly good game for how he got first blooded, and the game has been so disastrous. Furin just TPs in on the enemy ancients.
That's going to be a black hole. That's going to be another kill, and he's going to just hold the black hole. These ancients are like, whoa, what did we do?
Yeah,
Not
he
fair.
silenced him with a Orchid, but he's Greaves, so he just presses. Oh,
let's
here's
see
the
the
snatch
snatch
again.
again.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, bink. Hello.
He like concealed that TP as well, kind of TP under the silhouette of the Roche, and you know, like I didn't see the Sprout at first when.
I really kind of wish we had comms for that. Just like listening into him being like, "All right, I'm going,"
surprise.
Radiant's top
and then
tower is
all
under
4 other players on the team stop what they're doing to just watch this TP in.
Leroy Jenkins moment. I mean, it was the right play. What can you do at that point? Just try and steal it. It was big impact to take away the Aegis from their opponent. Of course, he did die one more time, but
Oh, Duster. He's caught. He thought he was safe in those trees.
oh no, the Eidolons are revealing his location. That's not
Little
good.
did he know.
They're acting like a little GPS tracker. Here he is. Come collect the bounty.
We see him. And now the rest of the team does too. They're also going to get eyes on the other 2. Midnight Pulse, Hook Shot, Wrath of Nature. Ela gets the kill on a bloody 9, but they ended up losing Duster. Looks like they'll lose Sanctified Spirit Vessel on him. And one more tick from the Leech Seed from Giant to get that kill.
Yeah, nice little last hit for Tree, who is 4-3 and 20 in this game. So many assists for him.
Yeah, 20 assists of the 32 kills. Being involved in
More kills than Pangle.
more kill. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You knew exactly where my mind was going.
Yeah, one more. I think it's because whenever he buffs an ally, living armor, it actually, if that ally then kills something, that counts as an assist. You were assisting that.
That's good. I like that. Fiend's Grip over mid. I like when supports get a little bit more credit than they maybe deserve. But Swashbuckle, Ela still looking like he's gonna die. Overgrowth comes in. Duster will fall. 2 heroes gone again on C-Dub.
Yeah, I mean, they showed on a map, and that was the problem. That was their first mistake.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, second mistake is just, I don't know. Showing on the map's a big one mistake. I don't know if there is a second mistake.
I think you only afford one mistake here. You don't get multiple.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
29. He's looking he's playing like a core. He's wrapping around. He's like, all
Look
right,
at Yuma.
I'll just drop a freezing
Yuma is
field. That's
done.
fine.
He's pushing mid. Oh,
Yeah, see, just drop an ult. Freezing field. There we go. And they're trying to they're trying to fight into it. Frostbite, Shockwave, BKBs, but Yuma, well, he does have RP when he's willing and ready. Mark will get a kill there on Bloody 9. There's the RP. There's the kill on a double king. A TP out from Mark. But
Duster.
it's godlike for RCY.
Oh, he gets away. Nice little sleep there. Gonna hop away as well using the Tumbler's toy.
TP to top. Oh, Ela. They're just dropping the ultis there. Save it? No. Black hole. Malefice with a skewer. Get another kill on a Ela.
He had cooldown on Midnight Pulse, so he couldn't cut the trees to see him, to stun him. So just drop the Black Hole with the Ether Lens cast range, allowing him to actually connect that one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch him with it.
Why not? Just dropping ults here. Sometimes we see teams stay really conservative with their Black Hole and their freezing fields and all that. Not here.
Honestly,
Not at all.
Honestly, when games are this chaotic, oh, by the way, we have Leet on board. Oh, yes. 1337 kills here. By the way, like in games that are this aggressive, you just want to drop your ulti. because there's non-stop fighting anyway, so holding your ulti doesn't make sense.
Just drop the ult. Go for it. Oh, Fiend's Grip.
Okay. Holding him.
Just ult. Go for it. Overgrowth. Here comes Hila. Uh-oh. He bounced off the cogs into Hila and then jumps over the cogs with the shield crash.
And the
so that
pinball
works
wrecking
out.
machine.
They get 2. Now they're on to Mark. LSA, Double King, kind of missing on that, but they've got the Orca coming out from Hila to get the kill on a Giant, so they'll at least get 1. Italiana Gangster with the Malefists through on a Mark. Some mana being depleted here, and Italiana Gangster is going to have to run away with the BKBB popped here by Double King. They're still chasing. They've got the Laguna. They'll have the damage to finally get that kill.
Yeah, they win that fight, but that's because both Yuma and Bloody Nine were just pushing top tower. They got the tier 2 tower, and they're like, hey guys, how was the team fight? So, a success at the end of the day for C-Dub, but it did come at the cost of 1 more building, and you only have so many buildings to go now. 20,000 gold lead.
Oh boy.
Soon Daedalus on the Magnus, who's looking for a kill on Ember.
Mark. Oh, Blink, Skewer, Frostbite. It's a pretty solid combo, but BKB is available and will be used.
Yeah, just gonna BKB and TP out immediately. Or jump out.
Sanctified, I don't know about that.
He can take him.
Took 3 hits from Yuma, and that was, oh boy. While Ela dying to RCY. There's the RP. It's onto the Lina this time. Hook shot. And Double King, Shockwave. Duster coming through, and he's looking, he's searching. He wants something from this, but Mark's going to remnant forward. Gets a Searing Chains through on a Giant. 4-step back. Double King onto the high ground, but still nobody died.
They're pinging the cliff. They want to skewer people onto the cliff, I guess, but at the same time, Magnus just wants to right-click people to death. Hit so hard.
He's almost got that Daedalus.
Yep, it's complete now on the courier, coming out, mid.
Oh, Mark. 4-staff, Overgrowth, Nightmare, but the Rolling Thunder, the Shield Crash, the kill on a Mark. They'll go after Duster. They'll get themselves a second.
The car is coming.
Oh, and he's going in.
Oh, put up the roadblocks.
Tier
Nice.
4s and back towards the Tier 3. Easy tower. Good smoke.
Yep. Just
Value.
hiding the Enigma, who's ready with a 4-staff to slide in. They have so many 4-staffs. They got 3 of them?
If he triple 4-staffs in black holes, I am going to be hyped. Skewer back, easy kill, Double King gone.
I wish 4-staff was easier to chain. If you click it at the same time as someone already is being 4-staff, it just, you lose the value, right? I wish it would just add up, like, full, no matter what. Oh, the TPL.
You should also gain velocity, and whatever you
Yes.
hit takes more damage.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, you know, Lacosta's used to my really bad ideas, so just, you know, I'm spitballing.
Yeah, as
over
you
here.
slide through things, you do damage based on your primary stat.
Velocity. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the primary
I got
stat
that
gives
as well.
the velocity.
Mark, freezing field. Uh-oh, Buddy 9 trying to do something, and they get the kill on Ela. The look at the Fiend script comes through, but here comes Italiana Gangster with the black hole, but not going to stay for a long time. Midnight Pulse on the ground. Mark's BKB is going to run out, and he gets hit with the Rolling Thunder. So now he thinks about going to the Remnant back, but Pango's there waiting for him. RCY kills off Duster, gets the kill on a Mark. They'll take out Ela again, and Mark buys back, but I'm not sure if it's going to be any good. They've got a triple kill for RCY. He really wants that rampage, so they'll RP those heroes out, and they'll give him the rampage just like that. He gets a double rampage. Sanctified says, make it a triple, and he does.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Oh, baby, a triple. That was about everything you could hope for Dog Champ as, well, they may be called C-Dub, but Dog Champ get the double dub, and they take the 2-0 over C-Dub. Like, that was, that really spiraled out of control. That was insane.
Yeah.
Like, 51 kills.
The deeper we go into the league here, I mean, the more obvious it becomes that there's just absolutely dominance coming out from Dog. Every team said it at the start of the division that, oh yeah, Dog is probably the team to beat. And we can see why. They're probably a team not to beat from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that is a team that looks like they're going to go undefeated throughout the entire division. And they're just going to be sitting there and saying, oh, to everybody else as they say goodbye and go to Division 1. But to break down this victory and give us an interview eventually, we've got the panel. Take it away. It's a 2-man panel. It's so beautiful.
Two-man panel's almost as good as that two-man cast that we just had there from Waga and B-Cop. But this is it. Dogchat, they had, I'm going to say, the most unorthodox draft I've seen in its entirety for this DPC. I mean, they go for the carry Magnus here, Fear, and it works. Like, they were just running over C-Dub in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize Yuma, as you can see, is Dota Plus level. He's Platinum on it, so he's definitely comfortable. The biggest problem you have with most mag carry players is they just don't play the hero very much. And this is a hero you have to grind on, you have to play a lot, and he showed up this game. Like, he farmed really fast. He had, like, a good, like, farming versus participation ratio in this game, and I think that's where a lot of, like, carry players do lack, especially when they're on a hero that can flash farm. So he played it really well, had really good skewers. We saw how powerful skewer can be versus Lina, as Lina, you know, entered parts of the fight that she didn't willingly want to be in, but skewer, that's what it does.
Yeah, it was fantastic from the side of Dogchamp. I mean, RCY as well. Like, we could talk a little bit more just about everything that Dogchamp did do right, because I actually want to ask about what happened with C-Dub. Like, they get Alina and Nature's Prophet, 2 heroes. Yes, we talked about their downfalls in the draft, but ultimately they are still heroes that have been performing individually across different lineups. So why didn't it really work this time around? Like, what was wrong with having those 2?
I mean, there's a lot of things I can talk about this one, but I think it mainly just comes down to NP isn't particularly the hero that you want when you have a Lina for so many reasons. Number one will just be the fact that, like, Lina is the hero that is your carry, right? And when you pick NP, it leaves it open. Like, is it going to be a carry? Is it going to be an offlaner? I also think Elaw with his item build was really outdated. He went for the Orchid. We're seeing most of the times these NPs are going for the Agnes build. And the reason for that is the shard has been changed, first of all, so you no longer get that treant if you cut down a tree, which was an incredibly strong timing with Orchid. It really locked heroes in place. But more importantly, it's also a Greaves meta. It's very easy to get rid of this Orchid, and it just didn't work out this game. Like, sure, maybe one time he missed his Sprout and didn't kill a ton of Gangster, and that could have helped him turn it a bit, but I'm not a huge fan of the Orchid in this patch.
Yeah, okay, so some stuff going a bit skewy there for the side of C-Dub. You know, it's not just down to what heroes you get your hands on, it's also about what items you're picking up. So very surprising to see him not go for the Ags after we've seen it quite a number of times trickle its way down from, you know, across all regions. But Dogchamp 2-0 victory. The MVP again is going to be RCY on his Pango. I mean, 26-14. Like, this man was everywhere. Like, I don't think I didn't see him at any point in the map.
I mean, which game are you talking about at this point? It feels like...
Yeah, true.
It's every single game for him, you know, him getting solo kills in the mid lane, making rotations to kill cores, top of net worth, you know, making flashy plays. He's doing it every game, and it's like, you know, the casters talk about, we talk about it. This is, like, by far the most, like, hyped player that's going to be going from Division 2 into Division 1 next tour.
Yeah. I'm super excited to see how he is going to fare up against a lot of other mid laners in Division 1, but I'm just keen to see Dogchamp continue along this trajectory. I would love to see if they do end up going undefeated, and I mean, we can ask them about what they think they'll be doing for the rest of Division 2, because we do have an interview. Giant is joining us here. Giant, congratulations on this 2-0. It was a massive showing, especially in game 2. I want to know a little bit more about this draft that you guys curated. It was very unorthodox from our point of view.
Oh, the draft? I kind of didn't listen to them when they're drafting. I was kind of just doing my own thing. So, I mean, I think they like picked Nature's Lina on 6-7, and Yuma said like Magnus carry owns Nature's in lane, and then it's just good against Lina in the game. So then we just went with Magnus on 8, and then since Treant doesn't like lane well with Mag, we just put Treant on 4.
Yeah. Okay, so it all kind of just came together for you guys. That's really cool to hear. I do also want to say, you know, are you guys going to be doing anything special now that you know you will be going up to Division 1? Like, this series secures you guys definitely going to Division 1. So will there be any sort of celebration?
I mean, I'm just like a humble stand-in for the team. I believe Yarn's on their main roster. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking for a team, I guess. I think I hit 10K the other day, like 2 days ago. The highest ranked support player on NASA, second I think actually. But yeah, I'm looking for a team, I guess. But congrats to DogChamp.
Nice. Well, yeah, if you don't get picked up by DogChamp, they're always looking for a team there. But you had a really great performance today. How did being a stand-in for DogChamp come around?
Oh, B9 asked me like a month ago because he has like something going on. They knew it was gonna happen, so
Oh, okay.
they just asked me to stand in for a couple games.
And how has it felt? Have you really enjoyed the time with the DogChamp boys?
I haven't spent much time with them. I only played like 2 officials and like maybe like 1 scrim before them. But yeah, I mean, they're
okay.
really high skilled players, so it's nice to play with them.
Okay, Fia?
All right, so how about some like self-promotion here? Like, what's your what role are you looking to play? Like going in, like finding a new team. You've like proven you played Tree Protector this game. What was the other game? So Hoodwinks. Like, are you a 4 or 5 player naturally?
So I've been playing 4 for like the last year and a half, but I'm willing to look for an opportunity as a 5 player too. I believe I can handle both
All
roles.
right, then. Sure. And then what in this patch? Like, what are your favorite heroes? What do you like to play the most in pubs to like gain MMR?
To gain MMR, I don't like playing it, but Ricky, he was just like feels dirty to play it, but it gets the job done. And the other one is
Right,
Tiny, I guess. That hero is really fun though.
It's Pos 4, I assume.
Yeah, Tiny Pos 4. Yeah.
All right, so one last question for you. Like, you play a lot of NASA. Who's your favorite player to like get on a team with in pubs?
Favorite player to get on a team with in pubs? I mean, I gotta give a shout out to my boy Boris Dota. It's always enjoyable playing with him, even in losing games. He's quite the character.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Giant, we will let you go. Congratulations on a performance. Even if you are just the stand-in, it's been a pleasure to watch DogChamp. You guys 2-0 here, and I look forward to the next few games you have.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. See ya.
Yo, what's with all these teams sending their stand-ins to do the interviews?
Yeah, I know. It's like they're really sad. I mean, we had Monkeys Forever earlier today. Now we got Giant, and these guys are like, I don't know. I can't really give you too much more information. I'm just kind of showing up, but I'm just playing some Dota. But look, I mean, 2 teams with stand-ins got the wins here. I say that a lot of teams have had stand-ins, so it's a nice little blanket statement. DogChamp, though, picking up their 5th series win. They will be going up to Division 1 along with Felt. So big congratulations to both of those teams taking those slots. Now everyone else is fighting to keep the dream alive of staying in Division 2. We have Ant just there in 3rd place, tied with the Cut. Fart Studios, actually all 3 of them on the exact same scoreline. So that one will be a thriller to watch how it shapes up. Then C-Dub now with that 4th loss puts them just below those others. And then Penguin Squad sitting in the danger zone with Eternity, who have been confirmed to be going down to just being relegated back. They'll have to fight their way through open qualifiers. They do still have one last chance to show up, though. They can still get a win. They will be versing Ant, though, as our first series in this long 3 best-of-3 day. Then it will be DogChamp up against the Cut. We'll see if the Cut can bounce back or if DogChamp are just going to continue on the win streak with Felt versus Penguin Squad to close out the day. So, Fast Studios taking a break on this day. As well as C-Dub. So they're the 2 teams that won't be playing, but the other 6, we get to see them. We get to see how they're going to be shaping up in Fear. If you could only tune into one of those 3 series, which one are you telling our audience they have to watch? It's a must-watch.
Felt versus Penguin Squad.
That's your must-watch?
Yeah, because I think for that one, Penguin Squad is like still in the running, you know, to not get relegated. Yep. So I think that match has the most weight. And I finally get to say it now. Like I've been waiting for a while now to like talk about like who would finally make it into Division 1 of NA. Like lost Alpha and Theath from Division 1 NA going into Division 2, and now we have Dog Champ, and Felt going up to Division 1 here. And I have to say now, I think Division 1 is going to look a lot more competitive this time around, and I'm very excited to see those teams coming in. And Division 2, maybe if those teams going out, it's going to be a much more even playing field, because I do think Alpha and Theath going down, they kind of look like some of the middle of the pack Division 2 teams here watching this, so it's going to be a very interesting tour too.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear from your point of view that there is going to be this balance both now in Division 1 and Division 2. It makes me very excited to see how the teams will shape up. It does mean, though, both of our series are done. We're coming to a close of our day, but before we do, I want to give a shout out to esportsbet.io. They are our sponsor for NA DPC. They have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet, so you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. You can join esportsbet.io now and start placing some bets on your DPC teams. If you want more information, you can join their Discord channel. Link is below in the Twitch panels. Sophia, it's been a lovely day with you. I've had a fantastic time. How's your birthday been? Describe it to me.
Wonderful, amazing, brilliant, insightful, and I'm out of words.
That was it. They were the only positive words in the vocabulary of Fia.
Let's go entertaining as well. Okay.
It has been a very entertaining day. And the usual question before we do close this one out, if you could go back and only watch one game of today, which one would it be?
If I had to go back and watch one game today, for the rest of my life, or is it just...
Okay, we don't have to do... Every birthday you have to rewatch this game.
Oh, okay.
Which game are you thinking?
It would probably be game number 1 of our last series, because watching RCY and Mark play, that game was pretty even for a little bit, but just watching RCY play is just kind of a treat. And a lot of times, he plays super well. He's a very mechanically skilled player, has really fast reflexes, good game knowledge, and well, I guess I can watch that once a year. That's fine. I wouldn't want to watch it every year for my birthday, but if I have to, I'll choose that one.
Yeah, you have to now. I'm sorry. Like you said, we make the rules, and that's the rule I'm making now. But it's been a fantastic day. We will see you guys bright and early tomorrow, as we do have that third extra series starting earlier in the afternoon. But until then, have a good night and enjoy some more Dota wherever you are.